is true? Young men speaking in the city square, trying to tell somebody that he cares. Can you blame the voice of youth for asking what is true? Yeah, the ones that you're calling wild are gonna be the leaders in a little while. When will the lonely voice of youth cry, what is true? This our world's waking to a newborn babe, and I solemnly swear it'll be their way. You better help that voice of youth find what is true. And the lonely voice of youth cries, what is true?
All right, we're live. And I got my camera fixed because it was freaking out, but now it's okay. Been gone for a little while. Sorry about that. These things happen. Had a lovely Easter though, so that was good. Was up north in the wild New England Northlands. Got out just before the horrible storm that they just had. My uncle was in the hospital the whole time. Fantastic. Yeah, it's been a long time. But we're here now. We've got our San Pel. Everybody's got their San Pellegrino. We've got our Muppet Cup, right? Just have you considered? That's the question. It's always the question. We've got a junkless cinnamon bar. Love these things for later. And we've got some Table Rock tea because we're organized this Friday. So this is the Carolina Lapsang tea, and it's quite good. Hickory, and it's very smoky. It's quite delicious. So welcome. We're going to talk about what is a psyop, because I think a lot of people are throwing that word around, and I don't think any of them know what they're talking about. So we're going to sort through all this and give you some very bad news, I'm sure, but that's what we're here for in Muppet Land. And hopefully later on, people can hop in and say hi and talk about psyops or whatever. And oh, good to see you, Corey. Good to see you, CW. Yeah, let's jump in. So I think people tell you these sort of spiral death stories to panic you and overload your cognition. I know, video coming soon on cognitive overload. And that's a psyop. Oh, if we don't do this now, then the world will end. And or maybe it won't end for you, but your children or your children's children. Like that's a psychological operation, right? They're using psychology to manipulate you. And I've only had 2 days to prepare this particular stream, which is plenty of time actually. I've spent the better part of 2 days on it. And then an hour ago, maybe less, I saw a quote go by my Instagram from Tyler Durden, right? Which is a fictional character from a most excellent movie, Fight Club. And what he said was, we work jobs we hate, buying things we don't need with money we don't have to impress people we don't even like. A lot of people sort of resonated with Fight Club in general, and I don't know why. If you're working a job you hate, that's your fault. If you're buying things you don't need, that's your fault. If you're doing it with money you don't have, that's your fault. And if you're trying to impress people you don't like, that's two faults on you, being around people you don't like and trying to impress people. And interestingly, 3 frames later, scrolling through, I see Jordan B. Peterson video from ARC conference, I believe. Take responsibility for yourself. Fight Club is the anti-take responsibility for yourself movie. And Peterson's fighting it here in the Peterson sphere. Visit petersonsphere.com for more. I've got my article up. I'm going to put another article up soon, actually. By not me, by the way. Averages are a psyop. What's the average home price in America? It's a psyop. Using a psychological operation on you automatically, guaranteed. Doesn't even matter what comes next. There's no average home price for America that makes any sense. Who cares? There are average home prices for neighborhoods that can determine the price to live in that place, but that's not even a useful way to think about it. So 3.5 miles from me, I was telling the story earlier. Corey's going to get bored. Sorry, Corey. People have houses for sale for a minimum of I think it's $250,000. 3.5 miles from me. Different county, different town, right? 3.5 miles, though. It's technically a city. That's the minimum. The maximum is like $1.5 million or $2 million or something crazy. So there's an average in there somewhere. It's probably closer to the low end because there are a lot of cheaper houses, obviously, and fewer expensive houses. That's the Pareto distribution, the Cauchy curve, instead of the Gaussian curve that everybody uses because they're dumb. It doesn't make any sense to average that out. Either you have more than $250,000 to live there or not. Just the way it is. Now, over here, the average home price or the low home price that I know of, because it's a house that sold a few years ago behind me, it was $60,000. 60, 60, with a house that you could move into. If you would want to move into it, maybe you need a little bit of work, but not really much. That's a big difference. So how do you average the house price in a 5-mile area of me and get any useful data? You don't. You can't. It's not possible. Beware of averages, right? What you care about is the top end, the bottom end, and the variance, not the average. Not everywhere. Some things are very prone to averages, but not really. The larger the set, the less likely it is an average can help you. Those are psyops. Let me give you another psyop. There's a lot of psyops around 9/11, Twin Towers disaster. And the way these psyops are performed is very simple. The federal government did not blow up the buildings, you idiot. But somebody gave you correct information with the wrong references. What I'm referring to here is the Building 7 conspiracy theory for the World Trade Center. Now, my father, who allegedly has a PhD, which maybe should be taken back at this point, I think it's pretty established to be over, believes in the Building 7 conspiracy. And I pointed out to him that the building he was talking about is not Building 7. This phased him not at all, by the way. Never does. The conspiracy theorists are never swayed by updates in their information landscape, ever. Information is not going to save the world. So, and I've looked into this quite extensively. Most of the 9/11 theories or conspiracies or conspiracy theories, all three, they're all different, things, by the way, are based around factual information with incorrect references. So you switch which building picture you're showing them and say, this is building 7. When it's not, they're going to come to different conclusions. Now, the facts haven't changed, but the information was swapped. In other words, there's a change in context. So, sorry for the conspiracy theorists, the conspiracy around 9/11 is not that the government did it. The conspiracy is the conspiracy theorists have fooled you into thinking that it must be the government that did it. I hate to say it, but the US government, at the best of times, if they were aiming for something, be fairly sure that ain't going to happen because they just suck at doing things. Especially the CIA, by the way. Terrible. Let's talk about a better psyop, an actual psyop, actually performed by the actual CIA, MKUltra. The thing about MKUltra is that, yeah, I mean, the government did this. It's a psyop within a psyop to some extent, right? Because I might be wrong about this, but as near as I can tell, MKUltra is kind of the birth of sort of the materialist, scientific, chemical, psychological attack on people, right? Overtly, right? You can argue, oh, psychology goes back. Kind of doesn't, but whatever. We'll get into that later. MKUltra is what produced Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber. No, really, actually. So that didn't go well for the government. Now, did it? And there's lots of deaths around the MKUltra thing, and including the researchers, by the way, some of whom were definitely whacked by the CIA. So this is a problem. Their papers for MKUltra were destroyed. So we don't know, nor will we ever, what happened. Right? But we know a bunch of people. In fact, I personally know of some people who allege, I can't prove it, I wasn't there, right? MKUltra was before I was born. Allege that their siblings were, went to Harvard and came out schizophrenics, and that they were involved in this MKUltra program. Seems credible, by the way. But again, the purpose of the MKUltra program itself is a psyop. But the fact that it happened is also a psyop, for sure, like for real, real. So it's not that they don't exist, these psyops. They do. They do. The question is, who's doing them? And are they doing them on purpose? Or are you just psychologically projecting because you want the world to be a certain way? So, for example, it's not that women have been told not to have kids. It's not like, oh, your parents told you don't have. I mean, some people have, for sure, right? Because there's always exceptions. But it's worth sort of considering that what really happened was women were given an option that wasn't have kids, right? Because normally there was pretty much no option. You get married, you have kids. That's what you do. It's almost like we were built for that or something, but that implies all kinds of icky things like creation and creators and intent and all the things that make evolution work, without which evolution couldn't actually function. You can justify your rebellion against your parents if you have an option other than have kids. So they say, have kids. You say, oh, I have another option. And from the individualistic perspective, which every single person has an individualistic perspective, for sure, right? Perspective that pretty much involves only them, kind of by definition, right? It's clearly less good to have kids. There's no question about that. They can't be debated, not reasonably. I mean, you can debate anything. Just say no like a 3-year-old all day long. It's not hard. 3-year-olds do it all the time. But if you're given an option, now you have space to rebel, right? You have a place to be other than having kids. So you weren't told not to have kids, but a door was opened and you took the door of no kids. Again, that goes back to personal responsibility. It's only if you can account properly for things outside of yourself that outlast you and are greater than just you that the lie is revealed. It's a psyop of individualism, confirmed. The lie of individualism, the psyop, is there. People have psychologically manipulated other people into believing that you don't have to have kids. And maybe it's not universal, right? Because nothing is. So that's a problem. But it's important. All the recent, say, I don't know, post 1960 so called education is overtly a psyop. What people are talking about when they say education is formation. It's formation that people care about, and that's what they're talking about. Who is forming my children in school? It's a good question. Depends who's around them. And when you look at it in that light, you realize it's a group of people trying for a specific outcome, right? They're attempting to instantiate a specific type of an outcome. So when they say education, that's what they mean. Now, it's not coordinated in the way most psyops are thought of, and we'll get into that later. But education is psyop confirmed. What they're really talking about is formation. The use of the term education is the psyop. It's formation that you care about. You're forming ideas and knowledge of people. Knowledge is not some static, objective, material thing that you can just go out and have. All influencers are technically psyops, getting you to follow them through psychological means. It's the systematizing or the proceduralizing of a science, if it is a science of psychology, to enable the manipulation towards a known end. Sounds like a psyop. In and of itself, not necessarily bad, but tends towards the bad because without an explicit good aim, most aims will corrupt. And the problem here is that not all people or institutions that use those methods are a psyop. You need to be moved. Those moves or those attempts to move you will be describable via psychology. Any movement or attempt to move another person can therefore be put in the frame of psychology and can be called a psyop. You can do that. I don't think it's helpful because then everything's a psyop, but like you can do that. I can't stop you, but I wish you wouldn't. And the thing is, it might even offer an explanation or a prediction a la Edward Bernays. But then again, so does economics. So you can describe people's behaviors in terms of economics or psychology or both. Those are great descriptions for certain purposes, very limited purposes. Psychology is a bad frame. It's very individualistic. Economics is a bad frame. It's not as individualistic, but it's really dumb. And it's about the same level of description. It's about the same level of explanation and the same level of prediction. Which one do you prefer, psychology or economics? You can swap them out. It really won't help you much either way. That's good to know. Not everything's a psyop. Ultimately, seeing everything as a psyop is shoving everything into a psychological frame and assuming intent, usually based on outcome, rationality, competence, and a level of organization or coordination. And look, Hannah, I can just tell you, that isn't the way the world is, man. It's just not that way. Not ever, but like fairly infrequently. In fact, just telling you that you're a rational creature is a psyop against yourself. It allows you to be more easily controlled, and explicitly so. It's a bigger danger and a huge problem. You think you have more power, more control, more intelligence, more ability, more skill than you do. The implication is that the world is perfect or well controlled by competent people who know what they are doing and had a clear intent from the start. And that isn't the world that we live in. It's almost as if the world is a less than perfect place. Maybe it's a fallen world. Why are we subject to this idea of a psyop? Of just everything being a psyop? Well, it's because having a good description helps, or seems to help. And you get lost, and you want to engage differently, as if there's more rationality in the world. We long for this clear description of what's going on, of how things are. And we want somebody to describe. And that's the first step. It's a great step. The first step, though, on the ladder of comfort. And this pattern's everywhere. So it's not just psyops, this comfort ladder. The next rung on the ladder of comfort is explanation. Explanations are very comforting because they give you a string of reasons that cohere together, seemingly, that it's more comfortable than just a description of what is, because it ties it into the world. It adds that relationship dimension back in. The last rung on this ladder is prediction. And that's what we all long for, to know the future in advance so that we can take right action when it's time. The prediction gives us the time and what's going to happen. And that gets us to the point where we can take right action because we're rational creatures who are in control and intentional. We can just do that. We have all the skills we need. So we long for that. And the psyop allows us a level of understanding of otherwise mysterious events moved by spirits or egregores or whatever you want to call them this week. They're still just spirits, by the way. But that's too abstract for us. We cannot understand it because it is much bigger than we are. Our minds cannot hold it. The things outside of you are definitionally bigger than you are. What moves you is outside of you. It may come at you from within or seem to. That's possible. But it's still bigger than you, for better or for worse. It's not necessarily a bad thing. The idea that the government is actively doing something to you or your group is a function of the intimacy crisis. Pardon me. Ah, Kermit the Frog in my throat. Now gone, I hope. This idea that the government cares enough about you and put enough resources into you or your group to perform a psyop against you or your group or some group of people that are like you is just an attempt to recover intimacy that you have already lost as the result of knowing you live in a highly controlled, easily understood, clear world. One manifestation of the intimacy crisis, one of many. But the truth is, we live in an incomplete, messy, imperfect, fallen world. So, what is a better way to think about psyops? How about in terms of cognitive overload? Psyops are effective only in an intimacy crisis. It doesn't have to be a global one. It could be an intimacy crisis that you're having because of how you grew up or what happened to you recently. Only with the lack of historical grounding can these psyops be successful. Only when you are seeking meaning rather than participating in meaning. Only when you live in the age of gnosis, where propositional knowledge is the highest value. Knowledge will not save you. It will point you to a psyop every single time. If knowledge holds the world together, it is the highest value. If it binds us, or is supposed to, if only so and so knew this, then they'd think differently, then we cannot bind properly without propositions. This must be true. The only way to convey knowledge's value to others is through propositions. That's the age of gnosis. Knowledge is not propositions. Propositions are the communication or expression of something. Could be knowledge, could be facts, could be information, could be gobbledygook. People say gobbledygook all the time. We usually call it word salad, things like that. But let me give you some examples. One trick I've noticed that people seem oblivious to, especially in this, oh, you need to straw man or steel man or whatever man, the other person's thing. No, you don't. That's garbage. Somebody tells you a bad story, you can't steel man it. It's just bad. But once you build a story, you cannot disentangle it or disintegrate it with a single fact. At least not in the moment. See my example earlier about World Trade Center 7. Very easy to debunk, but it doesn't work. A bit like watching Penn and Teller. I love Penn and Teller. Do their magic tricks where they explain to you how the magic trick works, or you already know how the magic trick works, and every time you look, you can't find it. And that's beautiful. So who cares? You want cognitive overload? Watch a magic show. Watch it live if you don't trust the camera. It won't make any difference at all. what happens is people build a coherent and cohesive story. And that's the key to a good psyop. A single fact cannot dismantle the structure, or a set of facts even. It's the reason why no one can dethrone Sam Harris or Destiny, another one of these people that does this little trick, even when they're so obviously wrong and stupid. It's like building a dock over the water, right? They first watched them lay out all the pillars, right? This fact and that fact and this fact and that fact. And therefore, right, which is just nailing down the dock, right? Nailing the dock together and placing it on the pillars, right? And all these pillars are lies. They're all wrong. They're all inaccurate. But you know what? You got to be kind and let the other person finish their point. You notice I don't do that. The minute I see the psyop, I put an end to it. You can be upset about that if you want. It's not going to do you any good. I'm still going to do it. It's still the right thing to do. And any interlocutor comes along very patiently and dismantles all the core key axiomatic facts used to build that dock over that water. But you know what? All the people that were listening to Sam Harris or Destiny, who got caught up in the coherence of the story, they're standing on that dock, and they're not going to fall in the water for you just because you took out their pillars. They're not going to do it. They don't want to get wet. I don't blame them. The dock remains intact and floating above the water. Now both sides win. Sam Harris has his followers undeterred. Whoever's interlocutor has taken all the pillars out, and all the people who knew the pillars were garbage to begin with cheer. Fantastic, you've done nothing. Well done. Destiny does that same trick. Build the story that sounds so attractive. The thing is, with Destiny, he's definitely psyoping himself into thinking he's got it all figured out, and now the solution is obvious. And the obvious solution isn't being implemented. Who's to blame? It must be a psyop. The government must be in on it. Well, we elected the Democrats, so it can't be them. It's got to be the deep state, or maybe it's the Republican-controlled CIA, or this goes on forever, by the way, forever with these people. And then it's like, oh no, really, it's the wealthy guy with all the money, and all the wealthy people who are evil are Republicans, clearly. So it's a psyop. That's the psyop. The psyop isn't the wealthy Republicans or the wealthy Democrats, by the way. The psyop is getting you to believe that. And look, at some point, this is not a joke. If I were evil, I would do that too. I would. It's very effective. But I'm going to do that because I'm not evil. So sorry. Disappointment all around. There are days. But another method of getting you into the psyop is to use your own ego against you, your own sense of comfort, your own love of your description, your explanation, and or your prediction. People will appeal to your bad descriptions, your bad explanations, or your bad predictions to blame the psyop. You would have been right if not for the government psyop. And this seems convincing. After all, you were right. This outside force imposed upon your prediction, upon your explanation, upon your description, upon the very world in which you live, to make you wrong. That's horrible of them. I resent them for that. How could they? I'm outraged. I was right. But now I'm anxious. Now I'm paranoid, at least mildly. And now you're easily led into righteous indignation. Ooh. Righteous indignation that's not good. Clearly, if the world isn't working the way I thought it did, the way I had worked out in my head as an individual who's smart and educated, I have a degree, I went to school, I got a minor in economics, then something must be wrong with the world. It's not matching my predictions. Postmodern power, top down from above narrative confirmed. Postmodernism told you that. Now you have an excuse for being wrong. It's fantastic. It's somebody else's fault. You have to take responsibility for it for yourself. What's another psyop? Well, you know what? You're smart enough to see psyops, which incidentally might just be perennial patterns. So you're immune to the psyops because you know about them. Age of gnosis. Propositionally. So subconsciously, you're immune. That's a psyop. No one is immune, period. They do this with the so-called biases. Oh, everyone's biased. There's all these biases. There's confirmation bias and there's sample bias. But once you know about the biases, you're all set. Except they don't tell you what you can do about the biases, do they? No, of course not. Sometimes they'll do something cute. Like they'll say, oh, yeah, well, if you meditate on these biases or if you reflect on them, then you're less likely to fall into them. And that may be true, but you're not immune to them, buddy. That didn't happen. That ain't gonna happen. That's the psyop. The concept that you can understand things yourself is why psyops are necessary. Something has to be causing what you see. Material, cause, confirmed. And that's what we want, is a confirmation of certainty. We have obtained the certainty. And that's all we're wishing for when we think about psyops. Oh, I know why that happened. It wasn't a coincidence or an accident. It wasn't some sort of events that always unfold that way because they always unfold that way. It was deliberate. It was intentional. It was thought out and planned, implemented by highly competent, intentional actors, well coordinated, who knew exactly what they were doing. When you cannot recognize proper authority and leadership, you can't discern those things. Organized events appear to have the properties of the psyop, the assumption of control, the assumption that a common goal must be organized by us, by people, or a person. The pharmaceutical industry had to have been created by John Rockefeller. Even though the timeline doesn't match, by the way, like none of it at all. Like the pharmaceutical industry was actually pretty good up until the 90s and the FDA ruined it. Maybe I'll do a video on that. If you want to see a video on that, live stream, comment in the comments, whatever. Maybe I'll do one. I just that whole freaking that's a psyop, by the way. All these things going around about Rockefeller and the pharmacies. It's just wrong. Like it's just like everything about it is actually incorrect, and you can look it up and it's clear as day. But they know you're lazy. That's the other side. They know you won't look it up. Human knowledge, you won't use it. They know that. They know that because you have this, you'll never look it up. Not everybody. I look everything up. But almost everybody. Close enough. And then if almost everybody won't look it up, or let's just say 52% of the people won't look it up. Bang, consensus, democracy, corrupted forever. This is why I'm not a fan of democracy. the Democratic Republic here in the US. Democratic Republic. It's a republic to say. This idea of this organized common goal ignores spirit. It ignores the unconscious. It ignores desires, passions. It ignores all that. But these are the most common causes of human behavior. Unconscious, passions, spirit. These are the things that drive you. Not somebody orchestrating something. It's another psyop. Equality doctrine. If everyone is equal, then everything that doesn't fit your normalized model of the world is a psyop. Of course it is. It has to be. This is why equality doctrine is so dangerous. People start talking about equal inequality and all that nonsense. Run away. They're psyoping you. They've psyoped themselves, more likely, but you're just a casualty in the psyop chain for them. The fact is that most real psyops that are attempted by organizations fail and produce horrific unintended consequences, or maybe second order effects is another way to say that, because you lose control of the thing when you spread it out. If you try to do something by yourself, you have much tighter control over it. Of course, you're a limited creature. You shouldn't try to do things by yourself. Generally speaking, you should involve other people, right? It'll be less efficient. It won't be done the right way most of the time. Sometimes it'll be more efficient. Kind of depends, right? But it'll be better. The more you spread something out, the more variability it has. By definition, it's a math problem at this point, okay? Math. It's nothing to do with anything else, just math. Right? Variance goes up, you lose control. And sure, all the successful psyops were successful. You fell for them. They're done. It's over. You can only see them in hindsight. Sure, you might have found out about them afterwards, but that's too late. Why do you care? It's all done. What are you going to do? Nothing. You're going to do nothing. That's what you're going to do. No one's going to do anything. So why are you pointing at things bigger than you that you cannot recognize, control, or avoid? Because you can't recognize, control, or avoid them. If someone's going to do a psyop on you, you're done. Because it won't be one person, most likely. And that makes it bigger than you. Don't worry about it. And because the unconscious is most of your life, you are easily manipulated because you're only looking at the conscious side of thinking. And you're thinking that all that conscious side is all there is. And I see this thread, although the McGilchrist Peterson conversation, McGilchrist brought this up, not Peterson. The unconscious is bigger. It's way bigger. I mean, he quoted some ridiculous number like 94.3%, said it's oddly specific, so I don't believe it. But the unconscious is most of what you do, most of your life. And when you don't tend to that, and no one's talking about the unconscious anymore, I don't know why. They're like, oh, Freud and Jung, okay, but like they knew about this and said this was the bigger, more important piece, guys. Why aren't we talking about it? Weird. You've been psyoped by this irrationality, by this rationality BS. Psyoped. Rationality is not all there is. It's not all it's cracked up to be. You can't even define it. We are not rational creatures. Okay? Sorry. We are creatures capable of rationality for very short times at great cost. And no one tells you that. I'll tell you that. I'll tell you that because it's important. So what do you do? How can you live with the reality of rare psyops, even more rare, successful ones, while knowing that you're subject to them? Be aware of people offering answers which contain no action on your part, maybe no relationship to you, unless they're telling you to disengage your attention and the issue at hand is far away, or maybe that they're going to take care of it, right? Maybe then that's okay, right? Disengage, let them deal with it. Trust them, and maybe you'll be betrayed because we all get betrayed. Everybody's going to get betrayed. Hate to break it to you. And be aware of the responsibility. Who's taking that on? Right? And where is it being taken on? Where is this responsibility being shifted to? Does listening to the news about a faraway place make you responsible for that place? Can it? I heard about this country being bombed in the news. Does that make you responsible for their actions? People are acting like it does, or it should, or it could. All of them, by the way. To understand is an individualistic thing. Understanding things through psychology is individualistic frame by design. And what you might not realize about that is that all psychological operations are you. And what do I mean by that? Surely the CIA is out there doing something to someone. Yes. But again, it's not optional. Successful psyops are successful. It's a very hindsight bias frame to know about a psyop. And you need to be strong psychologically, if such a thing exists, to protect yourself. Knowing about a psyop, even if you did know in advance, won't help you not fall for it. Knowing in advance won't save you. The age of gnosis has lied to you about the power of knowledge. Knowing is not half the battle, or any of the battle. Stupid people are often less likely to, quote, fall for a psyop. It's a common problem with real world operations, by the way. And this is well documented. It happens over and over. Look at the history of Central and South America and the CIA's attempts to do anything there. Ugh. You'd think after the first 42,000 times they'd figure it out, but no. So stupid people are less likely to fall for these things than smart people are. Psyops are designed for smart people. Confidence kills. Be less confident, more humble. The effects of a successful psyop are going to be less on the people who are just doing the good. It's not going to be nothing. They might get wiped out. You might lose everything. Nothing I can do about that. Nothing you can do about that. We all get betrayed. One thing you can do is proper participation in a structure that you can be contained within, where you can contribute, despite the fact that the structure sucks and it's wrong and the people suck and just it's going to betray you. But in that structure, you do not have to worry about those things so far outside yourself, like politics, that you have nearly no influence over, much less control of, much less even understanding of, Although they'll tell you understand it. Oh, you watch CNN, I understand this. From people with a below average IQ, by the way, for professionals. Journalists have below average IQ for professionals. Because people will use this to manipulate you in a way that you have no ability to defend against as a single individual. You just don't. You can't do it. Structures are things which protect you against things bigger than you. They can also tyrannize you. Sure, absolutely. Sometimes for your own good, by the way. Like you tyrannize children constantly, and that's to form them. So it goes back to education is formation, right? And that's good for them. Formation is important. Going to work every day is good for you. Being on vacation constantly is not. So tyranny is not some automatically defaulted evil condition. What if things bigger than you move you and you have no choice? Better a structure you understand, chose for yourself, and accepted. Maybe the trade-off of then be subject to whatever you're rebelling against or whatever is out there that you don't realize has captured you. Because just rebelling against everything you see as a structure, that won't work. And that, my friends, concludes my treatise on Psyop. I'm going to go through my chats. I already said hi to Corey. I already said hi to CW. Did not say hi to Sanjuro. Hello, sir. Good to see you. The first rule of navigating patterns. CW, there's no first rule of navigating patterns. I like the thought, though. That's clever. Is your father one of those architects and engineers? No, he's a PhD in English literature. I didn't know I had a vintage. I'm happy to know that, CW. I had no idea. Top 10 monologues for sure. Oh, all right. Well, that's interesting. I like that feedback. That tells me if I'm going in a good or bad direction. Steve S. This show is a psyop, and Mark, with that getup, is a psyop. Cyclops. I am. Accident? Coincidence? The mystery happens. I like that. That's cute. CW, the anarchic nature of the global order was one of the themes in the film adaptation Leave the World Behind. Yeah, well, it's not anarchic. It's just moved by things we don't understand. Steve S., the Cyclops psyops crisis. What is the meaning? Patient interlocutors want to know. Oh, that's clever. I like this. I like my audience. My audience is not stupid. John Jackson Grieger. When I lost my mind, I basically believe the Operation Paperclip read to a cohort of the Nazis at the highest level of government who had been selecting embryos for 60 years to turn themselves into something that had little relation to the human spirit. Their technology was 10x than what was on the market, and every piece of debris in our atmosphere were actually layers building models for our prediction. Their plan was to generate a policy and culture that would make the general population's blood as distant from their own. And when the time was right, it would be used as a bioweapon against them. I think there is still something deeply correct about this. You should write that as a story. It would be great. I'm all in. I'm like, yeah, that would make a great story. I thought I was at the center of the psyop for beginning to stumble on this. Right. Well, there's the self-reference, right? Psyops often have a self-reference or a self-referencing component where, oh, I've got this answer, right? And then this answer leads to the answer, and that answer leads to the other, and yeah, and it's all self-referencing. It's a good way to know there's a problem with something self-references. You know, the really real, yeah, that's a problem. You're self-referencing. Don't do that. Part of the dream was that they had trouble with me because I'm too erratic. Oh, yeah. Well, hey, you're the rebel hero. Heroic rebel is a big theme nowadays, especially in the age of gnosis, right? Because we're fighting against the gnosis. The implication of propositional knowledge is the highest value is that the world is a machine, and then we want to fight against that. So to be a rebel, you have to like not follow the rules. It's that simple. I wish it were way more complicated. I really do, but actually, this is like why I hate psychology. Psychology is ridiculously banal. Pastor Paul, good to see you, sir. Mark is giving me answers, but I trust Mark. He's a good guy. I don't give people answers. Please don't betray me. I don't think you will. Well, we all get betrayed. I'll die someday, Paul. Who knows which of us will go first. One of us is going to betray the other, my friend. Only Cyclops thinks psyops work. I like it, John. That's funny. Except that the thing I worry about is the boarding might be real. Well, Pastor Paul, I think we could create it. Gotta finish the sermon. I hope that's yours. Arandu, the madman is the man who has lost everything except his reason. Boy, there's a deep truth there. I like that. Steve S. at Paul Vanderclay, thank you for jumping into comment. Love you. Oh, we have Pastor Paul lovers in here. That's CW. This is truly a new low. What? Put that in your damn speech. Weeks or a truly inverted high? Oh, I don't know. Be the psyop you want to see in the world. Oh, I like that. Live with the psyop you know than the one you cannot. Yeah. Well, to some extent, right? To some extent. Oh, all right. I think I'm through all my comments here. So, if you would like to jump in, you do not have to talk about psyops, of course, but that would be fine too. You get questions, concerns, anything, jump on in. Have some lapsang tea here. Get over my frog in my throat. Kermit the Frog. I'm convinced it's Kermit. It has to be Kermit the Frog here. It's not easy being green. But the real question about psyop is, have you considered that you're a Muppet? You really should. Because once you know that someone's got their hand up your backside, you can at least make a choice about who and what that is. See you, CW. Sorry that you have to run. I'm glad you liked the top shelf monologue. I thought it was good. I thought it went pretty good. Flails Kermit arms. Okay, Sanjuro. You're gonna flail Kermit arms. I wish I had a Kermit doll sometimes. What I need next is a pirate. I just never think to buy one when I'm out. Like a little stuffed pirate. I'll find a way to sit him on my shoulder. Just up my pirate game by a couple more points. I gotta fix my camera too, because it's off a little bit in ways I did not anticipate. So I gotta figure that out. One of these days I'll figure that out. Matthew Parlato. CW. Yeah, CW was here, but he left us. He doesn't love us, man. Just no love from CW. Orandu, there's a screen test with Kermit and Fozzie Bear where Kermit tells Fozzie he's not a real bear. Yes, I've seen that. Very funny. Yeah. There's a lot in the old Muppet stuff that was just quite amusing. That's why I use the Muppets. Muppets are types of puppets. So, yeah. And we're puppets. And that's why the psyops are important, because we're being moved by something. And I think that's why it's everything's a freaking psyop. And I'm like, really, guys? Is everything a psyop? The world is that planned, is it? I had no idea. Our involvement in Ukraine is a psyop. It's like, please stop. Please. Am I going to justify the entire Ukraine war and Russia's involvement by making them part of NATO. A genius move. Absolute genius move of retrospective stupidity. Well, we know this is the wrong answer, so let's do this. Like, there's a psyop. The psyop is you think those people are smart. They're not very bright. Hate to break it to you. The people in charge of our countries are not the best and brightest. And, you can argue maybe they should be, but I don't think that's what matters. There's an adage in business about uh, managerial theory in particular, but business in general, that making a quick bad decision is better than making a slow correct decision, especially if the slow correct decision takes too long. And there's a reason for that. And it's true. Matthew Parlato in Mammonistic Flatland. Okay, that's a new one. Psyops are a great and straightforward tool to move your zombies around and arouse them. Oh, well, when you have a flat world, it certainly looks like everything's a psyop. I mean, psyop is again, it's a function of squishing everything into that particular frame, right? Which is the psychological frame. Mammonistic, yes, mammonistic. I got it eventually, Matthew. It takes a while. I was away on quote vacation. Spent 6 of my was it 60? How many days was it? Every day except Easter, I was in the hospital with my uncle. So it was not what I was expecting for Easter. um, so I'm a little tired, and we just drove back. So I got back on Wednesday. So it's like, it's a long drive. And we had to drive through like clouds and death fog and rain and all kinds of whatever. Matthew, bless him and you. Well, thank you. Who else we're blessing? Mammon? We're not blessing Mammon, are we? That would be bad. No takers this week? No one wants to jump in and say hi? I'm not feeling the love. Oh, I also didn't pin my link. I should do that. Some things I'm with it on today, but some things I'm not. There, we pinned the link on navigating patterns at least. So that's a good thing. Benjamin Franklin, I'm not here on time. Oh, that's shocking. Matthew claims he's finishing a jog. A jog? Who jogs at night? Sanjuro says he would, but he's watching a 2-year-old. Oh, why are you doing that? That's a psyop, man. You sure that kid's yours? Could be a psyop. Everything's a psyop. I checked. Like the stuff people are saying are psyops is just so funny now. It just cracks me up. And it's hard not to see synchronicity when the Tyler Durden quote comes up and then the Jordan Peterson quote comes up on my Instagram. An hour and a half or something, or maybe less than an hour before my stream. I just thought that was funny. Oh, we're gonna put that in the notes. We're gonna mention that one. That was too good. Oh, see, you're being controlled by your 2-year-old psyop. Exactly. Definitely a psychological operation. See, and I can explain this as a psyop too. It's not hard. So children vie for your attention because the only thing that's really valuable to them is attention, unless they're tired out. So they are psyoping you into paying attention to them constantly, which means you can't jump on my stream. So it is a psyop. Psyop is successful, and there's nothing you can do about it. Now what? I've explained the psyop to you, just like explaining the magic trick. Yeah, I like magic. I don't go to enough magic shows, we'll say, but I've been to a few, and I'm always like, and a lot of the tricks I know how they're done. I know exactly how they're done. It doesn't help me to not be fooled. It makes me feel better. I know they misdirected my attention from here to here, those bastards. Okay. It's still wonderful. I'm still like, wow, they did it. How did they do it? Uh, Porter Nilsson. Is it possible that people can murder to get gain secretly and have immense power without us knowing about it? Wouldn't that be a psyop? No, I don't think so. A psychological operation is a psychological operation. People murder all the time. And yeah, people have whatever you think power is, which I bet you don't have a good definition for because almost no one does, except me on navigating patterns of definition of power. Um, People do all kinds of things all the time, but labeling all the things people do psyops is really not helpful. Again, there are psyops like MKUltra was. There's two psyops effectively. There's MKUltra, and then there's the psyop that MKUltra about what MKUltra did, right? Which is a psyop, because again, we don't know. The records were destroyed. Lazarus, I understand your point on stopping people from building false pillars rather than steel manning. Yes, kind of have to. But does this ever really work? Oh yeah, it works for me all the time, actually. What prevents them from simply using the same tactics? Well, yeah, it's called asymmetry. So if the other person is making claims and I'm not, I'm at a super advantage, right? Because I'm effectively in the defensive position, not the offensive position. Um, Simple tricks like that, because they're based on simple understandings of a very simple world in which we live, which is a very disappointing thing to realize, really help. Uh, the problem with steel manning is, what if they don't have a point? And what if you're handing them a frame that they can't support? You basically screwed them. It's a lot like sending someone to Harvard when their grades don't warrant it. They're just going to be bitter and resentful. That may have happened a lot of times, by the way. Just saying. Maybe a well-documented phenomena even at Harvard. Just saying. Take it from the guy who actually used to hang out at Harvard's campus. Probably knows something about Harvard. Probably. So yeah, you can't use that tactic on me because I just don't make claims. Or when I make claims, you can't knock them down because my claims aren't actually wrong. So that always helps, you know? And the trick isn't like, oh, you think you're right all the time. The trick is only speak when you're right. I can see there's an asymmetry there. Like people don't get it. This is really easy, you know? Look, I had forgotten yesterday to do this, but I had it on my list, which I don't really keep lists because my brain is too good at memorizing. Not good enough, but too good at the same time. I had forgotten until about, I don't know, an hour before the stream to look up the World Trade Center's building number to make sure I had the right one. Like, but I actually do my research. Like, these monologues are expensive time-wise and energy-wise because I do my research. So the guy who does the research always has an advantage over the idiot who didn't. This is what sort of shocked me about the Jordan Peterson Destiny conversation. It should be clear that Destiny is not a good interlocutor or debater because he, by his own admission, spends all his time playing video games, not reading books, not researching, not looking things up, not working them out in his head on his own, which is why he just says a bunch of lies. Like, oh, the amount of carbon in the atmosphere correlates with the temperature. No, it doesn't. That actually is just false. Like, I don't even know where he gets this from. That is false. I am not saying you can't manipulate the numbers from some time period to make it look like that. Of course you can. They did, and they got caught. And Peterson pointed this out. And they've been caught many times with that tree. But if you actually look throughout, say, 1,000 years, there is zero correlation between the amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere and the temperature on the Earth. Zero. It's actually none, for real. And so he just says this, and nobody pushes back on him. And I'm like, but that is false. It's false. And he would know that because he's never done any research. He never looked into it. I take these things seriously. Somebody tells me something like that's important that I feel like I should put my time into, I'll go research it myself. I don't need other people to read me the freaking, experimental papers. I don't. So it's easy. It's really easy. So they can do whatever tricks they want or whatever tactics they want. They can use my tactics on me. It's not going to work because I don't have those flaws. I have other flaws. I ain't telling you what they are. So, John Jackson Grieger. Oh my God. Sorry, Paul, for furiously vaping every time you spoke. Nice. Randu, Penn and Teller cups and balls with clear plastic cups. Oh yeah, dude. It's unbelievable. Matthew Marks knows jujitsu. Jitsu guard. Yes. This is true. No, I just follow very simple principles. Like, shut up if you don't know what you're talking about. It, everybody's like, "Oh, you talk about these things and you think you know what you're talking about." No, no, I only talk about the things I know about. It's not that hard. It's not a magic trick. It really isn't. It's very simple. Peter Nilsson. If software has gone through a meaning crisis faster, oh, someone watches my private, my personal channel. It's not private. Um, Faster. What does that mean for people working in it? Oh well, a lot of the people working in it have been killing themselves, dude, and no one told you, by the way. Uh, sorry, I didn't mean to let you know, but also, should people see it as a good career option? Is there hope it will improve? Look, if you're suited for something, you're suited for it. If you can make it work for yourself, you can make it work for yourself. If you want to talk about an average of an industry, you're going to run into problems. The average of the computer industry is going kaputski. Layoffs are still way up. Employment for software engineers is in the toilet. Employment for DevOps engineers has stopped growing. Like, it's really bad. Does that mean it's a bad option? No. I mean, look, you could get involved in a software project and be the next big thing and make $1 billion. That's easy to do. I could actually tell you how to do that. It wouldn't be that hard. Of course, you'd have to pay me because I'm poor and I need income. But yeah, I mean, there's 6 different projects I could just tell you about right now. And if you were a good enough software engineer or had enough money, bang, instant cash all day long. It's not hard. Nothing hard about the software industry. The thing that's hard is to find good people in any industry who are competent. Because most people, this is the psyop. Most people are incompetent and can't be educated to competence. Sorry. Peterson goes into this, by the way, in one of his stories. I think it's in Maps of Meaning. Problem is I've watched too much Peterson and I got all the references get jumbled. But I'm pretty sure it's in Maps of Meaning. He talks about one of his patients who couldn't stuff envelopes, couldn't be taught to stuff envelopes. There are people like that out there. And so when you consider how wide the spectrum is, and the spectrum of intelligence, IQ, and competence are all different spectrums, by the way. I've met really smart people who couldn't implement a damn thing they knew about, not one, no matter how well they knew it. Right? I mean, there's people that are, again, they're physically klutzy. So knowledge of lab procedure is not going to help. If you're forgetful, knowledge of lab procedure is not going to help. You're going to forget the procedure. Like, there's lots of limiting factors that you have. None of them are addressed by, quote, education. And so basically you got to find what fits you instead of trying to fit into something that you want. And that sucks because it's all compromise and trade-off. And, like, I really want to be a purple flying unicorn, but I can't. Like, well, one of the things I tell people is, they'll say, well, I want blah, blah, blah. And I'll be like, yeah, and I want a pony. It's disappointment all around, kid. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, industry collapse is always a good opportunity. Is that opportunity right for you? Like, look, if you're at the bottom of the ladder, you just got to get in and do the thing. And yeah, would I tell anybody to go in technology? Why? I'm desperately trying to get out of technology and I can't. So, don't try to work with nonprofits. That's my only advice. Lazarus. I guess I'm thinking of compassion, maybe in a Catholic sense. I don't know anything about that. Compassion or Catholicism. So fair enough. I appreciate your response. That helps a lot. It breaks things down to their base levels rather than continuing to build towers. Thank you. Well, that's the best compliment I could possibly get. Matthew. Yes. Thank you, Mark. Destiny is a joke. He really is. It was disappointing that Peterson at the end was like, oh, I want to talk to you again. You're so smart. It's like, dude, he just told you a bunch of lies. He told you a bunch of things that are not facts. They're the opposite of reality. And he believes them because he games all day and hangs out with people that agree with him. Like, it was stunningly uninteresting to hear him insist on the same lies over and over again. It's about care. Care and attention is reality. Well, maybe it's not reality, but it's certainly a part of it, right? Like, what you attend to matters, right? What you care about matters. That's true. John Jackson Grieger. If you're curious, Mr. Vanderclay, I hadn't formed a Nazi vision when I met you. I came when I was lost in Mexico. You were lost in Mexico? have to tell me that story. Lost in Mexico sounds like an interesting story. I have never been to Mexico. I have been to Canada. I did not get lost in Canada. Although one might argue that being in Canada is being lost. Talk about meaning crisis. Yeah, we're all kind of one country, even though there's three different, just culturally distinct groups in the area. And then they introduce all these immigrants, and then boom, the whole thing just collapses pretty much overnight. And I remember telling people this when Peterson came out with his Bill C-16 video. I was like, wow, Canada is in trouble. And people were like, Canada? No, the US. And I'm like, no, you don't understand anything about the world. The US, like everybody thinks like, oh, the US is actually doing pretty well. The rest of the world is not. There's some countries doing better than us, but not many. And they're small, and you don't know which ones they are. I guarantee you that. England is on the verge of collapse. France is already in the process of collapse. Germany is just clueless and confused and paying too much for their energy forever for no apparent reason, other than their own self-destruction, which, they did that to themselves, so they can suffer. We don't want any nuclear plants. Yeah, good job, dipshits. Well done. San Juro. I was horrified in Vancouver when the clock struck 9 p.m. and all the fancy shops closed up and the needle people shuffled onto the streets. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I bet. Well, look, man, I was pretty horrified in California when I went out to visit my buddy Adam, who I do history videos with. By the way, watch Echoes of the Past. It's a great video. Watch all our stuff. It's good. Adam's awesome. I'm driving to the hotel, and it's next to the highway. It's in Fremont. I think it was in Fremont. It was on the Fremont line, whatever. And it's an industrial area right next to the highway, and it's nothing but cars parked on the side of the road, many of which had homeless people in them. And I was like, oh wow, this is new. This is different. I've been to California before. It wasn't like this. What's going on? It's been pretty sketchy. I don't know how it is. I think you're in Southern California, right? I was up in Bay Area, southern part of the Bay Area. And we went up to Sacramento, but that was real quick drawn. I go back to Sacramento. I got to see Pastor Paul. I got to get up there for one of his sermons. That would be nice. But I don't know. It's not looking good. Things are still iffy here. Oh, Fremont. Yes. Yeah. Fremont is, yeah. Yeah. And I think all the places are becoming like that, right? Like things are really disintegrating. And I think that's also why you see the rise of the psyop framing, is that people notice things disintegrating and they want a rationalization for that. And the rationalization is that this government is in charge and in control, or something's in control, and it's just corrupt. And it's like corrupt control, and therefore. And I understand why people want that to be true, but also that's not true. So that's not what's going on. It really is sort of anarchy and chaos all the way down at some point. And there are patterns, perennial patterns that move the world, and you'll see them, right? So one of the things you should notice, although we have to round out our revolution series with the Russian Revolution, is that if you watch the French Revolution, the English Revolution, beheading of a king, and Greece versus Rome, and all the history videos on navigating patterns, you'll notice that there's a perennial pattern to these revolutions. And yeah, we really have to do Russian Revolution because that's the ultimate. It's the thing that you don't see as clearly in the French Revolution is so clear in the Russian Revolution. It's shocking, right? Because the Bolsheviks are sort of like encouraged to do this thing and take over control of the country, or whatever that means, right? And then once they do it, the organized people, because the Bolsheviks are just disorganized anarchists, effectively, right? This is always the anarchists are the ones that lead the revolution. This is not a coincidence, perennial pattern. And then the minute they do the deed and get rid of the king and do, take over control, they're all immediately murdered, right? Like that happened in the French Revolution too, by the way. And you don't see it. And I don't know to what extent that happened in the English Revolution, but some of that certainly went on in the English Revolution too. And so didn't happen in the American Revolution, by the way, which is why I don't think it's a revolution, it's a rebellion, a proper rebellion, even successful proper rebellion, oddly enough. And I go into why I think that is, by the way. So you can engage with my history videos and learn more about that on navigating patterns. When you see these perennial patterns, though, it's like, oh, like it doesn't matter how it starts to some extent. Like when you do this type of a thing, these certain events happen, usually in the same order. It doesn't matter what the culture was or what the time period was or what the technology was, right? These patterns happen over and over and over again. And maybe there's a way to avoid them. Like you might call that religion. I don't know. Call it anything you want. But that's what people miss. They miss the fact that a lot of things happen in patterns and they're not as deliberate as you'd like to believe. People get very scared by the idea that the world is not as controlled as they have been taught, we'll say, or told. And that's where people get confused, right? The world is not as mechanical as was indicated to you by your ridiculous history teachers storytelling about history. Matthew, optimally navigating, that's religion. Yeah, it's not a bad definition. I like that definition of religion. Optimally navigating reality or something, sure. It's a good pragmatist definition. Are you a pragmatist, Matthew? I hope so. It's a good framing though. I like it. I'll have to think more about that. I tried to stray away from the R word as much as possible, but sometimes we just have to go there. Hopefully we don't go too deep in. And when I do, usually it's Father Eric that does it. So he's got a collar and all that stuff. So he can get away with that. I have no authority in that department. Thank goodness for that. Uh-oh. There's trouble. There he is. How's it going?
Can you hear me?
What's on your mind, Matthew?
Oh, not much. Not much. I just wanted to give you some company, man. I just got finished on an 8-mile jog. It's only
Nice.
7 o'clock here, and it's still very much daylight in West Texas.
Oh, that's true. It's still
Yes.
daylight. Yeah, I keep forgetting the sun's out later and later. But
Yeah.
what'd you think? You like the monologue?
Oh gosh, I'm about to do the biggest taboo. I came in so late. In fact, I was gonna ask, is your thesis that psyops are overplayed, or that the psyops are a fundamental part of what's going on? What was your thesis? Where did it land? Or am I missing that even completely?
No, they're overplayed.
Yeah.
Right. And the ones that are successful are successful. It's all hindsight bias.
I tend to agree with on a first glance. I tend to agree with that. I think something that jarred for me was the conspirituality notion of, like you said, as when you're in kind of such a world of chaos, and you don't have a good sense making apparatus or community, you start just kind of seeing the synchronous patterns, even if there's not a real tried and true synchronous through line, and you just start kind of putting that hermeneutics of suspicion.
Yep.
And pointing a lot of cynical and bad motives.
Skeptical. Yeah, cynical and
Skeptical. There you go.
Right. No, that's well said. Yeah, I mean, I think the problem is if you assume rationality and you live in the age of gnosis where knowledge is the highest value and it's basically propositional only, then yeah, psyops explain the world. It can't be spirit. There can't be perennial patterns, right? That's not in the realm of gnosis, that's for sure. So what do you do? And then my other point was, even if you know about them ahead of time, they're bigger than you. Like you're gonna get sucked up one way or the other. Like even if you could know for sure the CIA was launching a psyop we'll say within the borders of the U.S., which, by the way, they're not supposed to do. I'm not saying they don't try to do that because they're all incompetent retards for the most part. But like, there's nothing you can do about it, dude. Like, it's too bad.
Right, and that's even a little bit, just another nefarious kind of wrinkle to it, right? Is that there are disparate, every once in a while there are some, nefarious operations, aimed at, the psychological health and uh, equilibrium of the constituency. So that just that just screws it up even more because it's like you said, there's a grain of truth in there, and then you can navel gaze on it, and
there's not no psyops. I mean, one of the things I covered was MKUltra in the beginning. I'm like, no, MKUltra was real.
That's
and
right.
the thing is, it's worse than you think. Like, whatever you think, it was so incompetently handled that it just there's a lot of deaths and the Unabomber and a bunch of people going nuts, and like that happened for sure. Yeah. I want to get to this real quick. Sanjuro, I think it was Alan Moore who said it's not that there is one conspiracy with one cabal, but many conspiracies by many people conflicting and colliding with no one in charge. Yeah, to some extent. I mean, a lot of it, I used to call it the conspiracy of stupidity, which is to say that people come up with equally stupid ideas because, the intelligence in the Senate is, you can use an average there for sure. There's a couple outliers, but really they're all kind of low intelligence, failed lawyers, right? They couldn't make it in law, so they went into politics. It's a very common pattern, by the way. And so, yeah, they generally come to the same idiotic conclusions. Like a lot of people fall into Marxism, not because they read Karl Marx, but because Karl Marx is a retard, and any 3-year-old will come to his conclusions because they're 3 years old. I mean, not technically. I've heard 3-year-olds actually say Marx quotes. And I'm like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure that is a quote from Karl Marx. I wonder how the 3-year-old didn't read the book, guy. Well, how did he come up with the quote? Because it's easily reproduced. Stupid ideas are common and easily reproduced. Like, I hate to break it to you. And so they come to these things that way, right? And this is where James Lindsay actually, I think, makes a mistake when he starts talking about, there's a through line of these Gnostic ideas and heresies and blah, 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 through this person, through Marx, because he mentions Karl Marx. And it's like, no, dude, they're just all of the same rough intelligence. And they all came up with the same idea.
The attack of the midwit.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty much. So that's a good way to frame it.
I almost hesitate to do this just because I don't exactly know where we go, but I mean, this is how I do conversations, Mark. So I mean, where my brain is kind of on the edge at is where I would want to push or investigate is where does an elite, where does a leadership, where does a culture go wrong? Where does it spiral away from a more, this is going to be very vague, but a more righteous, more honorable, more integrity based kind of method of communicating emergency, dealing with catastrophe, trying to communicate with your constituency. And I'll leave it just kind of blanket statement of that.
So
is it as simple as good?
Well, one of the things I said in the monologue was basically, when you don't understand leadership and authority and you can't recognize it or discern it anymore, you're going to run into problems, right, inside your government. Now, my argument would be, and you can see this in something like my video on the fall of the Fourth Estate, which I'm told reliably is one of my better videos, top 3 or something crazy. What you'll see in that video is that things happened a long time ago and you didn't notice, and now you're like CNN being a corrupt news organization. That was true very many years ago, like way before anybody thinks it was true, right? And one of the cases I'm gonna make, I haven't made it yet. I started to make that case in my Peterson Sphere article, by the way, and I have a longer version of that coming because I actually wrote a very long version and decided to write a shorter one for the website. I'll put the longer one on my Substack someday when I get that running. So hopefully someday soon. But one of the cases I make is that Carl Benjamin, Sargon of Akkad, was right about everything. Gamergate in 2014 spread everywhere. And then I have a larger case that 2014 was a breaking of a bunch of things. But it wasn't a breaking because they broke in 2014. They broke before that. The thing that happens in 2014 is that is some kind of point of no return. And I don't want to, I can't, not that I don't want, like I'm withholding. I can't get into a thesis on why that is, because it's not well formed in my head. So let me try to answer you now, because I know I haven't answered you. So I want to do that. So the question about how, because I think this is your larger question. You'll correct me if I'm wrong. The question about how to run a society towards virtue rather than towards the things we've been running to, which I think is that's your core question, is more wrapped up in the bad framing that we got from the postmodern ethos. I don't want to say the postmoderns because it predates the philosophical movement in some important ways. But what I'm getting at here is that if you do something really stupid, like you try to define a country, and let's suppose you did something amazingly dumb and you took a ridiculously huge geographic area with literally every resource we know about, save one or two, and called it a country. You might call it the United States or something stupid, and say that's a country, and then say France is a country and Germany is a country and England is a country, or the UK is a country, whatever. That would be a dumb mistake, right? Because you can't draw a parallel. You cannot draw a parallel there, right? Because it might lead to weird side effects. Like you might say, well, look, we can't compete with the country of the US. You think? Like the US is it's enormous. The US is enormous. I've driven across a good part of it. It's enormous. It's not big. It's not huge. It's freaking enormous, right? And so, yeah, you can't compete with us. No one can grow more food than we can. Technically, there's no single named place that can grow more food than the United States. Period. End of statement. We're done here. Mic drop moment. So you then might make a further set of mistakes. It's all hypothetical, Matthew. It's all hypothetical, right? Where you would go, well, let's get a mass of land with approximately the same population that's roughly as physically large geographically, and we'll form it into like a union. And then we'll compete with the UN. Well, that wouldn't work either, you muppet. Why did you think that would work? Like, what are you doing? And then you install a government on top of all the little governments. Oh yeah, that's going to go real well, right? Without any thought to how any of this is going to work, because they didn't think about that, right? You might end up with a big mess, which, by the way, I think we have. But just hypothetically.
So I think the two, just to kind of throw it back to you now, I think 2 points you mentioned there. The latter one was the misframing. So like you said, talking about borders and material and economies. It's like you can kind of get lost in the sauce in that, and how you draw your lines in around distinctions on that. But then the earlier one you meant was authority, and this was brought me back to kind of my thesis on this of not too strong on these research, but I have done some research into this stuff, especially when I was still very much in a political mindset. Is just authority is when our leaders, when our elites look to say, hey, we're in a tough spot, what should I do, do I have the power to make this tough decision? I think there is this removal from, I put in Machiavelli in the little private chat to me and you.
Oh yeah.
There's this Leo Straussian notion of, I think it's 16th century or somewhere around there, Machiavelli, when we go away from, like you said, this striving for virtue, just to throw in another buzzword of, we vacate the world of transcendence and we go into flat world. And so now It's like you said, it's all this land. It's all just what we can see and perceive and manipulate here. It's very left brained, right? And yeah, I think once you get in that, you've really rendered you've handcuffed yourself. It's like at that point, you no longer can wrestle. You no longer can look to the future with some kind of hopeful and transcendent vision, and look upon your own constituency and mankind with some kind of transcendent vision. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, there is no future. You're looking down instead of up. Yes. And we have to look down sometimes. I mean, Paul Vanderklay, Pastor Paul, I hope he watches this. he has this great, I just wish he'd do it in 25 minutes. He has this great concept of eyes up, eyes down. He's such a good job with it. And it's like, yes, more, but shorter, just more concise, right? You can't just look up and you can't just look down, right? And the age of gnosis is looking down and flattening the world, to your point. Like, that's flattening the world. We're just thinking like material cause. We're collapsing the four causes into one or two, maybe two, but usually just one, right? And we're thinking like, oh, well, this is the answer, right? There's answers. The age of gnosis, lots of answers. All kinds of, gin up problems, they'll come up with answers all day long. Unfortunately, the problems aren't real and the answers don't work, but whatever. And so you look down, you go, all right, well, I know what a country is. A country is a geographical area defined by borders, right? And then what we do, either it already has a government and we just call that the country and use the government classification to define the borders. Well, they're already in charge of this. Okay. Or we go the other way. We put the borders on it and then we name it Ukraine. And then we just, without any consideration, is the culture the same? So how do you, let me put it this way. How do you define England in terms of ethos?
Brother, I'm in the same waters as you. I think that's a very deep question. That's a tough question.
But guess what country you can define in terms of ethos? And I think it might be the only one. I could be wrong about this. I'm not super expert. But No. Israel's got three different cultures and groups of people in it. Because there's a bunch of unpracticing Jews or poorly practicing Jews or something, right? There's a big fight in Israel over that. And then there's the Muslims in Israel. Yeah. Right. So there's three cultures there. Just like Ukraine. Nation? 3 cultures. Right. What Ukraine and Israel have one thing in common. Rockets are being fired from within their borders to within their borders. Are they countries? Look, I'm not coming down on one side or the other. I'm saying that's kind of strange.
It's a fact.
What other countries are firing rockets at the other parts of their country? Like even France, which is a mess and certainly not one place ever was, right? There's north and south and then there's Paris. I don't know what to do with that.
Charlemagne was a miracle.
Yes. But the US is all ethos.
Oh, okay.
All of it.
Okay.
There's something about being American and standing for freedom. And you and I don't have to, we probably do, but we don't have to define freedom the same way. Like I can fight for your freedom that I disagree you should have, just on the basis of that gives me a freedom that I want to have. Like that's the First and Second Amendment argument. People make this argument all the time. They go, I don't think you should have guns, but I have free speech, so I'll fight for your right for guns. People make that argument all the time. It's fascinating to me. I'm like, that's a little weird. It's correct, right? But in a gnosis frame, in the age of gnosis frame, it's wrong. It's like, what do you mean? You should fight for the thing you want. It's like, no, dude, we're fighting for freedom. And I'm not smart enough to say that the freedom for you to own guns is more or less than the freedom for me to speak. So they both support each other.
I'll tell you what, Mark, some of my darker moments here in these past few years, really going down the political path and, coming out in the meaning crisis and, finding God and stuff, just really giving up on like the construct that is America. You in just the last 90 seconds kind of gave me the littlest glimmer of hope right there. I mean, I don't want to push it too far, obviously, but if I'm recapitulating, obviously you just stated there's a specialness of America, right? That's what you were just kind of outlining. Now, I guess this would be.
It came later.
Maybe I'm trying to save face, but I would say maybe I would just offer is. Can you point at where that also becomes a curse? Is there a way that hampers us? Go ahead.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Absolutely. So let's suppose, and this is just hypothetical, Matthew. Let's just suppose.
I love your hypotheticals.
That you injected a question of identity into the ethos of the population.
Yeah.
Right. So what happens? Well, let's suppose you ran it as a grand experiment, maybe by accident, maybe on purpose. I don't know. I don't care. George Soros. And you just injected identity into all of these countries. We're just going to use the colloquial countries that everybody uses, countries. And so you injected it into France. Okay, so you inject the question of identity, right? The skeptic, cynic question of identity. I have a video on skeptical cynicism there, or cynical skepticism, however you want to frame it, right? I have a video on that on Navigating Patterns. Watch that video. It's great. If you did that and you just caused people to attend to that, to point to that, Ian McGilchrist and Peterson agree, right? Attention. The world is attention. That's Jonathan Bijou. They agree, right? They said it a little bit differently, but they said the same thing, right? What would happen in each of those situations might be different, because those countries might be different places with different cultures or whatever, right? They might have a different ethos. So in France, for example, what might happen is you might get the yellow vest protests, right? Where a bifurcation happens over the ruling class in Paris and the working class, which is everybody else, like actually everybody else. There's more than those groups, but that's where that's what happens, right? And then in England, you might get a figure rise up like Tommy Robinson, right? Who says, look, we're losing our identity, right? And he might be right. I'm not saying right or wrong. I'm just saying this might happen in a hypothetical situation that I'm describing that looks an awful lot like the world. But what would happen in the US? Well, that's a good question. So what would happen in the US is it would just manifest differently all over the place. Because the right way to understand the US is the city-state model, right? Because we have all these different states. Now, I'm sure it's a random coincidence that almost all our states are the sizes of European countries, geographically, and for the most part, population-wise too. By the way, with a few exceptions, the Midwest is just weird. The Midwest, just forget it. Fly over that section of the U.S., if you will. So you've got this situation where the identity question is not only going to be looked at differently, but it's going to be reacted to differently. And so you might have a big state like California, which really should be at least 3, but probably 5 different states, by the way. And they're going to have different set of problems from, say, North Carolina, which dealt with this with bathrooms recently in the hypothetical Minecraft world that I'm outlining. As opposed to a place like South Carolina that was like, nah, bro, we're not, no. We've been doing it this way for years. We're not changing. Like, go away. Right? And there might be a reason for that. Like it might be that the demographics of a place like North Carolina is a big state, man. I had to drive through it the other day. It's huge. Beautiful, but huge. That might manifest itself in terms of, the elite class who run the state, who are in the politics, who control the politics for whatever reason, might try to pass a silly bill that the most of the state just actually doesn't like, right? And so you might have a big fight over that, right?
Yeah.
And
So,
right? Do you see what I'm saying?
I was going to recapitulate a little bit. Was just so basically you're saying, and I tend to agree, is that it's gonna take on a different character in the different context. But what I think the through line there is that there's going to be a conflict when there is a multitude of ethics or an overlying ethos that kind of unites a culture or a country, and then the ruling class, for whatever motive or mistaken, misguided, inserts this very divisive notion of, hey, let's get a solution, let's get an answer, let's get a propositional gnosis arrival on what is our identity, and boom, the flames go up.
Right. Although I would make the argument, I can probably defend it, but I'm not 100% sure that I can. But I'll make the argument that we don't have a top-down government. We have a bottom-up government, right? And actually, we'll say since the beheading of the English king, the flip that has happened, and I'm going to tie this back to your earlier question, the flip that has happened is top-down control emanating down upon you from above, versus the bottom-up control and the way that manifests. And so it manifests one way in England, right? And it manifests differently in France. And in between those two events, it manifests in a mysteriously just weird way in the United States. And I give a thesis of that. I think it was in my not Echoes of the Past, the previous video, the English King video, I think, as to why that would be. Like what because Peugeot talked about this, like, hey, somebody asked him, like, what makes the American Revolution so different and special? And they kind of pulled it off. And none of the other revolutions worked, by the way, at all. I think I know why. I have a good thesis for why. And so when you look at this bottom up versus top down thing, what's going to happen with identity here? It's going to be vastly different because the bottom up is going to, manifest differently because of the structure of our government is very bottom up by design, right?
Yeah.
But we think of it in terms of, well, the president is in charge or something, which was never the intent and still not true and would be a bad idea. Let's stop acting like that's true right away. And so what you get is, well, and this is wrapped up in identity, right? Well, what's the identity of the United States? Well, really, it's the president who's in charge. No, the president's not in charge of the United States. It's not how the government's structured at all, even a little bit. You've just misunderstood it, right? So when the president starts acting that way, though, now we have a problem. Now we have a big problem because the government's not designed for the president to act that way. The country's not prepared for that, even if they think that's what's happening. And so that's going to cause two levels of divisiveness that have never before been an issue. And so, like, you can look back, like, people do this all the time. They go, this is the most vicious presidential election in history. And I'm like, dude, you need to pick up a book once ever. Like, seriously, like, oh my God, this is so mild. Like, just go back to the 1800s. Holy crap. I mean, like, this is nothing. Like, these guys were insulting each other's wives. It was like, his wife
there was violence.
Former prostitute, and then with lies.
And there was violence.
And there were, and there was violence, and like our elections after 1900 were so mild. It's like, please.
I'm a little bit on my edge here, but I liked what you just threw at me, and I want to kind of try and push it a little bit further for my model here. And I'm going to tie back in again with that Machiavelli thing, where we evacuated the textured immanent and emergent ontology, right? Where the king or the leader, the elite, was supposed to be, answering to a higher power, and then serving the population, this emergent power. And so, yes, and so there should be this dynamical relating to where once we severed that, and you get into these more corrupt, why the what is it, the great what did the English call their liberation, the Great Revolution, the Glorious Revolution. Goodness, I had to get it out. And so you see this, they even in Flatland, the top down is still corrupt and evil. And then so it's almost like the American version, which is so crazy, because if you read history and read Plato and the Greeks, it was obvious that to invert that and go to democracy is not the answer. But yet we were so, in the historical story, we're so far away from that, and had such a certain construal of that, classical notions through an Aristotelian propositionally, tyrannized view of it, that we said, oh no, we can invert it and we'll just do the democratic bottom up thing. And I think that's what you're describing now. And you see that, that can be an answer to a degree. If you have, a certain aligned values, even that, I think it still misses, because you're still missing that embodied dynamical relating with something beyond you that is keeping this group, this spirit, this culture, this country aimed at the good, navigating towards the good, optimally navigating towards the good. Right. And that's explicit in the Federalist Papers, right? Like, they say this experiment, like they say, the words matter. This experiment does not work without God. And what they mean by that is everyone's got to agree to this one thing, God, in order for this to work.
And so you can imagine in a hypothetical world, again, Matthew, just go all hypothetical. You can imagine that if people were no longer engaging in the God thing, the experiment might start to break apart. And if you flatten the world and make individuals out of everybody, or convince people they can try to be individuals, even though that's the most absurd proposition that's ever been made in the history of the universe, things are going to start to break apart. And you're going to have this divisiveness. And what's going to follow from that is tribalism, because in a flat world, you only have your tribe. Tribalism is correct in a flat world. Like, it absolutely is. In the same way that in an equal world, socialism is absolutely correct, 100%. We don't live in an equal world. Like, I'm not equal to you. I'm sorry. You're not equal to me. Sorry. Just the way it is. Like, evolution is true, and therefore equality is not.
Right.
Like, you get to pick one. You can have evolution, you can have equality. You can't have both. Evolution doesn't make any sense if we're equal. It makes none. It doesn't function. None of the theories pan out. Like, everything fails immediately. I still believe evolution is true, and therefore equality cannot be true. Like, it's just that simple. I don't know why people make it hard. So just let me wrap it up. So that pointing at identity for us and pointing at individualism for us, because the identity and individualism are tied together, right? Oh, you have an identity. I have an identity. What if I take this off and do videos without it? Because I do. Now, what does that say about identity? Right. That's going to manifest one way in the US. It's going to manifest completely differently in England, which it has. Like, again, Tommy Robinson. And it's going to manifest completely differently in France. It's going to manifest completely, like, everywhere it's going to manifest differently.
Well, I got two kind of thoughts on my mind. That one of them is more of a left turn. It's more on your evolution comment. I don't know if we necessarily want to go there. But then I also just wanted to offer you, I do have a definition of power. I think you mentioned earlier in the stream you had a definition of power. And I think, and the reason I think it's a little bit relevant here is because we were touching on the authority thing.
Yep.
And I think that's this removal from, relating to a higher power, and then this kind of, taking on the authority, but yet, the messiness of, where does my authority come from now that I've severed that? And then, okay, if I don't have the authority to make these decisions, can my identity then be authentic, right? Because identity, authenticity, these are all very near coalescing notions. Anyways, I would just say that power is the ability to make happen, and then I would say authority for that is the right to say it need to be done. The right to say it need to be done. What's your definition of power?
Power is just time, energy, and attention directed.
Okay, that's more technical. I like that.
Time, energy, and attention, and you direct it or focus it is another way to say it. That's power.
Like that. Yeah.
Right. And then see that definition scales, right? Because you can say, if a group of you is putting your time, energy, and attention to this similar thing or similar enough thing, and someone's able to direct it, that might be a leader, then that has more power than an individual doing the same thing, right? And this is where people get like, oh, like, I was doing this thing and this company came along and put me out of business. Of course they did. They're bigger than you. What do you expect? Like, I don't think thanks, Captain Obvious. I wouldn't have figured that out by myself, that a group of 10 people can.
Oh, is that how that works?
It's Peterson's chimps. The tyrannical chimp doesn't win because there's only one of them, you idiot. And there's a psyop. Convincing people that a tyrannical single person is like some horrible thing. Like, get two of your friends. Like, I don't understand the problem. Like, you're thinking in singles. You're thinking in, like, well, there's me in the world and there's a tyrannical other. It's like, well, the world's a lot bigger than that, dude. It's not that flat. And then once you realize there are other people that agree with you, take the big chimp out. Like, that's what happens. It's not hard.
Yeah, that's what physically happens, isn't it? Yes. Yep.
It happens all the time. It's like, really? It happens in the playground, right? It's not the bully's not the I saw this when I was young. I don't know what what the hell is going on with me when I was young. And I can't remember a lot of the real young stuff because it's in the before time, right? Before homeless. What I saw this group of kids, and I think there were maybe 5 or 6 of them, I forget, but they were the bullies, right? They were the in charge crew or whatever. And I was like, well, there's Tommy. And Tommy was the guy. He was the head alpha male, however you want to, whatever, doesn't matter, right? They're all valid frames, unfortunately. They're all useless, but valid frames. So, but I knew that he wasn't going to be the guy forever, and that he wasn't bad. He was just spoiled. But his number 2 was like a vicious little weasel. And that pattern happens everywhere. So if you've ever looked into the Cuba and the revolution and Che Guevara, same pattern.
Lenin and Stalin?
Lenin and Stalin, same pattern. Yep. Good call. Didn't even think of that one. Didn't think of that one myself. Thanks, Matthew. Appreciate it. Yeah. I mean, that pattern's everywhere. Right. Because there's always a strong man who's vicious. And you need that guy. Like, you need him. You need those viciousness skills.
And it just, again, kind of, I'm running on my edge here, but my intuition is like, almost anyone can kind of stumble into a bad situation, a poor decision, but for someone to lurk and to intentionally take advantage of that, it's like, that's kind of what the Stalin was doing, right? It's like Lenin, maybe had some idea. I mean, again, I'm like very much on my edge, but trying to kind of map the pattern here is I could see that kind of like, you have an idealistic thing and you stumble into an atrocity, but the dude that's waiting in the wings, look the fuck out. Like why has he been waiting in the wings for this?
Well, Lenin warned everybody. Lenin said explicitly, don't let Stalin get in charge. He's a vicious little weasel bastard.
That's right. I forgot. Yeah.
And like Lazarus, we're not even in the same universe at that point, buddy. Those two powder puffs. The traitor is George Bush, traitorous to his Republican cause. And Cheney, I mean, come on. Cheney's such a harmless little creature. It's harmless little butterfly of God there, for sure. Like Stalin just killed a bunch of people, like, flat out, and everybody knew it, and he didn't care. He was like, good. I'm glad you know that I was responsible. And that's why he was able to take over. But the other thing, the problem that I have with Stalin, and it's a lot of research to reproduce. Like I learned all this again in the before times. When I was going to libraries and looking stuff up, contemporary texts, because that's how you do real history. You look up contemporary texts. Stalin is a freaking genius. You got Hitler, genius. Those two guys were way smarter than anybody else alive at the time. No, really. They were actually really bright. They knew what they were doing. And that's actually why, like, Stalin never got over the fact that Hitler betrayed him and attacked Russia early. And all the indications that I can find, who knows what else we'll find, but all the indications I can find is Hitler had no choice. He was out of resources, and Russia had the resources. So he just had to do it at that time. You'd argue whether or not he would have done it, whatever, doesn't matter. But he had to do it at that time because of resources, or at least he thought that was the case. That seems to be true. But those two guys were like this because they saw the same thing. They're like, hey, look at these idiot intellectual class that actually lead people. And the intellectual class is almost always the authority. They're not the only authority, although that's where the problem is, right? We lose the monasteries, we lose a bunch of authority. We also lose the ability to make authority, at least religious authority. That's bad. The collapse of the monasteries. I should actually do a treaty on that, because like collapse of the monasteries is like apocalypse. It gets and it's still unfolding, obviously, right? But it's a huge apocalypse, the size of which you cannot appreciate. I'm sure I can't appreciate it yet. It's just the more you dig, the deeper it goes. When you lose that authority structure, right? You get the intelligentsia as the authority, but that's age of gnosis. That's knowledge as propositions being the authority. Like, oh, listen to the experts. It's like, And I've said this many times before, do not ever listen to an expert, period. No, the only person who should listen to an expert is a leader who's going to decide when to listen to the expert, what to listen to the expert about, and what to do about it. Right? Experts should not even be making prognostications.
Well, and because every situation will have a context that entails a trade-off of experts.
Yeah,
right?
But aside from that, it's the Nassim Taleb skin in the game problem. The leader is the guy who takes responsibility for listening to the expert so that you don't have to.
Yeah.
And this is where I think I might depart with Jonathan Pageau. I think the scapegoat is necessary. That's what the leader is. The leader's the scapegoat, for better or for worse. And some leaders aren't going to be scapegoats because they're not going to screw up enough to warrant it. But other leaders are not going to get that lucky.
And I would I think I tend to agree there. For at least what you put down there. But I would say I don't know if
so Matthew, let me flesh this out a little bit more because I don't think I did a good job. So Hitler and Stalin see the intelligentsia as the authority that's moving the world in some sense, right? They're moving the rabble. You need someone to move the rabble. That's what you need, right? In order to do anything, you got to get the public to go along with you somehow. So they're smart. They manipulate the intelligentsia using you want Psyop? There's the two Psyop guys right there. For real. You can't even appreciate Hitler. Genius beyond measure. Beyond measure. He goes,
push buttons.
We see where this leads. We know that this socialism idea is retarded and can't work. We know the shell game they're playing. They're saying everyone's equal and no one needs to own anything. That's obviously stupid and wrong. Like, of course somebody needs to own it because somebody needs to take responsibility for it because things require maintenance. Now, you don't have to do the maintenance, but you have to be responsible for making sure the maintenance gets done. That's the leader. It's always the leader. Okay? So you take the authority. Welcome, Jesse. Oh, you're echoing badly. There we go. Better. Anyway, so you take the authority and you manipulate them into saying, oh, absolutely, this retarded idea you have of equality where no one owns anything and everything just gets mystically distributed from the government and you don't define the government at all because the socialists can't define government. They can't afford to. Because the minute you name the government and actually say what its structure is the minute people will realize, wait a minute, I'm not there.
Well, and the dialectic is halted.
Well, therefore, it's not equal, right? If you're not in the government, but there is a government of a certain structure, then the whole lie of socialism vanishes, bang, immediately, because you're not equal. But the trick is they don't tell you that part. You assume that you're going to be in the government. All the socialists that I knew early on when I was homeless, they all participated in Ren fairs. And if you've been to a Renaissance fair or Ren fair, I highly recommend them. I love Ren fairs. They're great. I've been to one in a few years, unfortunately, but I got to get back to it. Hold on. Let me make this quick point, and then you can butt in. But I just want to finish this one story because it's good. In the Renaissance fair, everyone's a nobleman. Almost. There's a few rebels in the Renaissance fair. Everyone assumes that they're going to be living out the medieval life as a nobleman. All of them. They're all that arrogant. And they're all socialists. And that's not a coincidence. That is a perennial pattern. Go ahead, Matthew.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree with most of what you said there. I think one of the bigger problems with us though is for the scapegoat notion is, I mean, this is obvious that it's just beating our rhetoric. There's no way of holding our elites accountable. Whatever system we have implemented, or at least for my lifetime, those people they're not accountable to anything. In fact, they all get rich no matter what they do.
That's not the problem, Matthew. That's not the problem at all. It's easy to hold the elites accountable. The problem is we're not holding anybody accountable. Jordan Peterson won't hold Destiny accountable. The guy just made shit up, dude. Like I'm telling you, just flat out. I think, I'm not sure, I'd have to go through the talk again more extensively. So I don't want to overreach because I try very hard not to do that. Again, the trick is I only talk about things I'm sure of, and then I seem like I'm smart. It's a trick. It's a magic
No,
trick.
you're smart, Mark.
Right? I think every fact that Destiny put in front of Peterson is actually incorrect. Like,
I think so too.
every single one of them is just flat out false. And no one pushed back. Look, if we can't push back on the on retarded gamer kid, because he is, and I
with blue hair,
like, bring it. I'd love to have him here. I'd slaughter him in 4 seconds. Glorious.
Me too.
I just can't wait. This is why I shouldn't do it. Please don't take me up on my offer. But if you care to, I will be so happy for like weeks. That's the problem. We can't even push back on him. He's a derelict gamer who's divorced because he had an open marriage and lost the alpha guy fight.
He's got millions, and he's got millions of kids that sub to him and pay. He's a millionaire. It's such a shit show, dude. It's no bueno, man. How you doing, Jesse?
I'm good. Nice to meet you. So we've confirmed Destiny is a psyop by the CIA. I'm for real. I'm not joking.
No, I mentioned him in the monologue in terms of Psyop.
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Psyop is what he does, right? You lay the pillars, and they're all wrong, right? And Sam Harris does this too, right? You lay the pillars, and then you build the dock out over the water, right? And then what happened? The other guy's like waiting, right? It's like waiting. I can destroy all those pillars, right? And then he comes in and destroys all the pillars, every single one. And you know what happens? The dock doesn't fall, and no one gets off the dock, and no one falls into the water. What happens is all the people that listen to Destiny go, aha, I have this wonderful dock, and you did nothing to it. And all the people that already agreed with whoever's interlocutor is go, aha, we destroyed all your pillars, and now you can't be there. You must fall into the water. And no one falls into the water, and nothing changes. And it's like not a debate, and it's not whatever. It's just a terrible conversation between two people who didn't move and whose audiences dug in. And this is why conversation won't save the world.
Conversation, yeah, but man, I just want to give you your flowers here for a second. That's navigating patterns right there. I say we don't hold our leaders accountable, and I meant that. I've thought about that, and you just say, boom, no, we don't hold anybody accountable. We don't hold. It's like, yeah, man. You
got to work up the ladder, right? You got to be able to hold yourself accountable. Yes. You have to be able to hold the freaking Australians like Jesse accountable. I mean, Australia accountability. Come on, you got to be able to hold the freaking Americans accountable. What are you doing to your country, guys? Like, really? Like, why are you letting this happen? And then you've got to be able to hold these other people accountable, right? And you see this false accountability. So people go after Peterson. That doesn't work because he's just impervious to anything for whatever reason. I know why, but whatever. I'm never going to tell anybody ever. We and then what happens? They go after Huberman. They go after Rogan. They go like, they go after
anybody. They go after them all.
Right. Brand. They go after Russell Brand. They go after They go after. Why are they going after these guys? Why? First of all, why go after Huberman? And let me be unbelievably clear. I don't like him. Not as a person. He's a fine person. I think his podcasts are terrible. He got some interesting people, so I've listened to some of them, and they're quite good. But like this guy, he ain't got no contributions, man. Like, I have a great deal. He's doing things in his life. Nobody should change your mind about Huberman based on the fact that I just don't like him. Please do not change your mind. Like, don't follow me down that path. I have my reasons, and I think they're valid reasons, but they're mine. Like, don't. But why are you going after him? He's helping people. Well, that's weird. Why'd they go after Peterson? He's helping people. Why are you going after Rogan? He's helping. Hold on. Wait a minute. I see a pattern. Let's navigate this. Why are they going after people who are helping people? Let me ask you a question. See, this is the problem. Nobody ever asks these stupid questions because I'm dyslexic. I go backwards on everything. everything. Why? What kind of a person would go after the kind of a person that is helping people?
Yeah. You're
What
a
does that
philosopher. You're not
say?
just
What does that say about that person? That's the question to ask. And people always go like, well, I step outside of the box and I do critical thinking. And I do. No, you don't, because that's the first question you would ask. What
Yes,
kind of
that's
a person goes after the type of person that is helping people? Like Peterson, it's obvious, right? So the guy, aside from being one of, in the top 1% of published scientists, just flat off, and never mentions it, by the way. He never mentions it. I don't know why. I think it's good. He
It's a
never
great point.
mentions it. But always either one or two of most life-changing class or professor. Always. At Harvard, at UFT. Why are you going after that guy? All these people who have direct experience with him in the classroom go, this is the guy. Of all the professors I had, this is the guy. So there's two, top tier sorts of ways that Peterson is, right? And then you get all these people emulating him or maybe criticizing him, Pastor Paul, right? Maybe inappropriately, publicly, by the way. Whatever. I'm still cool. But why are you attacking him? Why are you denying him a New York Times bestseller status and then lying about it overtly? Oh, well, we don't put Canadian books in bestseller lists. And of course he finds out they do. And you guys why are you doing this? What does that say about you? Right? How do you know the bad guys? By what they know them by their fruits. That's written down somewhere in some old book, I'm sure. Right? Like, what does that say about those people? And that's the correct way to do, quote, what they call critical. I don't think it's critical thinking. What they call critical thinking. I have a video on that, obviously, on navigating patterns. That's the correct way to do it. Is to not engage only at the level of what's happening here and now. Oh, he's asking you, attacking Peterson, right? Because all that is either you get in defensive mode with Peterson, you jump on board with the bad guys. That's what people tend to do. But what I do is I go, wait a minute, why is this happening? Why is the person asking this question? I don't understand. Like, what is the point and purpose?
I think that's the mark of a philosopher's mind, is to ask the why and then also to push the premise to the furthest extent. I think that's the two things I've done my whole life, and why I think I've 34 years old, landed in this little part of the internet or whatever, and this been obsessed with philosophy, theology, is because I do those two things, and I've done them my whole life. Is I always ask, like you said, I always push the question to the frame beyond the frame that is presented, and then also you got to also take it all the way to the furthest extent. You got to really, if you're going to take a notion, you got to take the notion all the way, because that's what philosophy is.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree, although I don't like the term philosophy. But let me just address this real quick, because I've been negligent. I apologize. Arandu, government has nothing except when it takes away from the people, and can give nothing to the people. It takes away less the cost of taking in redistribution. Okay, that's all wrong, by the way. Government is inevitable, right? It is the statement that a structure needs to be created so that people can cooperate. That's what government is, right? Like, you have to cooperate, hopefully culturally. That's the best form of government that matches culture. But you can get around that. Like the way the US did it. It's not the only US, but France under the king had this system too, by the way, although it had a king. The way to get around this is to say, all right, well, each area has representation, and then there's a roll-up representation layer. In the US, it's the federal government. It's the roll-up representation layer. But they have very little power. Like, the president makes proclamations all the time you know nothing about, because they never affect your life. Sometimes they do, but infrequently and in weird ways. And then it follows that as government takes and redistributes, the people who have less than they would have had otherwise. No, they won't have anything, because this is the socialism trick. Something has to do the redistribution. We just happen to call that government. So you can't not government. That's not an option. The thing we call government is the thing that takes responsibility for and enables the redistribution. Now, you can whine all day long that the redistribution is unfair. That's fine. It's always going to be unfair to someone somewhere, because the world is asymmetrical and we're not equal, and it should be unfair. Sorry. Is Marx saying some people should starve to death? Yes, actually I am. If you coke yourself out on cocaine and starve to death, I ain't going to shed a tear and I ain't going to try to help you. Sorry.
I just love how
and
you
I'm not,
just
and
dug
I'm
into
not
that.
saying no one should. I'm saying I'm asserting my right not to be dragged down with drug addicts. This comes up for me occasionally. I apologize. It's very emotional for sure, but also was always like that. I have relatives, right? I was like, yeah, no, I ain't helping you. I ain't helping you because you're a drug addict. And then until you not be a drug addict, I ain't going to help you because I don't need to be dragged down with you. And it's not like I never help them at all for anything, right? But like, you've got to have a line there. You got to draw a boundary and say, look, I'll do this and that's it. Or this is the last time or whatever. You have to do that. Otherwise, you'll get dragged down with them, right? Lowest common denominator is a thing. That's the only way socialism can work. Drag everybody down to lowest common denominator. That's also the only way no government can work, is that everybody's poor because you can't trade, because trade's not safe without a government.
But you also just, and this is why you tickle. You're so enigmatic, Mark. It's hilarious. You tickle me pink. 2 minutes ago, you said you don't like the word philosophy, and then you totally interrogate the notion of how socialism is impossible because there cannot be no government. It's hilarious. That's exactly right. It's exactly right. There's always going to be an entity that is doing that redistribution. Thus, there is no equity. Anyways, I just find that so funny. I would love to hear your philosophical take on why you don't like the term philosophy. I would love that.
Oh, I can go into that. Let me do 2 or 3 things first.
Go ahead. Okay.
First thing, Sally Joe, I'm okay with it. The Destiny battle. Yeah, I know you are, Sally. This is a Claire Cobb moment for me, right? Just like, no one should be that happy about the amount of destruction you're going to bring down upon the interlocutor. Total summary, Destiny is a CIA plant. No, it's worse. Destiny might as well be the CIA plant. Right. That's why Psyop is everywhere. Because from any rational perspective, a guy like Destiny has to be a CIA plant. Like, he has to be paid by the CIA to Pied Piper all his little gamer buddies into believing the ridiculous garbage, the anti-factual nut job stuff. Dude, I can just ask the freaking thing. It'll give me the fact that all his facts are wrong. It really will. And the gamers all have access to this because they're gamers. They're online. So I know they have Google. They just don't ever do the research. They never look it up. I mean, they might look something up that confirms their suspicion, but they never actually do the research. And
you know what, Mark? I think you just spoke to the level of low intelligence of his constituency, right? If you have this super online constituency and they're not fact checking,
it's not intelligence. It's not. They're very smart people. You see, this is what Peterson was enchanted by. Destiny's clearly very intelligent, right? It's just that it's a computer principle. Garbage in, garbage out. If I feed you bad facts and your IQ is 180, you'll be a bad person and you'll say bad things very intelligently. Like Sam Harris does. But like, it's still bad. Like, it's still wrong, and it can still be used for evil. And that's Hitler and Stalin. They're like, if we feed the intelligentsia stupid information and let them believe the thing they want to believe anyway, because they're retarded, because they were, then they'll lead the people into the inevitable conclusion that we need to be dictators.
Okay,
you let me remember, Hitler was merely the chancellor. And then the people voted him in dictator for life. They voted democracy, voted him in dictator. He didn't take over dictatorial control. That didn't happen. He voted dictator because he was so good.
But this is why we have to have conversations. Put it on my tombstone. So let me reformulate then, because we're wrestling here. So then, my question would be, the philosopher in me. The question would be then, what is going on? What is the mechanism? What is the feature? What is the scenario that constituency is able to be bamboozled? Be able to be
Wait. I went over this. I went over this in the monologue, right? Like you're missing certain things, right? So there's certain components. I don't want to make a statement about how many, which
Look,
ones, to what extent, right?
and I don't want you to redo the monologue. That's my bad.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, I'm not gonna. That's for sure. I can't. Like the monologue is whatever I'm receiving. Let me put it down. Whatever flow I get into, we'll go McGilchrist's idea of flow. It's better than Vervaeke's, or Csikszentmihalyi's. The age of gnosis, right? So knowledge is the highest value. Knowledge is defined as propositions. The intimacy crisis, right? Where we're not connecting correctly anymore, right? The quality of relationships is not being considered. That's intimacy crisis, right? And lack of grounding. Okay. And then you can add a fourth to that, but I'm just going to go with three. Right. The lack of grounding, right? Maybe any one of those, but certainly all three, which we definitely have pretty much worldwide, is going to lead you into a condition where you can't look up. The world has to be flat. And so you're going to be led by whatever enchantment comes along. I know I have to do an enchantment video. It's on the list.
Bullshit charlatans.
Well, right. But Sam Harris, he's got a very soothing voice. That's type of enchantment number one, right? Tonal enchantment.
Slow and calm.
He's got a rhythm to how he speaks. That's not tonal enchantment, but it's a second type of enchantment, right? He tells a really good story. Like, man, everything he says kind of fits together, right? Even when he's just wrong. Like, he just makes these statements. And I'm like, that's just wrong, dude. Like, I don't even, like, how did you say that? Like, I don't, and but he puts it together. And with the other two, it sounds like it fits. I happen to be immune to most forms of enchantment, so it doesn't work on me. Lucky me sometimes. On the other hand, I have to watch everybody train wreck and go, oh, why are you train wrecking? So it's a curse. It's a curse, not a gift. Right. So he's intelligent. So he can pull more facts out and he can keep going. Like, he can counter whatever's coming at him. Some of these enchanters can't do that. Right. Like the Ken Wilber types, they can't do that. If you question them, they can't give a good answer. Sam Harris can give a good, coherent answer to any questioning of his system. Right? He's not the best at it, but he can do it.
That last trigonometry episode, that last trigonometry episode was pretty. A lot of bad, misleading, self-referential loops in there.
For sure.
People never catch self-referential loops. Like, the number of people, we'll say on the Vervaeke server who followed Vervaeke, who were like, oh yeah, the really real. And I'm like, did you not understand what he said? He said the really real. Like, do you not know that cannot make any sense ever? Like, there's no context in which the sentence, the really real, right, or that sentence fragment can be made meaningful at all. He didn't say anything. It's a self-reference. It cannot convey information, data, or anything. It sounds pretty, though. Like, it does. Like, it's got that rhythmical, the really real.
So in this comparison, he's appealing to his own emotions to reason out why you should believe his emotions are more true than your emotions. It's like, we could find dead bodies. I don't care if we find dead bodies. My emotions are superior to yours, and I'm the smart person in the room. So listen to my emotions.
But to be fair, Sam Harris is not even that sophisticated about it, right? Like, it's a highest value. I have a video on that, right?
Yeah.
Sam Harris highest value. It's over 1,000 views, by the way. So watch that one. He just has a highest value. He believes the church of his highest value, the the college system, has been violated, even though that didn't even happen, which is even fun. Like, his basic facts are wrong. Again, Sam Harris is real good for just getting everything wrong, right? Like, Trump University collapsed. My understanding is everybody got repaid. Do you know how many colleges rip people off all the time and collapse? You think Trump is guilt? Oh my good. Let me tell you.
They'll teach you nothing
in the college system, like working behind the scenes. I talked to some people in that industry. What a scam. the smaller colleges, in particular, the small private colleges. Oh my God, these people knew exactly what they were doing. They were ripping people off and they were going out of business and they weren't giving any money back. Trump made sure everybody get their money back. Like, of all the bad, and he didn't know anything about it. Like, he didn't go into it with the intent to rip anybody off. Clearly, he paid the money back, which just came out of his pocket. Like, he didn't make any money on the Trump University. He lost money on that deal. Like, why is he the bad guy? He lost money. I don't understand. Like, what are you doing? What are you saying? Right? So, like, of all the things to pick, like, you corrupted my church, buddy. You got real problems in the church of college that you need to work out. But, like, what's more important than your church? Like, well, obviously, Jesse, it's not dead babies in a basement. Even if we know whose basement it is and we could do an investigation, it can't be that. It's got to be whoever corrupted the church of college. That's obviously, that's the highest value. The highest value is knowledge, and the church is college.
Yeah. And that goes right into this very new age thing of like evil is ignorance, right? If the highest value is knowledge, then right. To be ignorant of that knowledge is evil. I just wanted to throw in one other thing up because that trigonometry interview did kind of go viral, was big, but he actually just this week did one with Alex O'Connor, and Alex O'Connor roughed him up. Like, because I mean, cards on the table, 4 or 5 years ago, I was still very still close and kind of, I mean, looking back, I can see what it was. I was still kind of participating in the political game, and he would spout off every once in a while some of the political shibboleths that I liked, right? He would push back on some of the political notions that I would like, and so I would identify with that. And then as that worldview faded away from me, and I realized the futility in that stuff, I also realized it's like, okay, I don't care about those shibboleths anymore, and I could just see, how he uses consciousness as a magic word, how he uses emergence as a magic word. But anyways, my point with that was just if you are interested in him actually getting wrestled with, Alex O'Connor, I think it's the best one to date, man. He really put him on the ropes. And by the way, Alex O'Connor isn't some like full-blown cards on the table, theologian or anything. He's more of a, modern, new age philosopher who's just kind of giving.
Cosmic skeptic. Is that his thing?
Yeah. Yes, you nailed it. You nailed it. Yeah. And so he basically what he's doing is he's having conversations in a more holistic and good faith stance with more religious thinkers like that. And so that on its face is just like Sam is just not able to play in that realm. And boy, I'm telling you what, Alex really turned up. I mean, it's not like a home run or anything. It's not like he didn't ruin his career. There wasn't anything like that, but you could just tell like Sam's normal little jujitsu moves and Alex wasn't putting up with any of it. Alex was just keep on putting the thumb in the eye, just keep on putting the pressure on. So if you are interested in that, I would definitely recommend that video.
Yeah, it was a strange week for the new atheist Psyop of the 2000s, with Dawkins also coming out and saying, oh, this Christianity thing may not be too bad after all. Actually, I do like my Christmas, and I do like my hymns, and I do like my little churches and quaint English towns. So, maybe we should put back cultural Christianity. It's like, well, you killed it. And
that's a fun. And it's also a fundamental misunderstanding of just again. I mean,
right? He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's
again.
Doing. He's trying to repent in the most lame, factitious way possible, rather than actually owning up to the work that he caused. He kind of tries to slyly proposition himself.
When your whole identity and career has been built on that, you can understand why he's hesitant, right? It's if he folds that hand, it's like, okay, your life's work just got folded as well. I
don't know if it's his last work though. I think that's the misdirection. His last work is around around memes and biology. I think the whole
which
was the misdirection from that sort of. That's my perspective.
No, that's a good point. And I would also say in the proper construal jives right with a theological religious worldview, right? Like the I mean, Mark's gonna hate this, but like the meta-mimetic of like, optimally navigating perennial patterns, like that's religions, right? That's how religions are dealing. So, I mean, you can take Dawkins' mimetics and actually it still holds water. But I would say, I guess let me refine what my point then would be, his main public sticking points, kind of what he made his bread on, in the public sphere of really being a combatant of that would, kind of fall to the side. And I think that's still accurate. There was one other point I wanted to make with Sam. I got lost a little bit. I just wanted to comment on how disappointed and how just bamboozled I was by that. Like, I mean, I think Mark nails it on the self-referential. I think Alex O'Connor really nailed it. Like, this was the first conversation that someone really tightened the screws on him. I think, again, like I said, Mark was gone a second ago, but like the way he just bandies, these magic words that all the sciencers use of, this consciousness thing. It's like, we have no idea what that is. Okay. We have such a little idea of what, but that's his staple. You talk about his religion, like that's one of his sacred things, right? Is, conscious entities. We want to preserve consciousness. And you can tie that also with the emergence, right? They all worship emergence bottom up. So it's like, if you had real sophisticated, it's my thing is, as the John Vervaeke nerd again, cards on the table. That's what I want to see, have a discussion with him. I think John Vervaeke would. I think it would be. I think Sam Harris would be very uncomfortable with the conversation that John Vervaeke would maneuver him towards.
Yeah, except John might be too nice to him, and that's
the problem. I agree with that. I agree with that.
I'm like, why are you being nice to this guy? He's a jerk. Like, he's just a jerk. I don't even know what to tell you.
And nonsensical. It's like, if we're going to have a discussion to try and make sense.
Well, but see, here's a pattern. People often go like, well, somebody, said so-and-so, or said such and whatever. And it's like, okay, but that doesn't make any sense. And they're like, yeah, but they were trying to make a point. And I'm like, wait, that's a bold assertion. Some people are just talking to fill space. That's very common. They don't have a point. And sometimes people say perfectly coherent things with no point. Like, somebody might tell, so I could tell you something, right? I could tell you, like, so I was up in New England at my aunt's house, and she was having a water flow problem, and I went out to look at the French drains. What was the point of me I didn't have a point. I was trying to fill space and make a point that you can say things without it. And I'm not saying that's bad, right? Like, and this is a deep difference to say between men and women. Women are more prone to talking to think. And when you're talking to think, you don't have a point. You're in exploration mode. And this is one of my deep disappointments with the Peterson McGilchrist talk, is they're still in the flat binary world. And they don't understand exploration is the thing. And so they're not talking about it. I'm like, guys, you're missing the most important piece, the third piece, which is exploration, where you don't have a goal, right? You don't have a goal. You're just kind of looking around in case there's something cool there, right?
Wow. Like so human.
Maybe there's a burning bush. Oh, I mean, it could happen once, allegedly. Right, at least once, right? Or maybe there's gold, like, in your backyard. I don't know, right? Or maybe there's a way to engage with and find meaning somewhere. Although I disagree fundamentally with finding meaning, or making meaning is a better way to put it, right? I don't know, but that's a different mode from goal-oriented, or say not goal-oriented even, right? Like, that's just a different mode. And the one thing that struck me, and maybe this is an experiment for the listeners and viewers, listen to the Peterson McGilchrist conversation and go find all the ways in which they're one word away, or one connection, one inference away. Those are 3 different things to look for, by the way, just to be clear. I used 3 different words on purpose, from the model in my knowledge engine video. Because they are. I'm like, oh my goodness, you guys are like, how do you not see this? It's all, you've got all the pieces. Can't you put them together? But that idea of exploration, which is very human, to your point, like, that's, everybody talks about the hero that goes off to get the golden fleece. do you think that exploration isn't the draw? Like, listen to the heroes, like pay really close attention to the hero stories. They're told they can't do it. They're told they're not going to make it. It's not so much goal-oriented as it is challenge-oriented. And a challenge is an exploration because you don't know if you can do it, right? In fact, you probably think you can't. And that's why you need to push yourself.
And it's also, I think you're highlighting the standing on the order and chaos, right? Because you know you're about to you have your stance and your abilities. So there's some of an order, but you also know that you're going to enter into an ambiguous realm, to an uncertain area or domain. And so it's like this. It's almost exploration is like you said. It's kind of standing. It's that JP wisdom, standing on the border between order and chaos. Or at least that's kind of how I'm taking it. Which land?
No, that's it, and that's why I don't understand why he doesn't get that. Play. What is play? Play is not entirely goal oriented. I mean, McGill, Christian Peterson talked about that. I'm like, all right. There's play that is goal oriented, and there's play that's not goal oriented. What's that called? That's exploration.
Mark, you're making me hungry. I haven't eaten dinner, so I might have to clock out here soon.
Well, eat dinner. I don't want you to starve to death. We need you for the next live stream.
All right, buddy. Well, it's been good. It was nice to meet you, Jesse. Yeah, and I always jump on every once in a while. So, God bless, guys.
See you, Matthew.
Okay.
Jesse, what you got? Come on, hit me.
Well, we already did feminism as a psyop, so let's look at the list of the monologue.
Oh wait.
Averages.
You see Father Eric's video that we're going to be doing. I'm going to do it with Adam, and you're going to love that.
Yes, I did like the point that averages are a psyop. There are no averages. Just defining the average. Yeah, that was good. I particularly liked your comfort ladder. I thought that was quite good.
Oh yeah. Well, see, so the subtitle of this was description, explanation, prediction. Right. Those are the three buckets that people miss, and that's part of the enchantment talk. Like, so a lot of this, the 19 things I do in these live streams, most of which either fail or go over people's heads, which is totally fine. I get it. Is to figure out if people can grasp that, because that differentiation is key to understanding enchantment.
Yeah, well, the nature of psyops are kind of an enchantment. I think one thing, maybe I did skip ahead, I only just watched the monologue, is that psyche is also another word for spirit. Right. So we're trying to enact something, get a resonance or a flow or a movement. We're trying to shift some aspect in the world, whether it's physical, spiritual, mental, psychological, political. These even narratively, these when people participate in a collective identity or a collective movement, trying to make some sort of effect happen in the world, there will be an essence to that. Often the problem is there's always plans within plans, or there's multiple things happening. And
you can't. I mean, you can't do one thing.
Yeah,
when people think you can do one thing, it's like, no, you can't. And science gives you that promise, but science is lying to you. And you'll notice also that science flattens psyche in psychology to a material thing.
Yeah, which is
the science. What do I want to say? Deliberately, overtly hijacks psyche as spirit and turns it into a scientific thing, which it can't be. right? And then operates on it or dissects it, thus killing it, by the way, because that's the same thing. You have to kill things, dissect them, and never looks back, right? And then what happens? So what happens? So let's just say Freud and Jung do this, because they certainly do, right? What happens is they define something, they call it consciousness, and then they have no choice. They have to say, but most of our activity happens unconsciously or subconsciously. The same thing, by the way. One's Freud, one's Jung, but they're talking about the exact same thing. Okay, well, what's that all about? So what you're saying is the science only works on less than half of, or maybe 4% or 5% or 10% of us, right? Because psychology is all about consciousness. Not that it doesn't mention unconsciousness, but it doesn't really talk about what you can do about it. That gets into the woo instantly, right? Because there's hypnosis, and then there's auto hypnosis, and then and then there's meditation, and these are all unconscious psychological manipulations, we'll say. So they're not psyops, but they're in the realm of psyops because psychology. But again, psychology is supposed to be psyche spirit. It's not supposed to be a science where you individualistically divide a person up into qualities or properties that sound scientific. That doesn't make any sense, right?
Well, cognitive behavioral therapy cognitive behavioral therapy wouldn't make sense either, because with the repetition, the pattern, okay, we're going to try and get you, closer to the door. Now you're in the elevator, let's go up to one level. That's a Peterson narrative about CBT. That's got nothing to do with what's happening in your head. They're embodied practices and beliefs, essentially essences that you have to confront and, go through a spiritual transformation pattern. That's got nothing to do with brain waves in that sort of psychology sense. Yeah.
It's an unintentional, I think, admission that psychology as this manipulation or interaction with these concepts, these psychological concepts, is the wrong answer. And the right answer is embodied participation, right? And that's justified in the psychological research, right? Which is, who is it that he always quotes? Now I can't remember. The childhood development guy, right? But he starts with,
Adler?
No.
Height?
No. The older guy who's explicitly religious in his thinking. But
Rogers?
No, before Carl Rogers, or maybe just after. Yeah. The childhood development guy.
Yeah.
One of them. There's a bunch of them, but yeah. But the point is that, like, the development, the embodied participation moves the psychology, not the other way around. Right? Like, in other words, you can psyop somebody, and I've seen this done. I'm not going to say I've done it because that would be an admission. I have seen this done. Right? You can tell somebody things, and some number of people will react to those things and do what you expect. Right? But it's usually a vanishingly small number, and it usually doesn't end up with what you want. Right? Because you can't do one thing in the world. Like, anytime you move one piece on the chessboard of life, there's strings attached to all kinds of things you don't see or know about, right? Because of the problem of attention, right? And that's the other thing that McGilchrist and Peterson were missing, which I found surprising, is they don't understand the concept of awareness. And I was like, oh man, you're making a really flat model without awareness, buddy. You need a place for the attention to go.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest example of that is probably the lotto, right? So there's this common myth, the lotto number's gone up, we're at $100 million, therefore there's more chances for me to win.
Right, but that doesn't work on everybody.
It doesn't work on everybody, but it is a common mythos or a psychology, psyops narrative, a cultural narrative about participating in an event. And if the numbers are higher, therefore I will be luckier, or I'll have some sense of blessing, or depend. Use whatever language is comfortable to you, but there's a sense of an initiation in the process, and I'll benefit from it because there's more.
Right.
It's
an
more higher
expectation-based psyop. Yeah, lotteries are a psyop. Matthew's correct. It's Piaget. Thank you, Matthew. Yeah. I was like, where does Matthew when I need him? He's there. He's there. Good job, buddy. Yeah, I mean, I think. Oh, Sanjura came up with the same answer, but I didn't see it. Piaget. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's the problem. Is that the lottery is an effective psyop, but and here's the interesting thing. Psyops like the lottery don't work, at least they don't work in the same way at a smaller scale or at a larger scale, right? So they only work at scale size, whatever it is. I don't know what it is. We could probably kind of measure it maybe. That's the problem, is that people don't recognize that. Like, yeah, there are certain sort of patterns that work on certain size populations because of statistics, roughly speaking. Not really, but like it maps to statistics quite well. This is why economists get the feeling that and this is something I mentioned in the monologue, right? Like, you can use psychology or economics. They're actually equally valuable frames, which is to say not valuable at all, in explaining behavior. Right. And then the economists kind of stray into the psychology, and the psychology strays into the economics, right? You get like Freakonomics. If you haven't read the Freakonomics books, read all the Freakonomics books. That will change your mode of understanding the world for sure. Unless you have low reading comprehension, but they're pretty easy to read. So it should be okay. Right. Because then you start to realize, oh, there's all of this way in which money manipulates the situation in an indirect fashion that's unexpected, or it has the opposite effect. That's the first book. I think it's the first story, right? They start charging for daycare, for people picking up their kids at daycare late. And what do they get? More people picking up their kids late. Of course they do. And if you don't understand why, then you don't understand, like, you've been psyoped into believing you know way more about human behavior than you actually do. Right, because it's based on cooperation, not on opposition. And that's the other thing. I've been hearing a lot of opposition language lately. We got to stop that language, man. We just got to stop using that word. These things are not in opposition. You're lying. You're just making it up. Things are not in opposition. We're a cooperative species. And not everything is cooperative. Yes, but most things are not in opposition. Like, stop it. You're making it worse. Stop pointing at opposition, please.
Well, that was enhanced by that. The new atheist narrative in the 2000s was a very oppositional narrative.
Science has to be framed in opposition. It doesn't have a choice. It doesn't. There's no other option. It has to divide stuff up to reduce the number of free variables in the system so that it can make accurate, precise predictions. It's not that hard. I'm not saying anything bad. Like, I'm just saying, like, that's what it does. It has its utility, but also it can't be applied to most things and none of the most important things. Zero of those, right? You can apply it to figure out how a plane flies. Did the Wright brothers do the math on aeronautics? I was at Kitty Hawk. They did not. They did do a lot of engineering on control systems. No one was doing the math on lift. No one. It didn't happen. First, we flew the plane. Then we figured out how it works. That's proper science, because science is based on observation. That's why I said this earlier, right? Yeah. It was easy to know that the fake news virus scam-demic was a scam full of fake news, because there was a virus. Duh. There's a virus every year, guys. I hate to break it. There's more than one, actually. Like, there's always a flu, a cold, and almost always something else, right? Always, right?
Absolutely.
But you can't sit there and say new and novel and follow the science. If it's new and novel, you don't have any observations. If you don't have any observations, you don't have any science. It's really that easy. I hate to say it. I hate to point it out, because very smart people get upset that they got fooled. But you know what? You're subject to bias like everybody else. I don't care what your freaking stupid IQ is, if that's even a valid measure of intelligence, which Taleb says it's not. Read Nassim Taleb. And I agree. And I know why.
Well, if you are going to measure intelligence, it is something to use, but the measurement in the first place is the problem.
He doesn't. No, he doesn't agree. He says it doesn't measure intelligence. It measures stupidity. And then he says, but lots of things do that. Well, no, because technically, like, it's funny. Like, if you actually just do the math, and I'm a math idiot, but even I can do this math. It's not that hard.
Right.
If you start to map it, you realize you can map it with a cloud chart, with a statistical cloud chart. You start to realize it maps really well below 100. I think it's just below 100. Maybe it's just below 110, something like that. That's a really consistent cloud map that tells you something about people's abilities. But you know what happens when it gets above the average? That property goes away in the numbers. It just vanishes. In other words, the consistency of the measure goes away. So it doesn't measure how intelligent you are in relation to another person, for example, but it does measure how dumb you are in relation to another person really well. It's like, okay, but then you're not measuring intelligence, you're measuring stupidity.
And we're back to averages.
And we're back to average. Well, it might be partly due to the limitation on average. Like, one of the problems that I found 15 years ago, at least now, is that everyone's using the Gaussian curve. And look, the Gaussian curve is very useful for certain things, especially in computer science. If you're mapping computers and computer activities and regular known blocks, Gaussian curve's fine. Doesn't make any difference. But anything in nature maps to a Cauchy curve, which is where the Pareto distribution comes in. And like, nobody knows this. I get that.
Right.
Taleb knows this, by the way. Oh, I discovered it.
The Enlightenment. We're back to the Enlightenment, crushing down essences and spirits into material objects or into matter or composition.
Right, because people don't realize where Gauss got his curve from. Right? He ginned up a distribution and then fit things to it. And like, I did the research, but years, like, at least 15 years. It was way before. I think it was maybe Taleb's first book was out, but I hadn't read it, which is Fooled by Randomness, which is, I still like that book the best, just because it's, learning that you're fooled by randomness is really important. You want a psyop? Fooled by randomness will disavow you of all your psyops immediately, because it talks about how you get fooled by statistics. You fool yourself with them, but the thing is, like, once you realize that the Gaussian curve is an arbitrary, idealistic measure that people match things to, and then you look at, well, how do things occur, we'll say, outside of computers, outside of a regular formula in nature, and then you discover the Cauchy curve, which was already, obviously, it's called the Cauchy curve. He already discovered it, right? Oh, it maps to the Cauchy curve. So the Cauchy curve maps to reality, and the Gaussian curve is something you map things to. Those are opposite and asymmetrical relationships. And then it's like, oh, and like,
one is drawn out, the other is imposed upon or put in.
Right. Well, that's a way to think of it. Right. Yeah. Well, one is an identification against, one is an identification for.
Yeah. Right? I mean, in biblical terms, in exegesis, we would say there's exegesis, drawing meaning out of the text, and eisegesis, putting meaning into the text. Right? Which one's correct? Exegesis, out of the text. You don't impose upon it, right? So that's the way that most literature should be read. But, and that's the way most things should happen in the world. Imposing upon it, you're going to, like you said, create the Gaussian, like a frame, right?
Yeah.
And then fit it into the frame.
You're going to have an arbitrary frame put in that you don't understand because it's within you.
Right.
And you can't see the things within you, like mirrors or no. Let me just address this. Sanjuro, is there an agentless psyop? No. Or does the genesis from an agent make it a psyop? No. And not just a misunderstanding. No, there's lots of misunderstandings. Like the point of this is to say most things are not psyops. There are some psyops, but they're extremely rare because people are incompetent and can't pull them off. A good psyop cannot be done with one person because the odds that one person will be able to bamboozle one other person are relatively low. With some except, like Sam Harris is obviously an outlier. And this is why conversation won't save the world. Having a bunch of midwits talk to each other is not going to improve the quality of intelligence of the two people.
The podcast sphere is a giant psyop.
Yes, to some extent, right? But I mean, I'm playing with psyop lots of different ways, obviously. But yeah, I mean, people fool you into thinking you're good enough to be a podcaster, and then all you do is ruin the world with your stupid podcast. That can happen. I hope I'm not doing that here, but I have good reason to believe I'm not. And by the way, I forgot to mention this earlier, but I am now advertiser monetized on YouTube. So thank you, everybody.
Maybe.
And I have.
Should watch what we say and.
No, not at all. I'm up like $2.39. So we're getting there.
That'll get you a Coke and a smile.
Exactly. I'll take it.
Yeah. I had really
nothing I had before.
I didn't want to go there. I was going to talk about a certain battle in the other side of the world that's happening that people that may or may not be a psyop. But anyway.
Well, no, I mean, the problem is there are psychological operations. It's just that most people are incompetent, can't pull them off.
It's so funny. Yeah, this hilarious, and not hilarious, but coincidental that you bring this up, because this has been a topic of conversation on a wonderful podcast called No Agenda Show for a couple of weeks now. And so it's really apropos that you bring this up in this time.
It's everywhere
today.
But it's everywhere, Bruce. That's why I brought it up. Like I've been talking
about it for about a year.
Yeah,
fair enough. Yeah.
Yeah, but to some extent, it's like I've got a list of live streams I want to do, right? A long list. Like I have a super long list of videos. I've probably got 250 video topics I want to cover. I could probably squish that down quite a bit if I went through it correctly. But like I've got a lot of live stream topics. I could have picked anything, right? And in fact, I was like, I just got back from New England. A lot of stuff happened. I could do another Muppet roll-up thing where I don't have a topic and I just do my thing. And then I was like, no, man, because like something's here. And so, to some extent, I rushed to put this together. Not really. I mean, I spent a lot of time on it. I just did it over 2 days instead of like 4 or 5, which is more normal. But it's time to talk about this, right? And this is sort of like feathers into the critical thinking video. Critical thinking is a psyop video, because that's the problem. Like the psyop isn't telling everybody they're an individual and that they can know things for themselves and that they don't need other people and that the government is bringing them down and right on and on. Or the problem is capitalism, as if capitalism is some kind of dragon with agency that breathes fire upon you and cares about you, right? It's all intimacy crisis. It's like they're taking advantage, maybe unknowingly even, right? Because most people aren't this smart, don't have my framing. They're taking advantage of the intimacy crisis to say, no, the government cares enough about you to come after you. It's like the government doesn't know who you are, dude.
Yeah.
Like you really don't know anybody in any government, local, state, or federal. Like I don't know what to tell you. They don't know about you. They don't care about you. If they run over you, it's because they were going someplace and you happen to be in the way. It's not because they wanted you.
Everyone thinks they're more important than they are.
Well, they want to think that. And in the intimacy crisis, you of course you long for that.
Sure.
Right? I mean, this is, people call it identity. Part of the identity thing, not all of it. There's multiple components of identity, but and I sort of touched on that in the monologue, but like part of the identity thing is actually just intimacy crisis manifestation. It's like, well, nobody knows the true me. What the hell does that mean? Oh, that means I don't feel heard. Okay, what does that mean? Oh, that means you don't have a quality enough relationship with somebody else that makes you feel comfortable. That's what that means. It doesn't mean anything else, by the way. It just means that all of those statements are the same. I'm in an intimacy crisis because I don't have a quality relationship I don't have a relationship of this quality with another person. That's all it means. Well, and lots of people are suffering from that.
The suburbs are a project. Like they literally were called the project. Come on, think about it. The idea of a suburb as it is relatively new in terms of like even modernistic history. You
can. Oh, you didn't use that word here, did you? Oh, you're done. In the age of gnosis.
Boot me. That's all I'm saying.
In the age of gnosis, yeah, look, you could make all sorts of arguments for the manifestation, but this is where we get into the idolatry. Like, sure, it could be that the suburbs And the projects were, we won't get into that. That's Boston, Massachusetts. Sorry.
I know.
Right. It's
happening at the same time. There are two
Yeah,
different types of initiatives that were put out relatively in the same sort of time frame.
I don't know, Jesse. I don't think so, because all of that goes back. It's actually the mirror of something that happened in England, right?
Yes.
So in England, you've got the row houses. Well, see, this is where it gets tricky, right? Because the row houses work because the families can live near the factory, so the father gets home earlier, right? And so like that's not there's nothing bad there, right? And then this gets expanded out, and maybe it could be. I don't think more about this. It could be that Lowell, Massachusetts, is the problem because that's where you get the mill girls. That causes a big problem, right? Because now the women, young women, have a place to go that's not marriage, right? That's not staying on the farm at home, and they can go work in the mill. And they're suited for that because you've got to pack more mill machines in, so you need smaller people. So they hire a lot of kids, which is good, not bad, right? And they hire a lot of girls because they're small and they can work these machines and fit within the machines. And the first group of owners of the mills in Lowell were excellent people. First of all, they were geniuses. They stole the technology from England very cleverly using a guy named Lowell, right? And his photographic memory. And to be fair, they improved on all the tech, every single gear, every single component, they improved on it. And they built the second industrial revolution, and they sort of stole from the row houses, which we didn't really have in Boston before that point, or in the colonies, I should say. And so the colonies didn't get big enough to need row houses for the most part. There might be some exceptions, maybe in Charleston, maybe in Philadelphia, whatever, near the ports, right? Because that's where that happens. Although those weren't great areas to live, right? Whereas the row houses in England were, for the most part, right? I mean, it's cyclical. It gets better and worse, but they were good places to live, right? Those are good factory jobs, actually, right? In the first industrial revolution. So in the second industrial revolution, you have a change in all of that, right? But suburbs aren't bad in the beginning, right? So one of the large suburbs in Lowell is around the trains, right? So the reason why the mills are in Lowell, we think, I forget whose theory this is.
But
it's because of the canal.
A little bit of poison in the water is not going to kill you, but but if there's a poison slowly leaking into the water, at what point does it start to have detrimental effects?
It's not a poison. It's not a minus. But what happens in the age of gnosis is we look back and we go, oh, I know how that works, right? And then we go, factory town. We can build a town around a factory. Now, of course, you can't do anything that stupid because it won't work long term. But it took us a long time to figure that out. So what you see, all the way up until Ford and Edison, these idiots, Coleman, all these guys are trying to build factory towns. Now my history's a little flaky, so I don't know what's going on in Europe at this point. They may have pioneered the factory town, but I don't think so. I think the U.S. did, and it was a big mistake. Early 1900s, South Carolina. New history for me because I was living up north until about 8 years ago. They're a factory town. I'm like, what are you guys lunatic? And that area is just impoverished now. By the way, it's beautiful, but it's completely impoverished. These factory towns are just an idea that if you look at the result of something that was like the mill town, the city of Lowell it's a manufactured place. It's literally entirely manufactured. There's nothing there but farms. Nothing. Farms and a river. Farms, river, that's it. And then a canal. Okay. Farms, river, canal. And the canal's only there because we got to get wood from New Hampshire and Maine and, New Hampshire, down the Merrimack River. Right? That's it. So that's the only reason the canal's there. Right? And you get a canal there, and then the mills go to Waltham, Mass. No good. River too slow, whatever. Not really. Probably the cost of transporting goods using a wagon and a horse, right? And then, oh wait, there's the Middlesex Canal. It's already there. It's already transporting goods. And the cost of transporting goods in the Middlesex Canal is like pennies compared to any other transportation, right? canal transportation is really cheap. That's why the Erie Canal is a big deal in New York. But way before the Erie Canal, we get this idea of canals as cheap transportation for heavy goods. Well, why not put the mill up there? Because we're going to make fabric very heavy, and we need to transport it down to the coast, down to Boston. So the cheapest way to do that is there. Okay, when you look back on the fact that the city seems to have sprung out of nothing, which is not true. It sprang out of a virtuous desire to do good in the world and help young women stuck in farms. All of that was great, and it worked really well until they sold the mills. So now the virtuous guys are like, we're cashing out. They get out at the top because they're virtuous and smart, which is a great combination. Doesn't always happen, right? And then you look back on what they did and you go, oh, you can set up a factory and you can provide everything people need through the factory, through the corporate store. You have your own money, because they did in the 1900s in South Carolina and other places. You can have your own monetary system for real, independent of the federal dollar, independent of the state dollars. We used to have state dollars in this country, right? And you can make that work, because look at Lowell, right? But that's not how Lowell started, right? And so you see this flat world, this hindsight bias, which is, again, that's psyops or hindsight bias, right? It's successful ones you never hear about, and the unsuccessful ones are hindsight bias, right? And so, like, you look at what happened in Lowell and you go, oh, you can just put in a factory and build a town, and now you've got suburbs. And that's based on the row houses to some extent. That seems to work, right? But when the ethos is want to build corporate town, it doesn't work. Well, yeah, because you're not aiming up. You're not virtuous at that point. You're aiming across horizontally. It's not that you're aiming down. You're aiming across, and that's not sufficient. That's going to corrupt, and it doesn't corrupt everywhere. Some places people always do this. Oh, it worked once, so there are these neighborhood development corporations all around the U.S. that sprung up, I think, in the 90s mostly, right? They all spring up because of the Jamaica Plain Network Development Corporation, JPNDC. And I know this because I did a contract there a couple times, just a couple quick contracts actually. But like when I do a contract in a place, I kind of learn the industry, and I ask a lot of questions, and I do a lot of research. It turns out that that's where Sam Adams Beer Company comes from. That project in the 70s. Okay. You know how many other successful companies they launched as an incubator? They were an early incubator. You think incubators came from California? No, my friend, they came from Boston. How many successful other companies did they launch, do you think, Bruce? Oh, zero. That's right, zero. They had one hit. It's a big hit. Sam Adams is huge. I went past a brewery in Pennsylvania twice
it's
on the way to New England.
Excellent beer. Yeah.
It's an excellent beer. That guy's amazing. He's a billionaire, by the way, too, I believe. Right?
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah, he's great guy. Largest microbrewery in the world. Last I checked, it might not be true anymore, but it was, right? They're building it since the 70s, though, like 72 or something. Like it's an old company at this point, right? And they're not brewing they still have a brewery, last I checked, in Jamaica Plain. I've been on the brewery tour. Right, it's pretty cool. I don't know if they still put it on, but they used to. And all of that was started from a deserted mill. Ooh, interesting. Deserted mill in Jamaica Plain, which is part of Boston, roughly speaking, right? That launched their whole company because they basically had free real estate, and he was a go-getter, and that proved that incubators could work. The whole incubator idea seems to have sprung from there, from my research, not from California, not from Y Combinator, which is a very late incubator, by the way.
Yeah, California would probably be incubation, I would say, around the technical world, right? That's maybe if you were to say technical incubators, maybe.
The idea of an incubator, of giving people free space because they're smart and capable, comes out of an earlier tradition.
Sure.
Right?
Yeah.
And so, it looks like that works, and then a bunch of these things spring up, and they're all stealing government money, and like, fair enough, like maybe the government should invest in that. I don't know. Right. I'm kind of ambivalent on that. I know I use harsh stealing words, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm a little pissed at the government at the moment. So
Yeah, they're a mess. Yeah.
yeah. So like they're redistributing funds in a very socialist way, right? The socialists always point to this as a victory for them. See, incubators work. That's socialism. It's not socialism. You're an idiot.
Yeah.
You misunderstand the world because you're stupid, and no one was kind enough to tell you you're stupid. And now you think you're smarter than you are. And I'm very sorry that somebody did that to you, but I'm not going to do that to you. I'm going to tell you you're stupid because you're a muppet.
I gotta go. I gotta go. My wife. See you soon. Bye. Love you.
Cheers.
Oh, bummer. I'm missing Jesse. So it's easy to look back on these things and see what worked and go, oh, I know how that worked, and misunderstand the virtues and the values that were instantiated, and then copy what you see and build a flat version of it, and it's corrupted.
Sure.
And that's the history of the corporate town, for sure. That's the history of incubators. Like I'm still dealing with incubators. It's like amazing how like incubators now, tech incubators are charging money to be part of their incubator program.
Right. Isn't that funny? Yeah.
It's bizarre.
Yeah. Well, they have cachet, that's like, it's you got to be there. It's like, it's like, it's sort of like who's who, if you're in the incubator,
right.
It's a status.
And there's all kinds of different models, right? Like some of them are like, we'll just take part of your company plus $30 a month or, whatever it is. Or some of them are like, for every person in your company, we're going to charge you this much a month. Or some of them have tiered access levels. Some of them are free, right? Some of them like, I think Y Combinator is free, isn't it? But you've got to apply and get in. And
it may be free actually. Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually kind of wonder if this company town thing though didn't start in France or Britain. Although maybe from a different reasoning, but yeah.
Well, I mean, you could go all the way back, right? You could go, well, really, company towns are just an extension of Roman legions.
Sure, you could do that, yeah, but that would be a totally different ethos.
No, but I mean, it depends on how far back the thread you want to go.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun. Yeah,
who's copying who in what way and for what reason? And now, yeah, sure, man. Yeah. Like that's patterns. There's patterns to navigate.
Right.
And like echoes of the past, I kind of do a lot of that, right? With Adam, we're doing a lot of this. Oh, look, this is the same as this, and this has echoed here, and this is echoed here, sort of thing, right? And we have to round out the echoes of the revolutions here with the Russian Revolution. I gotta get on that. I got a lot of research to do.
Interesting. I'll have to tell you a story offline about the revolution that just came to be. So that's a teaser.
Oh, all right, good.
Yeah.
No, I want to hear that.
Yeah.
Oh, Matthew thinks Echoes was fantastic. Well, that's good to know, Matthew.
Yeah, it's on my queue. The length of them sometimes is hard to get through, but
I am glad that Matthew thinks Echoes was fantastic. I really liked doing that one. We had been planning it for months. So
yeah, I'm sure
everything got
great.
Crazy.
Adam is a crack shot when it comes to that sort of thing.
Adam's unbelievable.
Yeah,
he's like really a mystical creature.
Yeah, so, he's fascinating and brilliant. Yeah,
I know. Well, wait till you see our next video with Father Eric. You're gonna be so happy.
Oh, nice.
It'll be great.
Nice.
Yeah, Father Eric came up with a really good idea. And
excellent.
We're gonna do his really good idea.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's gonna be fantastic. Yeah, I mean, the corporate town thing, it doesn't really matter where you start, right? You kind of see this, and the suburbs make sense. Like they're not nonsensical. And the thing is, suburbs make sense in the United States.
Well, they make sense for a lot of reasons in the United
States. But they
States.
don't make sense in Europe.
Look at the interest we have for driving. I mean, that's like the easiest,
exactly.
The easiest. Yeah, and even rail in some sense here. Well, it was at one point, but some cities have it.
But here's the problem. So, and I love Jesse, but like the complaint was corporate towns, the row houses or whatever houses are next to the factory, and factories are dirty.
Yeah.
All true. So what we need to do is get the workers away from the factory. Now, the further away from the factory you go, your quality of life goes down because you're spending more time commuting. Sure. Right. So the ethos for the suburbs is not bad. It's good.
Right.
You're trying to get families with families away from the dirty factories. Where's the bad in that? I don't understand.
Yeah.
Right now we can talk about spirit and demonic possession. I'm not going to do that. But we could go into all that, but it's kind of pointless.
I think to do that, to sort of excoriate the suburbs for that, is sort of, if you're doing it in this lens, you're kind of what you would say, like retconning the origin of the suburbs for what you see it today, right?
That's the problem, right?
Yeah.
That's exactly the problem. We've retconned everything because we
Yeah.
just misunderstand. Like look at. I hate to go back to. I'm gonna have to do the damn video. I really don't want to do the video. I got to do the video. We look back and we say Hitler rose to power as a dictator, right? And he was a bad dude. And it's like, that isn't what happened even a little bit. Like, all of that is just bad history. It's all wrong. Every single thing I said there was wrong. I'm sorry. And it's what everybody believes. I get that. It didn't happen that way, guy. It didn't. Like, none of that happened that way. Right? You have to start at World War I, maybe continue it and not call it World War II, because there wasn't a second World War. Just a break between the big one. And it's real easy to justify given the players are the same. What changed? Nothing. Just a little technology innovation. Like the Weimar Republic, which comes out of, the Treaty of Versailles, is a complete unmitigated disaster. And everybody knows this. They're writing about it. Woodrow Wilson stops being an idealist because the League of Nations screws over Germany so badly and then won't correct their error that he gets disgusted and quits and destroys the thing.
Yeah.
His own creation. Like, this is a big deal. And then the UN pops up. Bleh.
Oh yeah, well that's
right. Well, we never learn our lessons.
The thing that, well, it sort of brings up a point of we have a real, again, like retconning, we have a real sort of privilege, if you want to use that term, or blessed situation in the United States where, like, my wife was bringing this up the other day because we're teaching our children, and she's like, this during post World War I and post World War II, she's talking about the turmoil in Europe. And I'm like, yeah, we didn't experience that to any degree. We don't. So we're seeing we're kind of looking at things with this sort of date period where we get involved, but there's all of this going on from in the 20th century in Europe, post World War I, post World War II. It's a nightmare for people that live there.
There's the real psyop.
Yeah.
Hitler was always a bad guy, and he always did bad things, and the Nazis were all Germans. It's like, do you know how many people? Like, I was talking about this the other day. Like, a lot of Jews in New York got fired. This is way before the war. Way before there were Hitler hadn't invaded anybody. All the Jews get fired out of New York City. Like, what? Right. Well, and not just New York City, like London, Paris. Like, Paris hadn't been attacked. Like, there were no Nazis there. Like, they weren't there. But the ideology had spread because effectively Hitler performed a miracle, right? Which was saving Weimar Republic from. Nobody thought Germany was going to be around after the Treaty of Versailles. The Treaty of Versailles actually took away the capacity of the Germans to grow enough food to feed the population they had. Actually.
Yeah.
And then you want to talk about, like, well, and this is the thing. Oh, these are burning my. Wow. I'm going to do a video on Rockefeller now because, like, everyone's demonizing the guy. Oh, he invented the modern pharmaceutical industry. No, modern pharmaceutical industry was invented by Hitler in Germany. Sorry. Just flat out, completely, no question about it. Anybody who tells you differently is lying or stupid.
Once again, retcon. I mean, that's just
ever.
That's what people are doing. Yeah.
It's an absurd lie, right? And then they're like, yeah, and then he did this, and then he did that. And I'm like, yeah, none of that happened. Like, actually, none of it. And by the way, the pharmaceutical industry was awesome until the 90s. And that was the FDA's fault.
Yep.
Period. End of story. Oh, by the way, this isn't a US problem, right?
Right.
All pharmaceuticals were outside of the US for a long time. Like, we didn't enter the pharmaceutical game until very late. Right? And by the way, where does pharmaceuticals come from? Actually, Hitler. Like, the Nazi regime. Well, Like, that's the thing. And then, of course, we throw out Otto Warburg, who's genius, his work, which is dumb because now we can't cure cancer because we won't listen to him because wrong time period, right? Like, it's a mess. It's a complete mess. There's the freaking psyop.
Yeah. Yeah,
All
and people are constantly reading in this sort of power Marxist frame into
modernism.
Yeah,
right.
into history.
Right.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
John.
Oh, hey, John.
Good to see you.
Hi.
Come on, jump in.
Excuse me. Hi. No, honestly, you guys can continue talking because like I've been out all night and I'm just like I don't know what you guys have been talking about, so I'm just like kind of jumping in. I know the topic is like psyop and
yeah, no, we were still on psyop. Right. Huh? But the hindsight bias in history is a psyop, right?
Yep.
Like believing that yeah, Europe was a mess after the war, and the U.S. just takes off, like it just freaking like unbelievable, right? Right. So there's back-to-back miracles in some sense, although ours is lesser, like way less, right? There's the miracle of the saving of Weimar Republic from certain annihilation. Like Germany, I think even Churchill wrote, like, Germany's not going to be around in like 5 years. It's just not going to be around. There's not going to be a Germany.
Why do you say that?
But because they couldn't, the Treaty of Versailles destroyed their ability to
okay. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why the Weimar Republic's a
mess.
mess.
How they were burning money this morning. Yeah,
right. To heat the houses. Well, and the wealthy class are literally pimping out their daughters to buy bread. Like, it's bad. Like the wealthy, like the top 1%.
Yeah.
Like the actual wealthy people. Right. And so nobody thought that was going to exist. Like, they didn't have enough food. That's why they developed the ability to do fertilizer. They had
I didn't know they did that.
Yeah. Well,
no, I'm sure there's like so many things. I'm always like asking strange people on Twitter, like, send me what books you're getting this from, because I just want to know. Because I know like so much stuff is just hidden because it's uncomfortable or
zero books
is associated with other weird things. But I just want to know. I'm so tired.
Zero books. No, 0 books. Go to the library and read the damn newspapers from the day.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's how I learned all this.
Okay, that's actually a good idea. I never thought about that.
Yeah, then you're not relying on some retarded historian to give his retarded take on something.
Yeah. No, I mean that's what Thomas Sowell did, right? Because like he talks about his books and like he just has like such strange and like out there information because he just went to the library every day and would just read random stuff. Gosh, I look contemporary writing. Right now. I'm sorry, I look really whatever.
That's all right.
Yeah.
you read the contemporary writings and you'll just learn a lot about.
Well, yeah, and he read the contemporary, but also lived it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
so you've both of those scenarios going on, which is
right.
But you just, and then once you do that, like once you pick, like you pick any period in history, the echoes of the past kind of points to this. Maybe we don't say it explicitly, right? You can pick any period of history, and then once you read the contemporary sources, you have to read a lot, right? You have to read a lot, actually. Right, you can read summaries and stuff from the newspapers and from articles and papers and whatnot. That contemporary though, from the time, right? And then you can look around and see where in your life, if you say over the age of 22 or something, that pattern played out. I guarantee you, you're going to see it.
No, exactly. You know? One thing I realized that like if someone's telling me a version of history and I don't understand like at all the motivation of the person, it's like, oh, they're just like playing evil or like whatever, like they're just like completely this. And it's like, well, I couldn't see myself doing that. I know what they're telling me is not correct. You know what I mean? Until I actually understand why someone would do that, I know what they're offering me is not what actually happened, you know? And I experienced that a lot with the way I was educated. And it was just, it's very frustrating. Like all of my education happened after high school. Really. You know what I mean? And even when I was high school, like most of the important things I learned were from Mythbusters. Like really.
Well, they did real science, right? Real experiments.
Yeah, and it's you know, I'm a very visually based thinker. You know, like there's a 20-point difference between my linguistic and visual IQ. And so like it's yeah, you know what I mean? Stuff like that's very useful versus when we get into math and we start talking about proofs. I'm like, when am I ever going to use proofs? This is just annoying. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So whatever. That's just.
Well, there's a lot of stuff you need to know about as exploration in case it's your thing.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's that was the problem we were talking. One of the problems I was talking about earlier was like nobody talks about exploration. Like Peterson doesn't talk about. Like, you can play a game, but most play is actually exploration to find.
Yeah. I mean, he just talks about it a little bit with the idea of going on an adventure. I think. I mean,
he talks about it, right, but he doesn't talk about it as a mode. It's a mode. Exploratory mode is a mode in your brain.
Is that natural to some people though? Like I'm very naturally exploratory. Like I'm always looking for things that will upset me.
See, this is what puzzles me. Everyone does it, and everyone can see other people do it, and they don't acknowledge it.
Yeah. Which is a really it's like I don't that's something I don't understand other people is how people can get comfortable just being like, oh, whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, no, like there are always going to be outside of your knowledge that are going to shock you, and I just wish more people would realize that, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but maybe you shouldn't be shocked. But maybe you shouldn't be shocked. Maybe you shouldn't worry about those things. Like,
I'm not really shocked anymore because I know I'm going to be shocked, and so if you know you're going to be shocked,
but that's just crazy self-reference, right? Like at some point you can just be calm and content with what you do know. Like this is the Socrates quote, right? It's not I know nothing. That's not the quote. That's a lie. There's a psyop, right?
Tell me, please.
It's closer. It's all contextual, but it's closer to I know what I know, and I know when I don't know something. Which is a different statement, right?
Okay,
that's the key. But that's the thing that
I feel that
keys him in. But that revelation is the thing that keys him in to agree with the Oracle of Delphi, who said you're the wisest man in Greece. And he's like, well, I'm wiser than this guy because this guy's going on yapping about stuff he clearly doesn't know anything about. Whereas I wouldn't yap about those things because I don't know anything about them.
Yeah,
I talked about this about 3 times in the monologue, I think, right? It's not a magic trick, guys. I try to only talk about things at the certainty level I have, right? If I make a statement, probably I've researched it. And if I say, well, this is kind of out there thinking, I'm not quite sure, then I'm not quite, I disqualify everything.
Do you see my conversation with Nadil Hanti?
It's an illusion, right? It's a magic trick to some extent. It's an easy one, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, how do you think you know when you get to there? I'm curious, but do you have an answer for that? It's hard to say, right?
What do you mean?
How do you know you get to the point? I mean, like when Socrates says, I know what I know and I know what I don't know, you know what I mean? But how does he know that?
He sees it in contrast. So what the story is, he's walking away from the Oracle of Delphi. Another guy's there walking with him away from the Oracle of Delphi. And he's, Socrates is thinking to himself, like the Oracle says, I'm the wisest man in all of Greece. And I think the Oracle's wrong. Right. But it's the Oracle of Delphi, dude. Like it ain't wrong. Come on, dude. Like, like it's famous. It's supposed to be right about everything. Right. And we can argue about.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah.
Right? But the way the story is that he's walking with this guy, and this guy starts yapping up a storm, and he's what I would call arrogant. He's talking about things that he clearly doesn't know anything about. And Socrates goes, well, that's the difference between me and him. I don't do that. I don't pretend to know something I don't know.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And so it's in the contrast that he starts to concede to the idea that the Oracle of Delphi is correct, and he's at least wiser than this guy. He doesn't think he's wiser than anyone else, right? Because it's Socrates, man, and it's Plato's idealized, romanticized version, no doubt. But still, right? That's the character, right? Socrates is too humble to take credit for being wise at all, or wiser than anyone else. And then he sees it, and now he's able to say, "Oh, well, maybe I am the wisest man in Greece if this is common." And it turns out
yeah. Okay. That's hard. I'm guilty of doing that a lot. I argue with atheists a lot on Twitter, and I think I know, whatever. I shouldn't.
I've been down that road a long time. I know that road.
Okay. I got a Twitter like 7 months ago, so maybe I'll get out.
I did it on Discord more than anything else. I prefer the vocal. I don't like the exchange on Twitter. I much prefer
right? Because at first everyone just has to call me mean, I don't know if there's weird rules on YouTube about like but like whatever they call me a Neanderthal essentially, and say like, oh, you don't know anything or whatever. And it's like,
I always push
you
them.
get over that faster. People can see you a little bit, and it's like, no, I'm a normal guy. I'm probably a guy that realistically you might hang out with because I actually hang out with a lot of people. You know what I mean? So like, I don't know. And
yeah, I don't yield the ground. I don't. Their worldview is so corrupt that all I do is expose the worldview. They don't. They can't give an account as to why they know anything. They can't. They won't. They can't. And there's no claim to be made then. So they're like, well, I don't know anything for sure.
And that's the wisdom trick.
It's like it's like some sort of like, I mean, I used to be an atheist. So like I get where they're coming from, but it is like an OCD.
It's hubristic.
Like, yeah,
it's hubristic at the least, and evil at the truth.
I don't know.
It's evil.
Like,
but that's the psyop, right? It's we told you were an individual, so you tried to be one. We told you that you knew things, so you pretended like you knew them. And you can expose it really well. I mean, that's what happened to you. Like you got psyoped. It just wasn't the government, and it wasn't the thing you thought, and that happened to you for sure. And I'm sorry that happened to you.
No, it's okay.
You know, like buy a mug.
I deserve
you consider right. This is the key to wisdom, right there. And I just want to highlight this. So Sanjuro, exploration was the key to my cultivating wisdom. Yeah, it is. Like exploration is the thing, right?
Yeah,
contrast,
especially the
fucking up, part. Look in, look out, constant contrasting. That's how you see. Technically, your eye moves constantly, very quickly. That's how you see. The changed emotion is what makes sight possible. That's how you see things like wisdom or even knowledge. Is that constant contrasting. Right. And so that's why Socrates is walking with somebody going, oh, the Oracle of Delphi. Yeah, I think you got this one wrong. But then he's talking to the guy and he's like, I'm not him. He's making an error. I can see his error. I can see that that's an error and that I don't really make that error. And therefore, maybe the Oracle is right. So that's how you come to that conclusion. Like,
if I'm contrasting with the wisest man on earth, well, either
it's different for everybody. Like what your contrast is, I can't tell you, right?
Yeah,
it's different for everyone in application sometimes, but the root of it is the same. I don't know if you know this, Mark, but we live in a fallen world.
I put a few of those in for you.
Yeah. So at base, there's the same problem.
Intelligent design.
Oh,
yeah, exactly. That's the atheist argument. If God is real, then why aren't I happy? Well,
if God's not real, then how can you account for happiness at all? Like that's the problem with them. They're so stupid. It's like it's sad. It's evil.
Yeah.
Like they have to.
That's the flat world. That's the symmetrical argument. That's the assumption, right? But those two arguments are not symmetrical. Like they're not swappable. They don't have an equivalence. It's not a math equation with the transitive property. That's not how it works. And a lot of people, that's what their logic is. It's flat mathematical model of logic that's completely incorrect, by the way. Where they think the transitive property applies everywhere because everything's equal, and that's not true.
Is it possible that how much can you be divided like that? Because I feel like it's definitely it's not anything really in the grand scheme of things, but like I feel like I have arguments that are somewhat applicable for atheists, but like it's not fundamentally like what I rely on for like my faith. You know what I mean? Like I definitely feel like I have a whole like weird dream of like I don't understand like anything. I used to believe in the Greek gods when I was a kid, and like I never like the whole merging how that happens historically and with the reality, like that never really happened, and I feel like I'm kind of still there now in a way. You know what I mean? Like and I'm curious, like well, how far can you go with that? You know, because I don't know. Like, do you think having like this sort of like a representation talking about like trying to explain panpsychism to people is in any way? No, okay. Well,
I mean, you don't come into your religion by being argued into it. And that's like the atheist.
You know why? If you could be argued into your religion, you can be argued out of your religion.
Right. But more fundamentally, the religion is not something you are supposed to talk about by and large. This is why I don't like theology. Like, I think theology is the worst idea ever. Sorry, Bruce, but you already know this about me, right? I think the problem is, it is like, let's say nobody should ever do any theology, right? But like almost nobody should ever do any theology. How's that? The problem is that people are not persuaded by arguments. Like, that's just
they're not.
All the psychological research is what puzzles me. I'm like,
I think I was.
It doesn't work to argue with people. Like,
they're not persuaded by arguments. They're not persuaded by arguments, and they're also not persuaded by signs and wonders either.
But if you grow up in it, in other words, if you participate in it, say pre-verbally, because we do things before we're verbal, it turns out, random. Like, who knew? I think we couldn't always talk, really. Honest. Thanks, Captain Obvious. Right? It turns out that when you start there, when you start at the pre-verbal and you participate in it, you can do that at any point. You can participate after your verbal. That's not the problem, right? Participation is what draws you in, right? It's the constant contact with the thing that works, even though it's kind of a pain the way it works. You're going to keep going, and it doesn't seem to make any progress, or things you can measure as progress, and you can't really talk about it because, like, you know, I mean, you can, but you can't because it doesn't really work, because words suck. And, like, you know, I mean, for the charismatics, like, how the hell are you talking about that? And good luck with that. Like, language fails at a certain point.
Yeah. No, I mean, so, like, honestly, I've never really heard other people say this, but, like, for me, one of the things, because I was one of those people that was converted by, like, Jordan Peterson type thing. Like, I was addicted to watching the Christopher Hitchens videos. I would watch literally Christopher Hitchens, Richard Dawkins every day until I ran out of Christopher Hitchens videos. And so when I talk to atheists, because I'm like, there's nothing you can tell me, because I already have Christopher Hitchens, like, completely downloaded on my brain. So there's nothing you can tell me that's, like, new right now.
Yeah.
But, like, honestly, a big part of it was just, like, seeing that, like, there's, I mean, I think I mentioned this before, but there's someone else that's aware of how terrible life is and who's, like, just able to face it. You know what I mean? And that kind of created a pathway where I'm like, okay, let me try this. Let me try believing in God. And it wasn't actually until, like, a very long time where actually, like, I sort of had the revolution where I experienced the sort of God that it felt like that was the presence that I was there when I was much younger had returned. And that was really kind of strange. And, you know, it's something that I try and get back in and constantly, you know what I mean? So, like, yeah, I don't know. So I think I mean, I don't know. It feels like, I mean, it wasn't exactly a rational argument. It was definitely more like a spiritual argument of seeing someone do that and seeing someone be kind of courageous and like, oh, I'm not alone in this. I thought like, you know,
but that's not an argument.
Was obfuscating suffering, not diving into it. I really didn't understand that, which is so weird and so funny because, like, the stories that I was addicted to of a child, like, there's a Justice League cartoon that I loved when I was a kid, and the character that's really burned into my mind is Jean Jones being tortured by the main aliens, the villains who killed his whole family and killed his whole planet and all that. And just at the moment when they're going under his skin and it's like terrible and he's being electrocuted, that's when the story flips and then the sun comes out. And that's what's like burned into my head. You know what I mean? And that was, I knew that story even before I was really aware of who Jesus was, even. Because I had my mom was kind of hippie, so I kind of grew up with like the Greek pantheon around me, and then I immediately had like an omniscient God that was like Darth Vader, that looked like Darth Vader, that was above them, and then I knew there was like that weird Jesus guy that's somewhere, but like I didn't know anything about that. But it's funny, but that was like holding the place until I'm but it doesn't, and then it's still something I'm really discovering right now. I can see and
but tell. Those stories with those patterns resonate. They're all good stories. Right. But the argument, I watched it
100 times. I drew out every frame of that cartoon. No joke. Wow. I have a book that was like this big of every shot of the whole thing. Yeah. Sorry.
But those arguments aren't the things that convinced you, right? It was the participation. It doesn't have to be your own participation. You can watch somebody else's participation and go, hey, there's something to this. It worked. But it did a thing.
Yeah.
And then you start to participate. That's what draws you in.
Yeah.
Right. It's not the argument.
Well, and then my first part of participation with that was when my parents got divorced a little bit after that, and it was not, I mean, like 5 years after that, maybe. And it was a really bad divorce. I was probably like 9 or something like that. And I was put into public school then. I was homeschooled until then. And then in 5th grade, I went to public school. And I told everyone my name was John Jones, was the name of that character. Just unidentifying, you know what I mean? Of this suffering individual from an ailing world, you know what I mean? And I had no idea what I was doing. I was just like, yeah, no. My identity is John Jones in Batman, and that's what I am.
Right.
You know, so it's so funny, yeah. But that was holding that, and those are all just echoes around what's, you know, that's in there, and yeah. And you know, I wonder how much that just needs to be. I mean, I guess the way it happened to me was maybe fine, but I wonder how much. Because I wonder if I had read the Bible when I was younger. I'm reading it right now, and I'm wondering if it would have had the same the depth that is now. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering, is there a way to do those steps? Because I mean, definitely.
Well, I think that the imperative on that is the catechizing your children. Parents should be doing that, right? Giving them the frame. Like, for instance, if parents have never introduced God of the Bible, Jesus of the Bible, to their child, when someone hears the term Jesus, they either don't have the language for it, they don't know what it is, or they've been infected by folk religion and they just superimpose upon the character of Jesus what they've been infected with. But if your parents who are raising children in the admonition of the Lord and teaching the scriptures as they feel convicted to do, now they have a frame. Now, if that child isn't born again and falls away, whatever the case may be, what God's plan for that child is, you know what I mean? But you're giving them what is right and good, and that's imperative. It's just as important as food. And you know, it's more important than food.
Yeah.
So I think that's can children understand it to some degree? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But if they've never been exposed to it, now you have a very hard road. Well, in context of the church, and discipleship, and the first disciples are your children, your parents. You know, that's the first.
But it's not the language. It's the concept. And so, like, the pattern, if you want to look at a pattern, you can look at the pattern. It's a little hard to see in Peterson. It's really easy to see in Vervaeke. You can look at the pattern of the rediscovery of the concepts around Christianity, right? And I mean, you can see this in Dawkins now, right?
Yeah, slowly,
right?
That's so great. It's so funny and so great. I love it.
Right, but you can see this in McGilchrist, right? But what you're talking about, John, is again, for me, is the difference between the meaning crisis. I was never introduced to these concepts, and the crisis of faith, right? And you're kind of a mix, right? Like, I got some of them, kind of, right? Yeah. But like, for me, I've told this story before, but like, they locked me in a room. I didn't really lock me in a room, but I was allowed to do my own study in the Catholic school because they passed a stupid law in Massachusetts, and for some reason my parents went along with this garbage, where I was able to take ethics in the Catholic school instead of taking religion. And I had no exposure, so they made me read The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which I love.
Oh, yeah. Right? My dad read that.
And then at the end, I get questioned by the vice principal who ran the ethics course, and I was the only person taking ethics. No surprise. In the tiny Catholic school, 1,000 people.
That's crazy.
100 people in the school.
I thought that'd be kind of mandatory there, but whatever.
6 to 12, grades 6 to 12, 100 people total, right? So I'm the only one taking ethics, right? So at the end of The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, he goes, well, you know, who does the lion represent?
No way they didn't know. No way
they didn't know. It's a lion, dude.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about?
Oh my God.
And he's like, yeah, but who does the lion remind you of? And I'm like, do you understand that this is a fiction? Like, this is science fiction fantasy? Like, why are you asking me these dumb questions? It's a lion in a fantasy book.
Yeah.
Like, what do you do? Are you trying to psyop me, bro? Like, what's going on?
Yeah.
No. This was like a real like a 15-minute interaction where he kept asking me these retarded questions.
Okay, we can't say that.
And eventually he had to give in, and he said, "Well, the lion's like Jesus," and I'm said, "Maybe, I don't know." And like, he didn't know what to do, and I was like, "Oh, are we done?" Like, I didn't even understand what happened, but like, I think I got another class or something. Like, where the ethics. It was a great book. I'm glad I got to sit and read this book instead of doing some ethicy thing. I don't know. But like great pate, but I got a motor. Like what? I don't understand what you're talking about. And like the funny part is that I tell this story and like people aren't getting it. That's a nuclear weapon of a problem. It's like an actual like, oh my goodness, holy
I think
crap.
Right. I think this points to one of the two big problems: A, parenting issue; B, using something like Narnia in place of Jesus of the Bible. Right? Like that has to. There's foundations required there. You know.
No, that's clever, right? We've got to get around this state law. What are we going to do? Let's use a secular book that's basically a retelling of part of the gospel, effectively.
Sure.
From what I understand, haven't read that stupid.
They can't use the Bible for that class.
Huh?
Well, no. In places where you couldn't use the Bible, you would use allegory.
You can't use the Bible. You can't. Like it's forbidden by law.
Really? For an ethics class? We're not talking about
in public school.
No. It was a brand. I'm not as positive of this, but I'm fairly sure Massachusetts was the first state to do it. It was a brand new law.
Right.
It was a separation of church and state law, which is just a misunderstanding of law and separation in church and state. Like
it's rebellion against their puritanical roots.
Well, it's evil. It's fundamentally evil.
That's evil.
To misunderstand the point of separation of church and state deliberately like that. But they weren't allowed to use any religious references. Right. So who do you have? You have a handful of people. C.S. Lewis is best known, and he might be the best at it. Well,
you can't do confusion because it's like an ethics class. Like, what are you even talking about? That's just such a confusion about
secular ethics.
You know what I mean? So you're going to be borrowing from something and everything.
John, they don't have any ethics material because it doesn't exist. Like this is the other problem. They implement a law. They've got no way to implement it. They just pass a law. There is no ethics material. You don't teach ethics. That doesn't happen, right? Especially around this time I'm in junior high.
Yeah.
There is no ethics. It doesn't exist.
I mean, our ethics, like literally, I remember, I had 2 different classes in the same year on the Nazis in English and in history. And I remember, sorry, and I'm going to go to request in freaking, my freshman year of community college, we really had the entire class was devoted to discussing plantations, and one of the final year end assignments was debating slavery.
I'm not.
And they
surprised.
put me on the pro-slavery side, and this is reminding me what you said about your ethics class. She didn't announce a winner, and because the pro-slavery side won. And I'm not even kidding. They don't even know why slavery is wrong. Because they don't have any reason to say it. They start making economic arguments almost immediately.
Right.
And I'm like, what is happening? Like, really?
Right.
Like, really? Okay.
That's the same thing.
All right. I put on a southern accent and just started talking about how I could teach monkeys to spell, and everyone started laughing, and I won. So, yeah.
but this is part of Bruce's point. Like, I don't know that this is true, right? But I'm gonna put it at the Dr. Spock books on how to raise your children, and I'll put it right back to psychology. Parents aren't doing their job anymore. Yeah. We start using this, and I went over this in the monologue. We start using you want a psyop? The term education is a psyop.
Yeah.
For real. There's no such thing as education. What people are discussing is formation.
Yeah.
Right? What you're fighting about is formation. And this becomes very, very clear in American nation.
It's so scary because it's like, man, like the political the political beliefs that I was guided to have. I mean, they really did come a little bit from my mom, from her education, and then from the TV that I saw, and then in high school, and then all through high school. And it's like they almost never explicitly say it. I mean, they do at some points. I think they do when you finally get to college and it's the final reveal, but it's always just hints about what the whole plan is, and then you finally get it and you're like, aha, I knew that, I'm a genius. You know what I mean? It's like, no, you guys have been slowly indoctrinated since you were fucking 12.
Right. And you've been led into it
of perspective that you haven't even looked at.
Right. You've been led into it.
Insane.
Right. I got a comment. I got to comment on this real quick. Sally Jo, seriously, before calling out evil and and homeless Mark existed. Bitter middle school Mark. No, I was never bitter, ever. For some reason, like I actually wasn't.
ML printer is outraged.
ML printer. Why are there only 11 people watching this? Well, that depends on how many you think are watching it. There could be a lot of people on Twitter watching it. It really depends on whether or not you believe the StreamYard number of 75, which is amazing, by the way. Thank you, everybody. In a shade more reasonable world, NP would have 100K subs. Damn you, YouTube algo. Yeah. Well, look, man, promote me. We're getting better. Actually, there's quite a bit of help with the thumbnails. Thank you, Sarah.
The wheels are in motion.
And time is a psyop. We already have 100,000 views right now. So,
there we go. Yeah. Well, but back to the point of the psyop of education, like it's formation we're talking about. That's what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to form, and not just your children. Like you're actually all supposed to help form each other.
Yeah, that's right.
For real. Like when I fall, my brother Bruce is supposed to pick me up, right? And when he falls, I'm supposed to pick him up. Right. And I mean, that's a lot of my project is, people come in and they're like, they're in pretty rough shape and they need help. And it's like, all right, well, Manuel and I, usually Sally, whoever else is around, will help as best we can. And maybe we fail, but like, that's what you're supposed to do. Right. Like that it's formation, and we're all supposed to be forming each other towards the same freaking thing. Like, but that means you have to look up and you have to have those things in common.
Yeah.
Right? That's well, if everybody tells you don't need that, or you can like learn ethics, which is the dumbest thing I've ever heard of in my life. Then you're screwed, because you're not. You have to do the hard, and you can't only look up and you can't only look down. We went over that earlier. That's Pastor Paul's great work on Eyes Up, Eyes Down. Fantastic. I see that. Right? You've got to be able to do both, because you need contrast to see, but also you have to look up to something common. The only thing we actually have in common are virtues and values.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, this is probably natural for people, but like what I thought a good person was like 10 years ago, or I mean, 15 years ago, whatever time frame, is just completely off. Right. You know what I mean? Right. So like, that's that formation. That changing target. So,
well, if they're not going to, if they're not going to be formed by your home, they're going to be formed by the world. This famous pastor says this. His name's Vodi Bakum. He says, "Don't be surprised you send your children to Rome and they come back as Romans." Don't be
right.
That's what we're doing with the public school. Mostly.
Well, and that was resilient. I'm kind of disagreeable. Like I went to LA and just became more, just more me. I think. But no, I don't know. Yeah,
some people have different reactions, but again,
I'm very disagreeable.
Right, the normal thing. See, this is where people get confused, right? They think that what happens to me happens to everybody. Like if I was in AA and that brought me to a better place, then everybody needs to go to AA. It's like, no, that's not how that works at all.
Right. Well, those people are a hammer in search of a nail.
That's hard. That's hard.
Right, but
I naturally see people think like me.
But the point is, on average, if you go to Rome, right? You're, right. And the ancients knew this. Like they used to swap nobles. Why? Oh, to get them familiar with the other, right? And in the wars, and there were wars, and there were people killed, although not many, thank goodness. A lot of people talk about, the U.S. had this Protestant thing down because they didn't have wars. Oh no, they certainly did. It just wasn't as bad as in Europe, but there weren't as many people. Right. So, like I wouldn't expect it to be. But the wars were largely over schooling. Right?
That was a big
when
one.
The Catholics come in, the reason why there are Catholic schools in the United States is because the Protestants don't want the Catholics in the school system.
Yeah, I mean that's
That's something. That's something. See, once again, back to what I said earlier. That's something I'd fight a war about.
I mean, it's we had that going on.
Having access to people's children and filling them up with ideas. That's like very deep.
But it's sneaky. The way it works is sneaky, right? You wouldn't think. Look, the Catholics get here late, largely, right? You wouldn't think they would care. Oh, we'll just train the Catholic kids, and they'll turn into Protestants, right? That should be the thinking. But there's actually two reasons why that doesn't work. And it's not just the Catholics go, we don't want our kids to turn into Protestants, because actually they're kind of like, whatever. They're getting good religious education at home. It'll be fine. Yeah. The problem is that if you let the Catholic kids go to Protestant schools, you're following the Protestant principles, and they are principled people largely in the beginning, especially, right? We'll call them the true reform, so that Bruce is happy. What happens is they have to let the parents on the school board. Oh no, we're not doing that. They have to let the parents have a say in the education.
And there's a reason for that, right? There's a reason why you have membership and affirming confessions in your church. So if your church has a particular confession, and you allow membership, right, in your congregation from a varied number of people that do not hold to the confession, the entire conscience of your church could eventually change.
Yeah. It works like an infection. It's like, I mean, that's something other that's really important. Is like the system that mediates like infectious ideas is the same one that mediates infectious diseases, because they function exactly the same way mathematically. You know what I mean? So like, think about it the same way. They literally do spread like a virus. The viruses of ideas. Yeah. What's his name? That one guy who's always going on about it. I'm forgetting his name. Gad Saad. He's right. I mean, about that part. He doesn't go very deep with, I think.
Well, and even if you don't disagree with their conscience, like fundamental, well, we'll say as a brother, right? You might say there's distinctions, and they have massive distinctions, and you still may call them brothers, be in communion with them, but you have a particular distinction, and that distinction is what you're holding as you're holding the guardrails there. And if you let the conscience slip of the group, the congregation, you're going to have a different church or a different institution.
But this isn't even a church issue. This isn't even a church issue. It's way worse. They're running a secular government.
Yeah.
Which is impossible.
Right.
And so again, if we let the kids go and we try to train them into Protestantism, in order to hold the principles together that we adhered to long before there was a government here, by the way, it wasn't the US yet, right? We would have to let the parents on the school board. We'd have to. We'd be obligated by our belief system, by our religion, to do that.
Yes.
It's not going to corrupt the religion, but it is going to corrupt the school.
Talking to the homeschool kid.
And we can't have that. Right. And the Catholics are like, well, we'd rather not have our kids exposed to Protestantism because, so they form their own schools. That's why we have Catholic schools.
Okay, my dad went to Catholic
the Catholic,
he's like weirdly has weird opinions about it.
Yeah, the Catholic Protestant opposition.
Why he has a weird opinion, probably.
That battle,
beat up a lot.
Went all the way into the 60s and 70s in the United States. The fact that JFK was a Catholic was a massive problem for the United States conscience.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, that's not that long ago.
Yeah.
Right.
Where I live in Maryland was Catholicville, and there were fights in the 1600s on the Chesapeake. And then the Protestants won one of these battles of Severn and just started setting blaze fire to Catholic town. Right. So people, I'm Protestant, I'm Reformed, but I'm not going to like whitewash the history of the battles, of the wars, and the problems that we've had, But so that's not that old. Like we still have that problem.
Why? I'm curious. Maybe I'm just asking a lot of people this question. Like, what made you choose Protestantism over Catholicism? Is that like what you're raised in, or is that?
That's
like I think
story.
I have a natural tendency against authority, which is probably.
It's a long story. I was Christian Catholic. I'm Italian. So like, but to me, I was convinced by the logic of the scripture alone as its sole authority and special revelation. So to me, that was the biggest reason I stayed in the Reform camp. You can call it rebellion if you wish. I'm not rebelling against tradition as such.
Yeah.
Just the tradition to me without an infallible standard. I don't buy the infallibility of the institution.
No, I completely get that.
That's a big reason why. But I really agree with a lot of them. To be fair, on many issues.
I listened to someone explain it recently, and it's like, well, like the whole point is to have we need to have like a body of Christ on earth somewhere, and it's like if we're not focusing on keeping it like in one centered place, then like it's not. Then like, we're missing the whole point. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I understand.
I get that, and I get that. I think that's interesting to think about. But at the same time, it's like, well, I have to follow the Pope like he's a king. You know what I mean? Like my own personal king that's separate. You know what I mean? So I don't get exactly.
Well, to represent them fairly,
that's a person. So like
to represent them fairly, that's not how they see the Pope. I mean, so
Okay,
that's
please
kind of
tell me.
a mischaracterization. There's a lot of distinctions there. They don't see the Pope that way.
Okay.
While we kind of would argue there's some issues for me, the infallibility issue is a problem. But they don't see the Pope as the king. To be fair, you ask them, Christ is king.
Okay.
They're going to say that. They're going
I
to say
know.
that.
Yeah. Sorry. Someone's going to get mad.
Well,
at me for
consistent,
saying that.
consistent ones. There's a lot that don't, but to be fair, like that's kind of the, they're not as bad as they may be.
No. I don't think so. My dad and his now wife go to Catholic church together. I've been there like a few times. It's different. You know what I mean? I don't understand it as well. I mean, I mostly went to Baptist church as a kid, and now I'm trying to start going back to church regularly. I went when I had a girlfriend for a bit. I went to Protestant church with her, or actually I think it was non-denominational or something. And right now I'm not going. I need to start going. But now
you
I
definitely do need to go.
Videos and pray.
You definitely need to go to church. Don't neglect the church.
Okay, yeah. I'm a weird loner.
No, don't do that. That's not how it's meant to be. You need to go to church.
Yeah. Right.
I mean, that's absolute, especially if you're proclaiming Christianity. Like that's absolutely required. Okay, all right.
No, I want to be a Christian. Is what I would
go to church. Is the Bible is meant to be understood in the context of the church. So you need, go. That would be my.
Bruce, you get it. You got to reach out to Jacob and have a convo with him. That'd be interesting.
Is this? Oh, that's Jacob. Yeah. Okay, fine. We've talked about this before.
Reformed theology is indefensible from the Bible. I have tried many times to find someone who would even try, and no one even tries. Well,
I think lots of people try.
I think you found your man, because I bet Bruce will try. So
many people have tried. I don't know.
Yeah, well, I don't. Whatever.
I've talked to Jacob plenty of times. I just haven't done a formalized one.
You should go on his channel and give him some content. That would be interesting. I'd even watch that one.
Well, I mean, it's we could do it. It's been hashed over so many times, but yeah, we can do it at some point. No, I mean, to be fair, like I'm not surprised that a Jewish guy is not convinced by biblical theology. Like there's nothing to uncover here. But
it's gonna be a long conversation.
Maybe it could be very
short.
I
don't know what he thinks.
Very short. Yeah.
Seems like it could be hard.
Oh, he says he's invited you many times.
It's easier to convince an atheist than it is to convince an already religious person, honestly.
I'm not interested in convincing anyone. That's not my goal.
Yeah, convincing. Okay. Right, convincing.
Maybe, that's a disagreeable in me trying to beat my old self on an argument.
I would think that just putting the ideas out there and letting people see them is still.
I mean, Reformed theology is Protestantism. Like anything else is just a derivative. So if we're going to do that game, like this Protestantism is not defensible in that case.
Well, I don't think Protestant is defensible, but again, I'll give you a new bucket and call you Reformed. That's fine. Like, I think that's valid. Actually, because I can see that there is a differentiation between, we'll say the people who lost some of the aspects of Catholicism, but kept a bunch of the other aspects that the others kind of threw out babies in bathwaters.
Yeah. That I agree with that actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is a marked difference. Like I said, I acquiesce to the Reformed bucket because there does seem to be a difference between, let's say, true Reformed and the rest of the Protestants.
There is,
right, and they're a lot closer to the Catholics.
The funny thing is, the thing I would argue actually is, I mean, this is really, we're going to derail the stream here, but the real issue that I see is actually a number of the Protestant positions have gone back to Rome, actually, like theologically, not in practice, but theologically. Right. They've departed and basically crossing the Tiber, but instead of joining the Catholic Church, they're maintaining their, Protestant distinction. But they really should just be at Rome, the way they portray,
Well, except they won't add in the other things, and they've been trained with a bunch of lies about the Catholics, some of which are laughable, some of which are justifiable. Like the Catholics have done some bad things. The Jesuits in particular have done some bad things. But like a lot of it is just complete garbage and never happened, right? Psyop.
Yeah.
Well, they train their children that way. Like I was with a guy once, and we were looking over the basilica in Columbia, South Carolina, where we have basilica, whatever, mysteries of the world, right? We're looking over the basilica, and I said, "Have you been in that church?" And he said, "Oh yeah, I was in there." I said, "Yeah, it's weird because it doesn't look beautiful from the outside. It looks like kind of a boring brick building, but inside it's absolutely freaking gorgeous." And that's bad, right, in my estimation. But what he said was, "Oh yeah, I remember when I went there because the day before I went, I had just gotten done writing an essay for one of my courses in public high school about the evils of the Catholic Church." And I was like, "What?" Like, what? And then I think, the more Protestants you talk to, the more it's like, "Oh yeah, we learned this in school, in public school." And I'm like, well, A, it's wrong, and B, why are they like the Catholics don't train their kids that the Protestants are bad people at all? Why are you training your kids that the
You're probably giving arguments against yourself, by the way.
Well, in the public school, they're teaching Catholicism through a political lens, and so that's how people get it in the public school, right? So that's kind of how the world history is taught, through that lens.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? And so you're
Well,
getting
you can't.
that.
I mean, I don't know how much of it's the curriculum, how much of it was the teacher's opinion, but it was just constantly seeping through.
Yeah, but you can't teach history without teaching religion, because religion's what
Right.
moves every event in history. And Catholicism just ruled the roost in the West for a long time. Like, I don't like at some point it's like, well, is that bad? I mean, even if you're Protestant and you hold to that, it's like, well, you should know how the Catholics move the world, because then you'll know what to do about it if it happens again, or you'll know what to do to move the world that way, or whatever, right? But you can't reproduce Christendom with Protestantism. That's the big problem. Although the US made it seem like you could, right? But actually it doesn't work, and it just takes a long time for that to become clear. And that's part of what's going on today. To sort of get back to an earlier question, it's part of what's going on today is that loss of that common thing that's required for the experiment to work, which is that singular belief in God. It's kind of explicit.
What do you think that you need to have and maintain that? Is it like something like, is there like a proper, like, is it right that you have like a Catholic church and then a Protestant church, or like different levels, or are we missing something that would keep that maintenance? I mean, because I think that the Christianity is being reborn right now, so it's like, I'm not necessarily sure there was ever a problem. I don't think it was. I think it's just part of the process.
Well, yeah, maybe. I mean, that's the Peugeot argument, which I'm not sure I agree with. I want to detour for 1 sec. Jacob, Mark is completely right. Thank you, Jacob. Trying to teach history without religion is like trying to teach physics without talking about energy. Yep, pretty much. I think that's the perfect analogy, actually. Thank you, Jacob.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
John,
it would be insane.
to address what you're saying, I think the problem is that in one sense you have to be correct. Christendom is gone. And, right?
I don't think it is, though.
Christendom. The Christendom model.
Currently, yes.
Yeah. It's been obliterated.
Time is a psyop.
Well, then the question is, does it return the way it was? Or does it return in a new form that we can't anticipate? Or does the whole project fail? Because I think it's something that he's winning right at the moment.
I watched that Japanese horror about spirals recently. I watched a video about it, but I think it's like a spiral, or it's like you're always revolving closer and closer towards the center with more and more getting,
Yeah, McGill goes into that. There's something to this.
Yeah, whatever. I watched a Japanese horror thing that was unrelated to that. He mentioned it too, but I'm talking about the Japanese horror video.
I'm just saying spirals is a big theme right now. Right.
Yeah.
That's part of the enchantment of the world.
Well, with regards to that, again, bringing up No Agenda Show, but Adam Curry talked about that.
Right.
He thinks we're in a similar state post 60s. Like, he thinks the same thing's happening now that happened in the 60s. Very similar. Very similar. There's sort of like, he goes into more detail on the issue, but essentially post-war, people have been destroyed and they hit the wall, and now they're searching for meaning again, and Christianity is having a comeback yet again. But it's hard to see in popular culture, but if you talk to people, it's people like John are emerging. from what I can tell.
I'm weird.
Yeah, but
No, you're not that
Yeah,
weird.
they
You're not
always-
that weird. You're not that
No,
weird.
exactly. But
always
I'm not that weird though. That's the thing though. Yeah, I meet people all the time, and I talk to people all the time. Just even I mean, like I said, it's easier to convince atheists, but just like I don't. The key to like convincing people is not to run at them and be like, "Who are you voting for?" It's like, no, you didn't talk about that. You just talk to them. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? I don't know. You just, yeah. And you just let your, especially out there, because they're also interested in film and ideas. If you can have some really interesting ideas and talk about how film and narrative all ties together and how that relates to reality, it's like they'll actually really buy into that. You know what I mean? They really understand it. I think a lot of them do. You know what I mean?
Peterson,
and it's not very far step for them to realize one day that, oh, wait a minute, I'm now a white supremacist.
right. But Peterson kind of opens the door for all that, I think. And I did want to highlight this Jacob comment. Christians all becoming Noahides. I
don't know what that means.
Jacob's dream. No, but like,
I guess we all have to hold to the Noahic covenant. Yeah, okay.
But Christianity always emerges. So the danger is getting into this habit that, like, say, I think even Peterson falls into, but certainly Vervaeke, and even Pastor Paul, which is this emergence is good attitude. Yeah. And I'm like, man, lots of things emerge and most of them ain't good. And so, like, you don't want that to happen. Like, you just don't want that. You don't want to rely on that.
Always isn't good.
Right. Well, you don't want to rely on that. And so, you know, I mean, maybe Jacob's got the right prediction here, right? Christians all become Noahides.
What's a Noahide? That sounds good.
It's a complicated discussion.
A Noahide is somebody who follows the Noahide laws.
The Noahic covenant with Noah, 7 laws.
But isn't Jewish, right?
Yeah.
So you kind of acquiesce to the 10 Commandments, but
you're not Jewish.
You're not Jewish, but that's okay, right?
It's hard for me to believe in Christ, but I've seen Christ a few times, and in those moments, I'm like, yeah, this is the right person to be.
It's a nice way that the Jews have.
This is not the version that's right.
It's a nice framing that the Jews have for the non-chosen people, the Gentile, to follow the laws of God.
Right. Yep. That's what Noahidism is. But the thing is, like that doesn't replace what Christendom built at all. I'm not saying that he's wrong. He might be right. Like, but that doesn't replace what Christendom was, right? And because Christendom, there was a church in the center of every town.
Yeah.
Right. And in Judaism, there's like one temple. Well, that doesn't scale. Right. And like maybe there's a way to scale Noahidism, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, you're not replacing, say, the medieval town. If you haven't seen a medieval town, by the way, they're freaking, you gotta walk around medieval town. They're awesome.
Yeah, well, honestly, I don't want to, like, I have a lot of respect for Judaism. Matter of fact, there was a time when I thought, I think I might be Jewish, but like, the times that I've seen Christ, it's a much different experience, and I think that like that pulls you in a lot from being more secular, because it's real. It's a real person that existed, who's the main character of reality. You know what I mean? Who everything exists around.
Right, but that's
that like God existed in real life. That's a game changing.
Right, but that's also the objection, right? That's the objection. Like Vervaeke had this objection. He said, but why does it have to be a person? Why can't it be a book? Which I was like, well, that's because you're from Protestant roots. Oh yeah, he actually said that to Pastor Paul.
That's like saying, why can't it be a person? Why can't it be DNA? The way I see that.
No, but why can't it be a book?
It's like the book isn't alive.
No, but that's the point. Like, he wants it not to be alive, which I find hysterical.
Of course they don't. I mean, of course he doesn't. Why would you? Because then you have accountability, personality, like all the person.
First, you're judged.
Yeah, exactly.
Then you have accountability. It's even worse.
Yeah,
to be judged.
Right. If it's merely impersonal, okay, that's easy peasy.
Right.
That's a good point.
And it can be any book.
Yeah. When it's
he said it in that same talk. I think he said, I want to remain loyal to Plato or something. And I was like,
why?
Well, no, but it's worse. Like, what makes you think you can't be? Like, why is reading? Like, why is being a Christian like somehow interfering with Plato?
I don't see that at all. I'm reading Plato for the first time right now, and I don't see I'm like, oh, hey, this thought process has been around forever, is what I see.
I'm kind of like Mark in that I've never read Plato, and I don't have to.
Like, no, I've now read the Republic. So
I'm reading Plato's Symposium with some people on Twitter. Just that one thing about love.
No, read the Republic with a bunch of people.
I have all of his complete works in a book, so I will get to that slowly.
No, just
visual.
Skip everything else. Just read the Republic.
Okay.
Let me know what you think at the end of book 10.
Okay.
When I read the end of book 10, I was like, what are these lunatics claiming philosophy talking about? Did you read the end of book 10 of the Republic, guy? Because like you said, you read the Republic, but I think you missed the whole point of the book.
I'll read book 10. I'll remember that.
Like the book 10 of the Republic, the end of book 10, which is the last book of the Republic.
Okay.
If you somehow believe, because you read that doesn't lead directly into Christianity as such, you must have some kind of an issue with your brain.
I'm really excited to see it because I'm already reading, like I said, in the part that I'm reading, it's all about love and talking about, it gets to Plato talking about what Socrates believes about love, and it very much starts moving into monotheism, and
but the end of book 10 is way worse. It's like no, I mean seriously. If you read the end of the Republic and you take Plato seriously at all, and you think he has anything good to say, and you don't immediately maybe like if you're on a so-called philosophical exploration, whatever that may mean, like metaphysical, however you want to frame it, like and you're looking to Plato and you read the Republic and you read the last few pages of book 10, and you don't actually just put the book down and head to a church, you're probably deranged in some way that I don't understand, but you missed the point. For real. Like the end of book, the way the Republic ends, and it's like a double quote, a story is being told about a resurrection. I seriously, I don't you can sit
that was
there
written before Christ, right?
Right. Like you can make all the wrong, and I'll freaking challenge me. I'll go get the damn passages if you want.
Yeah,
but you can make all the wrong assumptions about Plato, replacing Homer or whatever. That's not true. But even if it were, he's replacing it with a myth about a resurrection, and maybe it's not a myth. Maybe he thinks this is a true story. Irrelevant. He's talking about a resurrection. I don't how does that not lead directly into the Christian story? I don't even understand what did you read?
Well, I know the story is very different, but one of the first times that I really started to digest that connection was reading about Dionysus in Marcilia Eliada's book, History of Religious Ideas, part 1. When he goes into that, I mean, I was going through a lot of the time, but when he goes into the book, and it's also just tying into it, and the way the book starts out very abstract, and it slowly moves closer and closer and closer to history. And by the time it's describing stories like Elijah and stuff like that, it's oh, we're in reality now. And then suddenly this comes in meeting in with the prophesizing by the Greeks, I guess, and how it met that. It was just incredible. And yeah, I don't know. I can't even recapture the framework of how incredible that was when that first hit me in a weird way. But yeah, I don't know. I'm really excited to read it. Is that your favorite book? What's your favorite book?
Favorite book? I don't have a favorite book. I don't have a favorite anything. It doesn't make any sense.
Okay, it's fine. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I won't answer that question either.
Yeah, I want to address sort of Matthew's stuff. I agree with half this take. I disagree to disregard Plato. Well, I'm not saying disregard Plato. I do agree that Plato foreshadows to Christ. Yeah, he does. Mark, navel gaze is the end. No, the end is the end. No. If the reader is on a quest, we'll say a philosophical quest, to understand something philosophical, which I would argue doesn't exist. Idea of philosophy is just incorrect in we'll say recent times, the age of gnosis, certainly. The conclusion that you should come to, because there isn't another one, is that the story that Plato makes, however you explain that story, it's either a myth or a true story. It doesn't matter, right? You can't either replacing Homer or saying Homer is still awesome. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the valence of the end of the book 10. You put the book down, and to continue your philosophical or metaphysical quest, you go to a church for real. There isn't another logical thing to do at that point. If you didn't do that, you've made some kind of error that I can't understand because I don't know how you'd make that error. And it's just maybe Satan possession, like not demon possession, like actual just Satan gets into your soul and forces you not to go to the rational conclusion that is the only option at that point. I was blown away. Still in shock. Still.
I almost wonder if there's something like a first mover problem. Not everywhere, because like the place I was going to church was nice, but like right now the church that I always come by next to my house, it's like I almost never see people there, and it's like very run down. And I know this is like shitty. I'm not saying that's an excuse for me not to go. That's absolutely not an excuse for me not to go. But I mean, I have walked by there a couple times a little bit early before church, and I was like, I don't know. And yeah, it honestly was partly because like it's just, I don't know. So I guess I don't have an excuse, but like, what do you think about that? You know, do we need more beautiful churches? Is that my job? Should I go to that church next week and do some plant some flowers or something?
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird to me, John, and this is one of the things I complain about regularly, that all these people say, you know, beauty will save the world and whatever, and like I have a disagreement with that, but like beauty good, so yes, but it has to be, we'll say, right beauty,
right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
And they don't also do what I do, which is say, you churches need to get on the ball and like make beautiful churches. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah.
They should be externally gorgeous so that people are attracted to them.
Well, that's
like I don't understand the church in Columbia is ugly. Like,
here's the thing, though. If a city spends a whole bunch of money on rebuilding the church, a lot of people are going to complain and say that's a waste of money. So
well, the city shouldn't do it. I mean, the city
shouldn't do it. The city shouldn't do it.
I mean, it depends how we say it. Like, how does the city get it? Like, so for instance, how does the city get the money, funds, and decision making to do it? Right? So it currently couldn't. But if you had faithful Christians that were acting in the world, and if they wanted to use the state, but the means by which they were going to do it, they would vote according to their conscience, and they would get into positions of power in the state and do the work. If not, they use the other gifts afforded to them and use their resources and power without the state and build it.
Right.
So you either change the conscience of the state or do it yourself.
Right. No, you do it
yourself.
Again,
it's always our fault, is what the answer is.
It's definitely our fault.
No, it is. But again, this goes back to what we were saying earlier, right? Like, but this is back to exactly what we were saying earlier. Why can't we criticize our leaders? We can't even criticize our peers, dude. We can't even raise our children.
Yeah.
Like, what are you talking about criticizing our leaders? We're light years away from that problem. Yeah, that's a big problem. We're light years away from that problem. Let's solve the problem of criticizing anybody at all ever. Like, that would be good. And
I
let's
can't even
move
do
up
that.
from
I don't know how
there.
other people feel. So, yeah.
But I wanna quickly go. So, Matthew, I'm glad he's still around. Many of Plato's works are inexhaustible to most. Agreed. The whole matters. That's true. The end is how he ended his masterpiece. Right. The end is not the masterpiece. I agree. Right. By the way, I love the Republic in the end, in the middle, the cave, in the beginning, of walking into the city's festival with his friend. Yes. Do you want the biggest psyop ever? It's Plato's cave. The lie of Plato's cave, which I do have a video on navigating patterns. It's a very good video, actually.
I really should read this just so I can, find the problems with it.
Well, if you read it without other people, use my book club on the Texas Wisdom Community site because it's really good. Plato loves forever because of mastery and artistry of playing with the inexhaustible. Yes. Oh, lives forever. Yes, he does. Again, the problem is that if you put you got my angle. Oh, good, Matthew. Like if you put the cave in the context in which it was written and not rip it out of the text, like you're some kind of master of of literature, and then throw it in the age of gnosis individualistic frame, it means something totally different. Like it means the actual opposite of what people say, right? And hopefully Jesse and I will get time to go over.
So me having not read the cave, I think is this sort of the idea of someone in there and they see the shadows in the cave and that whole story?
Yeah, I still don't get what your critique is. I don't get the differentiation enough.
Here's the problem.
Okay.
The way that Plato talks about the cave is the following. Let's explore education and the want of education. That's the very beginning of book 7. Okay. He's only talking about education and the want of education. That's the first problem that everybody skips over, right? Mm-hmm. So that's a contextual cue that's important. The second problem is that what he actually says about the cave is that let's imagine that people were basically from birth. There's a little bit of wiggle in the translation for sure. We're bound up on a bench. They can't move their heads, so they can only look straight ahead. And that there are projections on the wall that they see. And there are noises made around them that they hear in a certain direction, right? So it's a very elaborate play. There's a road behind them where the people walk between them and the fire and put things up on the wall. So they see these affectations is the right way to talk about them, I think. Sorry for the fancy word, right? So they see these things, right? And let's imagine that you could free one of them. The implication is very clear that you cannot do this. It's not possible. It's actually made clear. You can't be freed ever. No one ever in the book gets freed. It doesn't happen. I don't know what you think you read, but read it again. Nobody gets out of the cave. Nobody gets out of bondage. It's a thought experiment. What if somebody could get out of bondage? What would happen to them? Even if they could, every step of getting out of the cave, which is not the process people describe, is painful, and they don't like it. And they have to be forced to do it by an external force. All of it. Okay?
It's very reformed of Plato.
This is not me breaking the dude, I was stunned when I read. I'm like, who read this and came away with the Matrix? Like, are you retarded? Like, did you read like half the, like, what did you do? How did you read this and come to this conclusion that somebody like breaks free from the chains and like crawls out of the cave and,
by their own volition?
Well, but it's worse. Forget about the parable of the cave. It's only a couple pages, whatever, right? He modifies, as he does in other books in the Republic, he modifies the analogy or the metaphor, right? He modifies it, as he always does, right? And expands it. The point of book 7 is that you are stuck, born into a class, period, full stop, end of statement. That's the point. And then the people who are of the highest class, the highest value to society, are the philosophers. And you, who is the creator of the city, in this case, Socrates and Glaucon, have to take the philosophers away from their journey towards truth by force. And Glaucon objects and says, you can't do that. That's not good for the philosopher. And Socrates admonishes Glaucon once again, for the billionth time, by the way. It's all throughout the Republic. He says, we're not doing this for the good of the class of philosophers, or any of the individual philosophers, which have been long abandoned by this point, by the way. We are doing this for the good of the city. And then what happens is you drag them down by force. They don't want to go down to the bottom layer of the city, which is analogous to the cave, yes. Right? They don't want to go down.
Nobody wants to.
They go down and they see what's wrong at the bottom of the city because they'll see it more clearly because they're philosophers. not sophists. Sophists are like the great evil of Plato, as near as I can tell, right? The people there are going to be angry with them and like throw things at them and give them no accolades, even though they're right.
So are you saying that no one like would do that, or you literally couldn't do that? You know what I mean? You can't.
In the case, so no one can be released.
Why physically couldn't you? You have to have why do you have to be forced? Why couldn't? Why?
No, it's not even that you. It's not even that you have to be forced. You can't get out. You're born into a class, which is the same as saying you're born with limitations.
I feel like I've transformed perspectives a lot. I mean, I don't know if you say like going up classes, but I think people can change classes, like from not even just like money ways, but like
maybe, dude.
Pretty. John, maybe. I mean, isn't Christ that in a way?
No.
I mean,
no.
Well,
maybe
more than that, but I'm just saying.
But that's not what Plato says in his book.
Okay. Okay.
Fair enough. I'm just talking about like, dude, you read the Republic completely wrong, because according to Plato, it's not possible. It's not an option.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Okay.
But also, he's not wrong.
Yeah, it's important to understand that, I guess.
Right. But
maybe it's calling for that. You know what I mean?
But if you want to understand, and maybe this is valid, and maybe it's not. If you want to understand, we'll say the miracle of the United States, because there's a miracle there at least, right? There's a few probably, right? You could understand one miracle of the United States to be that we do not have a standard class system from the country we came out of, England, or that resembles any other historical way of being. The closest analog is Rome, right? Okay. Because in Roman society, you could move up and down the castes, because I think they had a caste system, if I remember correctly. I might be getting this wrong, but I don't think so. I think they had a caste system. You could move within the caste system in Rome, right? You could move somewhat within the caste system within Greece. That's why when people talk about slavery, they get it all wrong. Roman slavery and Greek slavery were different, right? They don't resemble, we'll say, the issue of slavery, which is chattel slavery. It's a different type of slavery. It's very rare, by the way. Chattel slavery is very historically rare, right?
So how is Roman and Greek different? I'm curious. I don't know.
I can.
Hi, Sally.
Let's go backwards and upside down.
Please.
So you're thinking about the cave and why you can't get out of it. We're so American that we can't imagine a caste system. And we can't imagine freedom to travel and freedom to quit jobs as not just being essential. We can't imagine.
But I think it's perfect. It's perfect. To me, it's allegorizing the bondage of sin.
That's how I see it. I don't know.
I'm just explaining the cave of what it is to be an American.
Right. No, fair enough. Yeah, and I think that's a big problem with the Christianity in America. Very big issue.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, if you're born in bondage to sin, you cannot be removed by your own volition.
The travel thing struck me hard when I was in England, because they don't consider it as an essential right to travel. And as an American, you're just like, what? And right, but it's not essential.
Right.
And we don't even understand the extent to which we consider that as like, well, of course you could just move away from of course you could just travel to another state. That's like essential. Of course you are.
Well, like, and traveling alone as such, say in your car, because here you have to do that to get groceries.
Yeah.
Right. And other places, that's just not, that's conceited. Like, gross. How could you think you're so high and mighty that you're allowed to just go get a different, you could go to a different store for brand name of cheese.
No, you can go to a different bakery.
Yeah.
There's definitely something. I mean, I know right now I'm struggling between like, do I move somewhere where I think like there's going to be like more kind of career stuff, or do I want to stay closer with my family? That's a big struggle. You know what I mean? And it's like, I don't know. That's hard. I'm not sure if everyone even can do that.
But there's also like a difference. Part of the reason why it's that way and why you can even consider that is because the entire fabric of society is built that way. So like the idea of you staying at home with your family and being multi-generational or on the farm or whatever the case, or the town that takes care of one another is foreign. We don't have to do that. We don't do that. The idea that you would pick yourself up and move for opportunity is the ethos.
Yeah.
You know,
it's
not.
These things are so deep that you like. I really think like people in Christian churches maybe should just go to the closest one to them, one they have the most history with, because I don't think people are even conceiving of how much it's just in them, if it's in them at all.
Yeah. Actually, I think one person, I think someone said, it's an old quote. I might get it wrong, the time period, but basically said, what would you, attribute the destruction of the Christian church in America? And they either said the rail car or the wagon. I don't remember which one, but it was the idea that you could just go to another one. So, like, for instance, you could evade church discipline by going to another church, whereas many years ago, there's no way to do that. You have the church in your town.
Well, but out west, Bruce, church is the guy on a horse anyway.
Yeah, different problem out west. That's why we can't count that, right? We got to count the most people and not the crazy outlier. But Sally,
that's true.
What's the answer to John's question? Because you have an answer to John's question about, do you move for career? Because I'm fairly sure you tried that trick.
Oh, please,
or do you stay at home? Because I'm fairly sure you tried that trick. Which trick works better?
Well, it depends. It depends if you have. It also depends if you're a guy or a woman. I think the woman's journey might be building the home, and the guy's journey is to go out and get something. So, like, it could be as a young man, like for a time, you have to go out and have your adventure. But it could be just building up your home. So it is.
Well, that's the thing. Like right now, I'm deciding like I either stay here and work as a carpenter, so building up your home, that's good. Also with family, building up homes, maybe that's just the answer right there. Or I go somewhere and try and continue doing video stuff. But at the same time, I can do video stuff here by myself, just find people and just run it myself, like how I've always done. You know what I mean? But I try to move to LA. I'm not going back to LA.
You have
so
tell you my experience. I spent 16 years away from home, not entirely of my own accord, but somewhat. And it feels fake.
Yeah.
That whole time away feels fake. Now, I'm not saying don't travel at all, right? I'm not saying go do 6 months somewhere. But I didn't build anything of any worth.
The biggest thing I learned was, a lot of good things happened. One of the coolest things, I got to work with James Cromwell for a bit. I got to be like James Cromwell's like personal assistant for a while, and I love that. He's awesome, and he's a tremendous actor. He just like turns it on like that and starts quoting Shakespeare. It's really fun. But other than that, it was a lot of learning how to deal with failures. I mean, had a lot of boosts of confidence. Like I got on the set and I'm like, oh, most people actually aren't good workers. You know what I mean? Like that's consistent everywhere I go. Is like most people actually aren't good workers, you know? And that's like reassuring. It's like, okay, I can make it. Like I could do this. But it's stressful there. And like I said, the main thing I got was a series of failures, ending with me losing my mind and almost dying in Mexico.
I mean,
so like
family to throw in with, and if you have people, if you know what I mean when I say I have people, like some people have people, you have
people are out there sleeping right now.
I think maybe you should cling to them like the world's falling apart.
You might just be describing what's happening.
Yes, that kind of.
Yeah. You're right. I think you're right. It is really special. I'm like the youngest of 5, and a lot of people don't have as big of a family as me and are as close as we are. And I'm like 4 of us live in Texas right now, so maybe
they'll help you see the world, even if they're wrong.
Yeah.
I also think that like a lot of stuff. Me mostly because I spend all my time like tweeting.
I think planning and what does Peterson say? Future authoring, like getting goals aligned will orient you to the decision to make as far as travel and stay. Right. Like that's the first step.
Say of your life, right? Say you think you've met that person, and you bring them in front of your 4 siblings, and the crazy one's like, no way, and then the other 2 are coming in behind. That's so much more information than you could ever have on your own, even if they're flat wrong. Even if the answer is, oh, I'm going to ignore them all because they're wrong and just the way I wanted it to be. Like,
yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
You can't be as big as you can be with your people. You can't be as much of your own money without your people.
Yeah. But what you're saying about that is because I think about like the people that I'm around all the time, like my brother, especially my brother Kurt, who we've been around each other like for like 15 of the 25 years I've been alive. Like we have like the same mind, and so like talking to him is like talking to myself. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, I can look in the mirror and ask what he thinks. You know what I mean?
Right.
Am I fucking up right now? Yes. All right. You know.
No, but that's also that's the contrast, right? Like this was brought up earlier. What makes Socrates have the insight? He's talking to someone else on the road.
Okay. Yeah.
And if it's people you know, even a little bit, because you don't know people real well, right? But you like Sally is always surprising me, right? But at least you have some idea. Like, oh, there's certain things that Sally's always wrong about. So like I can still ask her opinion and then she'll give me one and I'll know that's not it. That's more information than I had before, right? And it's contrast because it's outside of me. And it's same with your family, right? It's same with people you know, friends, whatever. And to Sally's point, you need that because you're not sufficient. You're not bigger than you.
I need a girlfriend.
You need to be bigger than you in order to know which direction to grow.
I broke up with a really good girl in LA, and I'm still yeah, whatever.
But if this is a goal of yours to be a father and a husband, and that's what you're saying, then there are things you can do.
I my mom, but
there are things you need to be doing to achieve that goal, which is not pining over the loss of the LA girl. It's
no, it's not even over the loss of the LA girl. It's not like she left me. I think the
either
right girl that I was just a dick because I was after the LA girls. You know what I mean?
That's
and
a
she
whole
was
other
actually
problem.
cool.
Lost
No,
now,
I was
dude.
definitely the problem.
Well, lost now.
Yeah.
Either way,
it still hurts my confidence quite a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think about all these people that you meet online, college, or you meet at jobs that are these kind of insecure, whiny little friends.
No. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay, that's a good point.
But when I was out and I was on my own, I was doing things I didn't want to be doing, and I was having a hard time, and I was alone. I was more insecure, whiny, snivelly little version of myself. And so it is with great sympathy that I see so many people leaving themselves to that recourse instead of mustering up to build whatever they can out of the foundation of their own lineage.
Yeah.
It's sad. And they shouldn't be that.
I know so many like freaking like handsome, like intelligent, like young men in LA who just seemed like I'm allergic to everything, and I'm like, yo, like do something, stop, leave the house, you're fine. And they're like, no, I can't eat or else I'll get diarrhea. I'm like, dude, stop. Like nobody cares. Eat a steak and get over it. Like stop. Like, and it's like, yeah, and they're so talented too.
Right.
Like they've been making great music and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. Just find something. Find some drive. You know. I don't know. I don't know what it was.
On individualism is cowardice,
too,
because we're all trying to live as these little fractional people, and we're not even ourselves doing that. We're part of this bigger thing.
Well, yeah, I think that people overemphasize the ourselves portion of that. Like, if you're a mess, like yourself sucks. Like, you know, like you suck. Like, I mean, I'm sorry, but like this whole be myself thing is just like retarded.
Bullshit.
Like, you suck. Okay. No. Yeah, you're a Muppet. Yeah, so like get that portion to correct. Just start moving.
Somebody's gonna chafe at this because somebody's dad them and somebody's mom wasn't there, whatever. And like, okay, yeah, that sucks.
Right. So join the club.
Figure out who you can. Because there'll be somebody, and if there isn't anybody, well, then find somebody else who doesn't.
I always say this to people all the time. It's like join the club. I get the little violin out, and I'm like, join it. One of the things that's been really interesting to me in recent months is I've been really trying to get my health together because I had so many problems happen. And there's this thing that happens where you kind of have this like lack of energy, right? But energy isn't created by mustering up energy in the will in some way. Energy is created by expending energy. So you have to move to get more energy.
Yeah.
And it applies to all facets of life, not just like energy and health. It's move to get more movement. And that's the case with all goals, with all pursuits, right? You have to move first. You can't get that, from like just sitting and waiting for it to come one day.
Yeah.
There's this.
I'm not a good reader, so like if I don't have a good diet, I can barely read.
Yeah, well, there's this thing that like there's this thing that happens with people that pray, like they talk about prayer, and I think it's crucial. Prayer is amazing, but people do this thing where they're leaning on a shovel and praying for a hole.
So I would say, Bruce,
like
leaning on a shovel and
dig the hole.
If you're completely sucking, you're wrecked beyond wreck. You can't borrow it. Hope can be borrowed. Motivation can be borrowed. And so if you can't do it for yourself, at least scrape yourself across the ground and look at some people that got it. And I do think that's a huge benefit to the internet people, because if you can't see anybody that can do it, that's too far. That's something that almost can't be overcome. And even the shadow of them can be enough.
No, I do feel an obligation to talk about things, because like I'm disagreeable and I get noticed, and like a lot of slurs don't land on me very well, and so I'm like, okay, if someone's gonna say something, it has to be me in a lot of situations, and so I feel bad when I don't speak up.
Good.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So like,
I mean, I got a 1% on the disagreeable chart, or 1% on agreeableness and 99% in disagreeableness.
Yeah, same.
In the personality choice.
Yeah,
but I'm like extremely extroverted.
You know that because I'm the only person who enjoys calling the Matt Dillahunty show.
Dude, I've been down there. I've called him before. I've spoken to all the guys: Jay Dyer,
really?
Matt Dillahunty, Travis Pangburn, Deepak
like,
Chopra. Like, I just call in, and it's a waste of time.
Yeah, no, it is. No, he posted the conversation 3 days ago that he blocked.
Oh, it was recently that you spoke to him.
No, I mean I spoke to him probably like a month ago, but he just posted like recent. The 30-minute, like he posts excerpts.
Yeah,
and he just posted the excerpt from one of them. I called him like 4 times or something like that. The first time he asked me to call back, and I did, whatever. Not the same show. And then this time, like I called back in the same episode because I thought he wanted me to hang up, and I did. And he was like, "Where'd you go?" And then I called back, and then he bans me. Like
that sounds right. That sounds right.
Like whatever.
Yeah,
no,
he's an axe grinding atheist who grew up in a fundamentalist home.
Dude, we don't even get to God stuff. We're just talking about science. And,
I know that's their God.
He just essentially tries to cast a spell on me. You can see him go on his computer, look up a logical fallacy, and just goes, "You're committing the fallacy of division." Even though the entire conversation was in a debate talking about whether or not it's appropriate to use the fallacy division here. That was the entire conversation. Just says I'm committing that, doesn't explain it, and then kings up and bans on me. And you think that looks good. And I'm like, no, dude. Like, whatever.
But did you hear what Bruce said? Right? He said he's just a fundamentalist.
Yes.
Right? But he's applying his fundamentalism to science. Right. And then if you wanted to look at that as a pattern, John Vervaeke's a traumatized fundamentalist.
He doesn't believe in patterns. He told me they're not real.
But that's the thing. Like these traumatized people who are traumatized from their religion are going out trying to create new religions, like the Collinses, right? The Collins lesbians, I call them, because he's got a higher register voice than she does. So I don't know what's going on there. Right? Traumatized. They're just traumatized. That's it.
Talk about a cave, because like I can't unsee the fundamentalism because I'm from there. So like the Vervaeke, I'm like, oh no, I've met you. Hello. Pastor, I'm like, oh, I've heard preaching. Hello. And then they don't see their own cave.
Dude, no, we actually have a conversation about the place versus Matt fallacy. First of all, he claims that I'm making it, and I'm saying that no, it's only maps. All you have is maps. And he's like, here are my glasses. I'm holding the place, not the map. You're committing the map versus place fallacy. You need to look it up. And I pull up the quote later. I mean, I posted some video on my channel, but like you go on the page and it says, you never have access to the place, it's all maps. And it's like, he's just being difficult for no reason.
But it's more fundamental than that.
You can see naked reality in that video while he's sitting next to his her girlfriend. Like, what are you talking about?
It's more fundamental than that. For him, he can't account for why it's bad to commit a fallacy in the first place.
Right.
Why is that wrong? Why?
Yeah.
Tell me why it's wrong to commit a fallacy.
He starts there axiomatically. Like, this is Peterson's point against science. He says, you guys starting axiomatically at science is good. But A, you don't have a good definition of science, and you're not justifying the good.
They don't have a definition of good.
Yeah.
Right.
It's ridiculous.
No, it's actually funny.
They can't justify
stepping out of atheism and then seeing how obvious the worship is of science.
They're more religious.
It's be like, you follow, you listen, and you have to, it's
listen,
like,
the Westboro Baptist people can't hold a candle to the Dillahunty religious type, fundamentalism types.
Right.
Like, they can't even.
Yes, right.
It's not even close.
Oh my God.
But that's why I have this quote, right? If you believe you do not have a religion, one will be provided to you without your knowledge or consent.
Yeah.
Religion's inevitable.
Yeah.
It's not whether, but which God will you serve?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, we'll say which ultimate ineffable power will you serve? Because you might only have two options there, and one of them might be good, the other one might be actual evil, and that might be bad.
Yeah, I think the antinatalism.
You can't point at the right one.
What spirit the antinatalism is, but the antinatalism.
Those people need to be drawn and quartered, bro. I'm not down with that at all. Those people are.
Yeah, I
like scum of the earth. Like, that's the most insane position on the planet.
Yeah, I find whatever names they call it, there are people who will admit, and the admitting the essential here, that creation is good.
Yes.
That will not. And that's it. I can play ball with anyone who will admit creation is good.
Right? Yeah.
Probably taking balls and going home with creation is not good types. If not, nope, I'm not saying on the internet. Never mind.
No, those
they
have
to. They have to deny creation.
The thing is, when I was an atheist, that actually was kind of the fundamental question that changed. I think was one of the things that flipped when I became non-atheist. Was that
creation?
That, like, I actually kind of think that like it kind of would be better if I didn't exist. I'm kind of annoyed at that. And I see that everywhere. I see that with people just like. I don't want to have kids.
I'm always amazed.
Everyone's just saying that there's too many people. And
the only way I can account for the fact that these people don't commit suicide more regularly is the common grace of God. Like, these people, I just am amazed.
Yeah, for me, it's like a pragmatic argument. Anything but creation is good isn't useful. But you will find people who don't think their existence is good and also don't think creation is good don't feel obligated to commit suicide because they're not for the betterment of anything. So.
Yeah, the argument I hear that they try and be the most consistent is that their pursuit is pleasureful. So they would say like it's it's like an Epicurean sort of thing. It's pleasure.
Not actual Epicureanism, but
it's modern version of that.
Yeah, the recent version of Epicureanism that's totally corrupted and has nothing to do with Epicurus whatsoever.
Yeah.
Right, which is but that's pleasure is good.
I thought when I was atheist, I still very much I still very much desired like that want for like extreme amounts of drama. You know what I mean? And so your brain goes into dangerous places like that. If you don't believe in morality and you don't believe in like togetherness and God, and you still like that drama and that bloodiness, that the life that life can have, and you're just after that. So I think you can claim that and be going after that. And so that's that.
Look at Destiny. That's his whole life.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Lesser what I was talking about.
Like, do you know what I mean? Like, he's
No,
he's a glutton for it.
That's right. That's feeling alive, right? Because
no, I see what you mean. He's
very close to death makes you feel like
I mean, I know it feels like we're piling on at this point, but I mean, it's right to be piled on.
Nah, we should be good.
Yeah.
Candace had to go. That was fascinating.
Who's that?
Candace Owens?
Oh, that whole situation. Apparently,
What do you think
Ben
about that?
Shapiro said we're going to debate on our program in Nashville on the Israel issue.
Oh,
So
no.
what was the most out of line thing she said that
Christ
made him
is
respond
king.
like that? Because that is strange. Unless any of the viewers are
So
not.
she said Christ is king, and they said that was anti-Semitic, and there was a whole thing. But
was
apparently
it? That
they
can't be
tweeted today, said or I texted you on February 29th offering a debate. She never did. He said, let's do this Monday at 5 p.m. in Nashville. So I guess Owens is gonna debate her former boss on the issue of Israel-Palestine.
Okay. So my understanding it was more to do with the Israel-Palestine stuff, because that at least I can see.
It's both and.
You know, like I don't want to talk about this much. I have a friend who's in the Israeli military, and I've got his perspective on it, and so I have my own opinions. But I just want to just delve into his, you know what I mean, and a bunch of stuff. But like, I can kind of see people saying that talking about Hamas as being the good guys or being like the oppressed is out of the Overton window. You know what I mean, as far as sane society. So it was. What do you think about that? I don't know. It was more so that because like I could hardly imagine that it was the Christ is King. I hope not. yeah, that's crazy.
Candace and Ben Shapiro, I don't care about. I find it higher contrast and more interesting. Candace and Destiny.
Right. That was I haven't seen the whole thing, but the part
did they talk recently?
Those bits were good.
Yeah, more parallel levels. So you get Destiny and non-parallel levels, and Candace is at the same level, but with something else. And so that's just curious to me to see someone more at his level, but still calling him out.
I mean, she made him seem like a creep at points. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, to be spade is spade. He is a creep.
You can have a 50-year-old man talking about ladies should be like, oh, it's okay to be slutty or whatever.
Oh, dude.
He's a creep. And also, like, do people have ears? Listen to his voice. He's very effeminate.
Well, he's bi, apparently. I don't know. You know,
like,
he said
he's not a man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Not a man. Like male of the species, not a man. Like,
well, now you're starting to get into the gender fluid stuff, and I don't know, Mark.
About masculine and feminine, though, it's about the Heidi of power, because power is to be scandalous. So they're purposefully toning down the force of the male voice.
Right.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
That's a very
then you're
Silicon
not
Valley
a man.
thing.
Yeah, that's
yeah.
like that's that sneaky effort again.
Right, but that's the point. You're not a man. A man is not sneaky. We don't need to be. I mean, I'll just walk up to you and smack you, and problem solved. For real, like, and it works. Like, I'm sorry, but it works. I've done it. It works.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's a good way for promoting
extraordinarily
sanity.
effective.
I don't have experience, but
no, it's effective. It's extraordinarily effective. It's not a little effective. It's
that's how Massachusetts
awesome
runs. That's how you guys run. You know, that's how people interact there.
Yeah, reality and a fist are kind of hard to distinguish between.
Sometimes you need the participation and you need the negative signal. And BF Skinner proved this by accident by trying to prove the opposite. But like he spent years of his life trying to prove positive only signaling works. And of course, if you understand evolution even a little bit, you know that can't be true. The only signal that matters in an evolutionary framework is a negative signal. Period. End of statement. Full stop. You don't need any other signals for it to operate correctly.
Are we sure?
Come to the result that it's come to thus far.
Are we sure about that?
Evolution is true.
Do you think you can get enough negative signals to the point where you can form positive signals or something like that? Or maybe
you don't need them. They're not necessary. They're optional.
I don't think. Like, I feel like I've had. I mean, okay. Now, I mean, talking about. We don't have to talk about like small stuff right now, but just talk about big things. Like me. Like, I think. I mean, there are positive things that pull me forward. It's not just bad things that scare me out of.
Not about that there aren't positive things in front of you or positive things possible. You need to be able to see that clearly. But like if you're driving, you don't need a signal. Like you don't need a noise going whoop 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 telling you you're on the road. You need the guard things that go when you're getting off the road.
Off the road. Okay. Right. Well said, Sally. Right. You look, there's no scenario in evolution where you need a positive signal. That's just wrong. You just don't need it.
What?
You do need
That
the
can't be
negative.
right. What is beauty then?
You don't need pain if you're not smacking into something.
Beauty is a positive signal, though, right?
No.
No, how?
Beauty's
How
a
is beauty?
signal.
Don't give me that. What do you mean? Sorry.
Military parade is beautiful, right, Sally?
How many times?
Yeah, it can be. Can be scary. Can be beautiful.
How many times has seeing beauty at the wrong time kind of crippled your brain?
Yeah, it can do that. Too much beauty
So
can
is
cripple your brain for
positive
sure.
per se?
It can fuck you up. It can make you evil. Too much beauty.
That's-
if you're the wrong
That's
person.
right.
Yeah, it's not necessarily positive. How many times when you're married and you see somebody and you're like, well, shit. And then you just got to cope. Beauty itself is not a positive. That's silly pants.
No, okay, but I'm saying
Even
beauty seems like it's definitely a positive marker of the positive direction. It's like it's saying that it's not just saying there's more than just this is wrong. There's also this is right. I feel like
Nope.
I
Be
feel
a
like that's what Dawkins was saying though. I think that's part of what Dawkins argued.
positive
Is that it's all just negative
No, it
instead
might be
of the actual
No.
point.
a positive thing. It can be a positive thing, but a thing and a signal, not the same. And for some
Right.
reason, I'm jumping and I don't know why, so
Okay.
I'm just going to go with it. Why is a thought or meditation not a thing or something like that? We talk about this all the time and I can't remember it, Mark. Go through that one.
Meditation is no thingness.
It's not
Like,
an action. Not an action.
in the literature.
Yes.
Right. The purpose of meditation is not to get to a place or a state. It's to realize there is no place or state.
But
Whether you can actually do that or not is not even relevant to the meditation in Eastern thought.
Right.
Western Buddhism is a corruption of Eastern thought, flat out. Read the
I want
books.
to know about that. Yeah.
Right.
But
But what?
actions. That's what I was digging for. Thank you. I got close.
Right. Thoughts are not actions in the world. Right. We have a fantasy. We have an imagination that
Right.
allows us to more degrees of freedom, unlike what Peterson said to McGilchrist, which was totally wrong, by the way. That whole argument was completely incorrect. Hold on, John.
Sorry, okay.
What that means is that you can do it in two states, negative and not dead. You don't need positive.
I'm not saying you don't need it. I'm just saying I think it's.
No, I'm saying you don't need it.
I mean, you don't need consciousness. I don't know. Like, I don't know.
At all.
Oh, you could
to
like
have.
be negative, maybe. Maybe
No, it's
the
good to
negative
have,
is a
but
reflection of
you
the
don't
positive.
need it. You
I
do
don't know.
not. Survival is a neutral state. This is what the evolutionary people miss because they're too busy saying you move away from negative things and towards positive things. It's wrong. It's wrong biologically. It's wrong experimentally. It's wrong psychologically. It's just wrong. That's
Earlier,
in the data.
I'm
Read the
forgetting
paper.
my theories, but just because you just brought up the biological thing, like when you said perception is not like an action, like the mathematical principles, and this is like theory right now, but it seems like it's right. But like the mathematical principles that explain how like your cells, your cell behavior seems to also explain perception, which makes sense because your neurons are cells. You know what I mean? No. Okay. It's essentially like
nothing explains perception.
Huh?
Nothing explains perception.
No,
Like,
not completely. No, I'm not saying completely, but I'm saying how your categories
at all.
how it
Even
explains categories.
No, even a little bit. This is actually Peterson's point. It's also for Vicky's point, by the way. One of them may have gotten.
I'm not saying perception in consciousness sense, but I'm saying as far as categories, how your categories collapse.
All perception.
How do
what I'm saying is from Carl Friston. I know Peterson and Carl Friston have a lot of overlap.
How does your brain decide what to exclude?
How does your brain decide what to exclude? What things are not meaningful for the desires that you want to manifest?
You're 7 layers of abstraction from an answer. Desire,
right? And you asked me a hard question. I don't know what I was.
But that's the point. The perception is the hard problem.
This is what kills me as an artist all the time.
I'm not saying I'm not trying to reduce it. I'm not trying to reduce it. I'm trying to give some definitions. I think it's different. Maybe it's not.
I'll paint like a still life, or I'll paint something mundane, or I'll draw something mundane. Like a nice drawing practice I like to do is drawing a nail, because I've seen a lot of nails, I've felt a lot of nails, I've knocked a lot of nails into wood, out of wood,
I gotcha.
and so I have this very vivid image of a nail in my head, and I'll draw this silly little nail, just practicing my shadows, and people will be like, "Oh my gosh, it's so beautiful!"
Yeah.
Because that's how I see a nail all the time.
Yeah.
And they've never actually perceived a nail.
That's the funny thing. People don't know how to draw. It's like you literally just draw what you see. You don't draw the representation in your head. You draw what you see.
About the skill. This isn't about the skill of the drawing.
Yeah, no, it's not.
They actually didn't ever see the edges of the on the nail ever before.
They didn't perceive the nail.
They never saw there was an outline.
And
people don't even realize there's not outlines to objects. There's not outlines. When you're
it's not see. It's not see. It's perceive. What she's saying is that this is her exemplification of perception is the hard problem. They've never perceived a nail until they saw it in her drawing.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right. Well, and this is my.
I don't see how that's outside of.
This is also why I think, John, that people who think very visually struggle to talk because I think we're in mental high def and it uses up all the bandwidth.
Yeah.
And I've had to really, really learn how to basically not think visually to talk. And like sometimes it gets so bad, I close my eyes to try to think of one thing to just not be all over so that I can verbalize now. And I'm a lot better at it. But because not most people aren't carrying a freaking whatever 20K image of a nail and a spoon and the last ballpoint pen they really liked and so on and so forth.
Part of my issue with this whole thing is, to me, like, I don't really see a need to describe the distinctions at all, nor do I find I'm almost lost in the conversation because it's not as though I don't have the language to understand it, but to me, this is like a given, I guess. I don't really, it's sort of like from describing the love I have for my wife in tangible ways. I don't really even have.
I mean, I find it interesting. Honestly, I mostly find this sort of research is interesting because, I mean, just the implications as far as, just biology works. I don't know. I just find it interesting.
No,
it's interesting, but it's also, to me, it's like almost a foreign language to me. Like I'm like listening to like Russian right now.
It is.
I think
I don't know. I don't think what I feel like maybe you might be misunderstanding what I'm saying. Me, I'm probably explaining it poorly because I don't think what I'm saying is that crazy. And I think. Like I said, I'm not trying to explain perception. I know you can't explain perception. I'm not trying to do that. I'm just pointing out that like what your categories are trying to do is entropy reduction for the goals you're trying to compute, essentially.
Nope.
No? What do you mean?
Kristen's wrong. Completely wrong.
Why?
Yes.
Why?
Because he has a good map that doesn't explain anything.
There's more than that, because it's not just entropy reduction. There's entropy reduction, because entropy reduction over the long term means letting in entropy.
He doesn't even have a definition of entropy. That's the first problem.
Unrecognized.
The second problem is there's no such thing as entropy reduction. That makes no sense. Talking about
it's not from the thing about entropy is that it doesn't work as a mathematical term unless you're talking about it from a perspective. So it actually only works with living creatures because it's unrecognized complexity. Recognized meaning that comes from perspective.
No, that's the observer problem. Entropy is lack of complexity. It's the breakdown of order.
I don't even see how entropy reduction.
That
doesn't even make sense to me.
It doesn't make sense. He's talking about it backwards.
So you're trying to use the simplest model of the world that you can use to achieve what you're trying to do.
You're absolutely not. We know this experimentally. Kristen's just wrong. He hasn't read the papers. It's almost certainly he hasn't read the papers.
Which paper? Sorry, can you explain? Because I want to know. Because I want to know. I listen to Carl Friston a lot. And
I went over this earlier. This is really easy. We have a mode called Explore. It's fantastically expensive. Fantastic.
Yes. And it does increase entropy. That is seeking.
It doesn't. No. Explore
that is something
the world at all.
He needs to get with his language. That is something that's wrong.
It has nothing to do with his language.
It's not just about
absolutely wrong.
Reduction over the long term is not just zero.
No. He's mapped everything. He mapped everything mathematically on a minimal energy scale. Okay, which explains a bunch of things, right? But those explanations are incorrect, right? Because actually, what creation means is that we are striving for order. Like we're actually trying to put energy into making order.
I don't see how it's different from what I just said.
It's totally backwards from what you just said.
Isn't that what the same thing where you're saying there's only guardrails, no positive? I feel like I was doing the same thing.
No, it's not entropy reduction.
Sorry.
That's wrong.
Okay.
Because any number of things can reduce entropy, but they aren't order. Like it's asymmetrical. It's an asymmetrical relationship.
Order is the only thing that reduces entropy.
No, that's not true at all.
Okay. What else?
That's the problem. He just doesn't understand the third state. Like,
what
this
else?
is the problem.
Please, okay, please.
Mode model.
What else reduces entropy besides order?
No, they're not opposites. Entropy is just change of state.
About the phoenix is the ultimate symbol of order. Yeah, I get you. Yes, that's fine.
No. Again, it's asymmetrical. It's not a binary equation. This is Friston's problem. It's not Friston's problem. Everybody's problem. They're using binary models. They're saying we're not dualists. We're using a binary model. It's like, okay, but you just said there's two things and you're not a dualist. Everybody does that. Like everybody. It's annoying. You're a freaking dualist. You've only got two things. Or if you're talking about opposites, you're a dualist. It's only two things in an opposites world. We don't live in that world. We don't have opposites.
I get what you're saying. So you're saying that it's just too it's using that as a category is too strict. It gets rid of the main meat of what we're talking about. Is that what you're saying?
It can't be the world we live in at all, even a little bit. It's impossible.
So because it negates agency. Because his model is all about like essentially like the path of least resistance and negates agency.
There's lots of things that aren't order that also aren't entropy. That's the problem. There's a third state. There's three things, not two. Then all of Friston's equations break down immediately and fail, which is fine. Everybody else's do too, right? Right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's like it's giving. There's the third one you're talking about. I get what you're saying. You can't define that. I'm not saying you can't.
I can totally.
That's giving.
I can totally
define what's going on, right? No,
I can totally define it. Defining the neutral state's easy. It's a neutral state.
Wait. Okay. Sorry. So you're saying that when you are completely just exploring in the self and meditating, you are completely not engaged in anything of the sort that Carl was talking about. That's
you don't explore the self. There is no self. That's crazy talk. The Eastern tradition is quite clear on this, right? They say it explicitly, right?
Exploring the self in a way where you realize that there is no self.
No, you don't. No, you explore the world. You don't explore yourself. You can't explore yourself. That makes no sense.
Yeah.
Actually,
I know.
They've made a nonsensical statement. You need to avoid them.
Okay.
They're probably doing it by accident or stupidity or ignorance or whatever. Irrelevant. Okay. You need to avoid those people, right? That doesn't make any sense, right? The way you know yourself is by exploring things that aren't you. It's by going outside of yourself. That's how you find the boundaries. That's how you know where you end and other things begin. You can't do that internal to yourself. It doesn't make any sense. It wouldn't work, right? So the way you interface with exploration is you explore the exterior world without a goal of any kind.
Without a goal of any kind?
Yes.
How can that be possible?
Of course, it's absolutely
isn't like all life teleological?
No.
So you
not in that way.
If you're doing something.
No, if you want to say,
I don't see how life couldn't be teleological. If it's possible.
No, if you want to say the only teleology is to get closer to the ineffable one or something like that, or theosis, or however you want to frame it.
Okay.
All life is teleological, sure.
Yeah, I think that is what the free energy.
Right,
that's what he says.
Right, but that's not helpful, and most of your life isn't that pursuit because it can't be. Like you have to feed yourself. Is that teleological? Not really.
Yeah, I think it is.
No, it's not. It's required.
Purposes, right?
No. It's required.
Why? What's the purpose of eating? It just keeps going. Right.
No, the purpose of eating is to allow you to explore.
And then hopefully you find someone to love.
Or pursue a goal. Either one.
Yeah.
Right? But you can reject the teleology because people do it all the time. right, and go to nihilism, because that's really your only option, by the way.
Yeah.
It may take a while
But
to
you
get
can
there.
only reject it rationally. It's still there all the time. It's only like a constant like yelling down at
Right.
your emotions, and
Right.
only yelling at them in a way that you
fact-
can actually just get your desires right now.
And the fact that you can do that means that you have free will, so that there's a determination right out the window.
Yeah, no, I don't. I'm a part believer in free will, and I don't think the free energy principle also negates free will, because I think that at the end of it, it always, whatever.
It doesn't, but it also assumes a bunch of things, like you know how much energy there is, and you know how to minimize it, and that you're executing that correctly, and none of that can be true. Like, can be true at all. None of it.
I think it's just dumb from your perspective, and so how wouldn't you know?
I want to go back.
Sorry, we don't have to talk about this anymore.
to my theoretical still life of a nail that I don't have right now.
Please,
right.
Okay.
We're gonna imagine that it's on a nail. Now there's one type that you could draw that would be a symbol. Okay, so it would be just that black outline with the type of shape of the head of it, and you with that symbol you would know. Oh, I need a roofing nail. I need a wood nail. I need a tack nail.
So that'd be the best if I was at work and I was like, hey, what do you guys need?
Right. So you have the symbol. That's the outline. Now, that exists on the paper. I go ahead and I start off with, okay, the light is hitting it this way. The gray is hitting it this way. I start in with the steel gray. Start making the striations. I put in the blacks. I put in the yellows. But then the yellow is hitting a wood table. The wood is coming back up on the nail. Now the tail and the table and the nail have a relationship because of the light. Put the brown onto the steel, because it'll be there if you look at it. If you
maybe a little green in there too.
Right, and then there'll be this reflection of this person looking at this nail, because how else was it observed? Now, when I paint the brown on the nail, what am I painting? Am I painting the nail?
No, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. I honestly, I don't know how to answer that.
Am I painting the light in the back of the iris of the viewer? And so all that I'm trying to do with this isn't to get an answer. What I'm showing you with this example of putting the brown and the and the whatever color else, all this relationship that ends up on this visual image of how we use paint is to show you there's no way that's dichotomy. It's not two things. It can't be two things. It can't be the nail and the light. It can't be the nail and the viewer. So what art is about is deciding what to exclude, because at some point you have to just cut yourself off from making it better, or it'll become a thing, because you can
absolutely yeah. I just posted a video on my YouTube video like 2 hours ago, and I saw some little things, and I'm like, you know what? I'm at the end of the amount of effort I'm willing to put into this. So
that's why there's no I in AI. That's why like perception isn't about about what you're not including.
No, and by the way, I'm not saying that they're making conscious computers by making computers based off the free energy principle. That's not what I'm getting at all either.
Talking with people who weren't there recording, they just dumped into their brains over.
Yeah, I think water is more conscious than a computer.
But yeah, like dogs, bugs know what to include, and we have no idea. We don't actually know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, you're right. And I'm probably being too whatever with the way I'm describing this.
No, we like working through why people don't know what they don't know. It's very helpful because we don't know how far we are without it.
Yeah. No, but like for instance, I just think like I mean, to me it makes sense, because it's basically saying that like when Jordan Peterson's talking about like, oh, when your fundamental principle, like the amount of anxiety you feel is related to the fundamental level of the principle that was violated, and that's correlated to the amount of anxiety. He's getting that from Carl Friston, I believe. I mean, that's the sort of things that he's always talking about. Like I don't think that's like, we're basically talking about that sort of idea, that anxiety is related to entropy, basically, kind of. Yeah. And that we're trying to reduce anxiety, but it's more than that, because like the ultimate thing is it's not just that, because It does. It drives trying to be in a constant state on the border and novelty, which is a mixture, you know what I mean? And he doesn't emphasize that enough. He just talks about reducing entropy, which is where it falls flat. But it's, you know, besides that, I think that's a pretty,
if you want to reduce
90% of the way. I don't know.
Observing a lesser light form that is not stressed out will do more for you than any theory.
Right.
Behold the lilies, not dresses these, you know. I'm murdering that, but you get the idea.
Right.
Like growing a bean, like, or just observing plants in complete peace, or observing cats, not giving them. Cats just don't care. They're squishy little critters that can just get wiped out by a radiator belt, and they just lay around places enjoying the sun. Yeah, that would be more for your anxiety. A bunch of other stuff. Yeah.
Right. Well, and the problem is we don't know how to reduce anxiety. Right. We've increased anxiety in the whole population, right? With just simple, stupid things. And you can't reduce your own anxiety in a lot of cases because you can't see well enough to do that. And so it explains zero personal behavior, actually. Yeah. Right. Like people are anxious when they're not in the right place. And often they don't know what the right place is. And this is part of the intimacy crisis. In fact, this was a huge revelation for me. I was observing someone in particular, and I realized that she was anxious and that she wasn't in the right place. And I was like, oh, so at some unconscious level, she knows she's not in the right place. Consciously, she has no idea. She thinks she's doing the right thing by pursuing career and whatever, right? Just no clue, right? And then over time, that actually gets worse for these people who aren't in the right place. And then they tend to panic, right? And this is one of the things Peterson talked about with the female lawyer problem, right? They get in their 30s and they quit. Why? Well, because they're not in the right place, right? They don't know that.
I'm worried about becoming a female lawyer with the decisions I'm making as far as moving and not. You know.
Right. But see, that's the problem. It's like when you know you're not in the right place, you're anxious. You can't be reducing anxiety because when you're anxious, you don't know why.
And just like the other thing where there just isn't a dichotomy, if you're not in the right place, that doesn't mean you have to move. It could mean you have to make the you are place because it's insufficient.
Right.
There's a third option. Which that one gets often is like, oh, my town doesn't have this, so I got to go. Well, maybe you are the person who should put that there.
Yeah.
You know? Or, oh, my mom's house doesn't have an extra room. It's like, and then maybe you should put a room on it. We did that historically for like, I don't know, thousands of years.
Yeah. So what I guess I would say, I mean, I'm going to say this and then you can say something else and then we can drop it. But I would say the reason why, like, you might be in a place and not know why it's not right, but it's just because, I mean, I think that, like, you don't see, you have, well, first you have to understand, you're only conscious of like 1% of your whole brain, you know what I mean? I mean, you know that. And so, like, a lot of these principles are actually derived from talking about, from, I think, looking at embryogenesis. So, I mean, it's actually looking at how cells just move in the body generally. And so, in trying to go from there. So, as things get complex, I'm sure, like, it gets hard. But I think it's more like, you know, I have this vague dream in my head, and I don't see how anything I'm doing right now connects to that. So that's what I think was the anxiety is, and you don't know that it's a feeling of like the entire your entire body wanting to go this place, and you're not. You're not doing anything. So I think that's what it would be. But again, I'm not saying that you could put a computer in your head and it could tell you the right thing to do. I'm not jumping there or anything.
Dreams, okay, like I've had a bunch of big dreams. I'm like a 5-year planner. I've done that over and over and over. Some of them have worked, by the way. But what I've been trying to do with myself is when I think of my 5-year plans and I think of that thing that I long for, because I long for stuff. And then I take a deep breath and I'm like, why? What will I do when that happens? And then I go through what will I do when it happens and ask myself, but could I do that now? Could I do 50% of that now? 10% of that now? 90% of it now? And often I surprise myself with there's quite a bit of things that I imagine as the thing that will come after the thing.
Yeah.
That I can get a significant proportion of now without the cost. And so then I get to do that, because whatever you practice is what you're living your life. Like
yeah, every day is your life.
I had this silly thing where I discovered I could pick up people's discarded items and sell them on Craigslist in this area I was living in, and I was like, man, I should be doing this. I should just break it. I started getting good at it. I got some codes to some gated areas, and they were just throwing out like nice stuff, brand new stuff, like kids' playhouses and sports equipment and stuff. And I was doing it, and I was practicing that. The trouble is, practicing doing, and I was getting really good at that, and I my art stuff, and I don't no trash. So, despite the fact that that was having an immediate payoff, I'm practicing being a professional said trash salesman. Which, I mean, more power to the person who decided that. I'm kind of like, hey, girl. But what you got to realize is you are coming, so you got to wait to practice what you want to be.
Yeah.
I have nothing against, I mean, if I have nothing against other people's, I have nothing against public jobs, right?
Yeah. No.
The right,
I think being aware, just trying to be aware when you're getting bored is really useful.
No.
You know what I mean?
Not boredom. Boredom.
No. I'm saying because when you're aware and you get bored, if I'm at a job and I always work at places for a long time. I'm not saying I'm bored, I need to go to a new job. But I'm just saying there gets to a point, right? And I think I've gotten everything that I have from this place.
Boredom or discontent? Because I'm a big fan.
This discontent is fine. Because I'm not. Yeah, but discontent is better because I push through boredom. I'm not saying you should leave anytime a job gets a little boring. That's not what I'm saying.
I think one of the unviewed American virtues is our ability to embrace discontent.
Yes.
We do not just be like, well, this is my lot.
Yeah.
Oh, no. We might cope with it, but we're gonna work through that discontent because, oh no, yeah, nah, we don't just leave it at being discontent. Yeah. Not the whole, not on average. Americans deal with discontent better than any. I mean,
that's one thing I'm really happy about, the Orthodox way I grew up. Everyone says oh, were you a military kid? Because when I describe how many times I moved, I've moved 7 different times. But that got me used to used to moving and used to saying okay, I can do a change right now. You know what I mean? I know I'll meet new friends and I'll learn to be happy again. You know what I mean? That's just gonna be part of the process. And so, people move somewhere after the first year. That's when homesick really starts really hits. Then after that, visit fam a little bit and then just keep it out. And eventually that place will be home. If people are worried about moving somewhere, but stay close to family though. That's actually not a bad thing. Don't do that.
Well, staying close to family necessarily. It's build with what you have. Don't forsake what's good in your life for a unicorn.
Oh yeah, okay. That's a good that's great to put it. Don't forsake what you have for a unicorn. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. I had a lot of Indian friends, and I love the way they stack their families.
Well, and it's better, honestly. This is something I deeply regretted because it should never, even when you're 17 and a half, it should never be about you.
Right.
And the detriment that was caused the younger people in my life.
Yeah. The individualism. Right. And it's not just your family, right? That's part of it, and maybe you have to abandon your family, whatever, but generally you don't. You make that better, right? But it's also like Sally was saying, you'd be the best garbage salesman in the world. You can't do that and your art. Right? Yeah. So you don't want to forsake the good art for the utilitarian idea of reselling garbage and making money.
Yeah.
Right? Because the art serves the world, not just you.
Yeah.
But the reselling the garbage, that just serves you. Like, it's not that you're not offering a service to others, but like they're paying for it. So like,
I think it's offering a service. Art as a service.
Well, and it's a conundrum, because the only trouble is like lots of people could sell trash, but I can make stuff that other people can't see.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's always the problem.
And so I could go into the piety of poverty, be like, oh, I'm equal to everyone, and if I don't have any special skill, of mine is somebody else's. No, I actually can make anything given enough time and money. So I should probably be doing some of that.
Yeah.
Even though it's harder, and even though it doesn't pay for my coffee.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the complaint of people, is that some people believe that given enough time and money, they could do things that they absolutely can never do.
Oh,
Infinite
yeah.
time and infinite money. Right. Because they're materialists, and they think that's what moves the world. And so they think their lack of that is what's preventing them from doing things. But that's never the case, ever, by the way, ever. All the great artists start out poor, and many of them stay poor forever. Right. That was Jonathan Bishop's great insight on do you want to be an artist? No, you don't.
Is Jonathan
right?
I'm kidding.
Right. Well, I mean, but
I'm kidding. I have no idea.
That principle, the idea that you're, the government is being unfair, right? Because government is the redistribution system, right? It's the trade system. It's a bunch of things, but it's the redistribution system is not enabling me to do what I want to do. Right, it's very narcissistic and selfish, and it doesn't allow you to recognize what you're good at, right? Because you may be good at things you don't want to do, right? And that could be considered a problem, or it could be embraced.
Yeah.
Right.
So,
but look, we've been going for a while. I'm going to shut the stream down. Sally, you want to give closing thoughts?
No, I was happy with that. Huge, so I'll have to review. I was just glad to catch on and participate a little bit. I was having the itch tonight.
Well, good. Thanks for John. What do you want to give for closing thoughts?
I mean, thank you so much. I wonder how I'm gonna react to this in the morning, because, like I said, I had like a good amount of beers before me and my brother just got done playing pool. But I know you're doing this Psyop episode, and I saw Paul Vanderklay in the comments. And so while I lost my mind, I did go to a talk in Chino, California. I think it was Chino. The Search for a Spiritual Home thing, and I made a big fool of myself, essentially, thinking, I thought a lot of people there were working for the CIA, because I was losing my mind, and so I met a lot of cool people there, and they were reaching out to me, and I was just acting insane the whole time. And so I'm sorry for drawing attention off the main thing, because I thought people were trying to kill me. I'm just sorry. Paul Vanderklay, you're not a spook. I'm sorry I went on the internet saying you're a spook to a bunch of people for like a couple weeks. I hadn't had sleep in a while, and the cartel actually went to my house or trying to follow me home, and I was like, I thought you were part of a plot to kill me and a Nazi, and I'm sorry. And then none of that is true, and I am sorry, and I'm crazy, and I will not do that again. So that's what I would like to say. Don't get psyoped by yourself.
There you go. Right. Don't psyop yourself. That was the part of the main theme of this particular talk.
Yeah.
So that's good. Well, look, John, I'm glad
it's genetic in my family, so I'm not too rough about it. But
I'm glad you got that off your chest, at least. And hopefully we'll point Paul at this or whatever at the end, so that you can. Right, and boy, that's a different.
And I'm like sitting here vaping, like just as insane as I probably did before.
Right.
So that's gonna be fun.
It's good. I mean, that's a different take on Chino. So I'll just drop that there. Psyop confirmed. And look, I'm glad everybody showed up. Thanks for showing up. Have a great night. I'm going to do this again next week. I don't have the topic yet, but I will, and we'll see who shows up. John, you're always welcome. Maybe Jesse will drop in again. We always miss Jesse. I was glad that he came for as long as he did, at least. And have a great week, everybody. And I will talk to you later.